to excuse Board Member Clarine Arnold and Board Member Mont Millerberg from this portion of the meeting. Our first item for study session is an item 1A, update on strategic planning. I will turn time over to Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President Tingy, and we've invited Shelby McIntosh from Ed Elements to give us this report, so I'll invite her up now.
Welcome, Shelby. It's great to see you. Thank you for being with us.
It's beautiful. So thank you for the opportunity. I have some updates for you. If it's okay with you, I'd like to just, I think 3, 4, maybe 4 or 5 slides. Hopefully you've had a chance to look through them. I'd like to talk through them and then we can open it up for question or discussion, whatever is most valuable to you. This is the most recent update. You know, we've tried to give you guys updates along the way, especially as we've gone through significant milestones in the project. But this gives you an overview of where we are. So in terms of how we label our phases here, we are nearing the end of the foundational phase, which is mostly characterized by community engagement, stakeholder feedback. The big goal of this phase is to align around the key pillars of the plan, which should be driven by what is most important to the community here in Canyons. So most of what we're talking about today is around, there's through that lens of aligning around those key priorities so that we can then start the design phase. I'm going to preview an updated timeline for you here in a second, but I think this graphic's a little misleading because that planning team workshops looks like one of the smaller squares, but it's actually quite a bit of work. In fact, it's, I would say, proportionally some of the biggest work that we will do, and that's what happens next. And so related to that, we are sharing an updated timeline for you. And then also talking about what we think those proposed focus areas and planning teams should be, specifically the key areas, the key priorities for the plan, and also talk about how we can recruit quite a bit more stakeholders to participate in those planning teams. So with that, this is the updated timeline that we're proposing. I believe it or not, it is not driven by our desire to be here during ski season, although it works out nicely for us. But we're actually building in a little bit of extra time than we originally proposed for a couple of reasons. We want to make sure we take the time we need to recruit a lot of people to be a part of these planning teams, give them plenty of advance notice about when they would need to participate in those meetings. And that kind of additional time is pushing things back a little bit, but not in a sense that it is creating a much longer timeline than we originally planned. So the idea is that assuming today or pretty soon after today, we feel like we're in a good place to, or we're in alignment around what these planning teams should be focused on. We will continue our recruitment around those, finalize who those people are, and get invitations out to them by November 3rd. If we can get the list finalized by Friday, October 9th, we'll be sure and get those invitations out to them on the 3rd. That is 2 weeks ahead of when they would meet with us for the first time, which are those planning meetings there in the middle. They would meet with us on the 17th and 18th, have a break, and then meet with us again on the 1st and the 2nd. So all planning teams would meet on all 4 of those meetings with us. That would give us some time to take all of their work and package it up for the steering team and meet with them again December 15th. That, of course, is not the end of the project, but that essentially gets us through the design period and creates the bulk of the content of the plan there. So with all that in mind, based on feedback from the board and from the steering team, we are getting a little more specific in our proposal to you, where originally we shared with you these 4 focus areas, which are pretty high level. We're actually now getting a little more detailed and telling you what we think the planning teams within each of those focus areas should be. So the right way to read this slide, and I'll talk you through it, is that every row would have a planning team of 8 to 10 people assigned to it. So that would be, if we start at the top, access to high quality learning experiences, you would have a team of 8 to 10 people who are focusing specifically on that topic. They're digging really deeply into all the data that we have collected so far, as well as other district data that pre-existed before we started this project, to really understand the challenges and the needs related to that topic. they would identify what we call challenge statements and some success criteria around, again, what success looks like in that area. And that would be used to inform the content of the plan going forward. So we're actually proposing 10 different planning teams, which I'll walk you through. The first 3 of them are tied to that focus area of learning experiences. The first one I already mentioned, access to high quality learning experiences. That is inclusive of programming that would be involved with those learning experiences. The second one there, access to post-secondary pathways, that would be inclusive of general education as well as special programming tied to those pathways. And then the third one there is tied to high quality teaching staff, which if you'll recall, we saw come up quite a bit, both in survey data and in focus group data. Which, speaking of, I did not say this, but just a reminder, all of these recommendations came from that data. So our primary goal, or I wouldn't say primary, our first goal in collecting all of that information was to identify these planning teams. They again will dig much deeper into all of that feedback as they get into the planning work of these teams. The second group there around access and opportunity, there are 3 planning teams that we're recommending for this focus area here. The first one is distribution of resources. This is tied to, in particular, a part of the survey where we asked about if your child attended a different school in Canyon School District, would they have the same resources available to them that they do now? This group here would really dig into the data around that question, in addition to other data that we have relative to distribution of resources across the district. And then we have a group that would focus specifically on the experience of special education students, and then a group that would focus specifically on the experience of multilanguage learners. And those 3 teams of 8 to 10 people each would make up that access and opportunity focus area. The third one here around human-centered support, a lot of this was honestly informed by a lot of what came out of the last board meeting, where we saw this topic of human-centered support come up quite a bit in the focus group data and the survey data. But in listening to a lot of the initiatives that you all are really focused on right now, we see this as a place where a lot of that work can live. So as an example, the presentation from the last board meeting around the DEI initiative, there was an action there around we should put a group together to really create the strategy related to this work. We feel like that group could live here. In addition to a group related to social and emotional supports, and that would include everything from social emotional learning, as well as supports for parents, for students, and for staff. And then the last group there around the operating system, we know this focus area is a little bit more vague than the other 3. And so getting more specific around the planning topics, or the 2 planning teams that we're recommending here. The first one is around internal communication. So this would be communication that flows between the school level and the district level. It would be internally with staff. Key terms here would be things like timeliness and trust around internal information sharing. And then the second one there is around governance. So this is related to the relationship between the Board of Education, district leadership, school leadership, how those roles work together to lead to a highly functioning operating system or organization in general. I'll cover one more slide, and then I know there's probably a lot of questions and discussion you want to have here. So just one more note about what these teams would look like. So once we feel like these are the right teams to pull together, we want to be really intentional about how we find those 8 to 10 people tied to each of these projects, each of these planning teams. So we have, in our last steering team meeting, we asked for some input from them around individuals they felt like should serve on these teams. We mentioned that we really want to pull in more parent participation here, so to prioritize parents that we can identify to sit on these teams, but they really can be anyone from parents to students, to staff members of all different types, to members of the community. Our only guidance here is that ideally you would be identifying people who hold a specific kind of expertise related to this topic, or represent a very specific perspective that you want represented in this group. So if you recall, I've showed you this matrix before, but we're really honing in on those high influence, high interest stakeholders, as well as high interest, but lower influence. That would be more the representation type of candidate here. someone who has a perspective that we really want to highlight and have represented on this group. So I mentioned we talked to the steering team. We certainly want all of your recommendations for people to serve on these teams. We'll go back to our strategic planning project team. We also think it's important that we go back to school leaders and ask for their recommendations for these teams. But we're really looking for about 100 people because we've got 10 teams there. We want to have 8 to 10 people on each of those teams. And we would like both of those teams led by a member of the Board of Education and a member of the district leadership team. I know that was so much information, but I'll stop and see what questions you guys have or any feedback that you want to share on any of these topics.
Thank you, Shelby. Let's see, Superintendent, did you want to make? Okay, all right. We might all have questions, so we'll just kind of go down the row here at this point. Yes, Mrs. Nybauer.
Thank you so much. The first question I have is you had mentioned we want those invitations to go out Friday, October 9th. I'm sure that was a misspeak.
29th, sorry.
29th.
Yes.
Okay. I know I started filling out mine and I haven't finished.
Okay.
Is there a way that we can access and see who the administrators and principals at the schools are inviting? Because when I was chatting with one of the principals, we both had 2 names that were duplicates. So it would be nice for us to know when we're submitting names, oh, if that person's already been invited, we can invite someone else. And I'm not sure the best way to do that. If there's some Google Doc or something where we can see as it's going in progress.
Definitely. We have that. We can just share it with you all.
Perfect. Okay. And then another thought I had is we have had in the past year a few different emails with some petitions. Like one I remember was a community asking about start times of schools. I don't know that I really see a category for that, but I'm wondering how can we have that have a home in some of this discussion? Because I know there were several hundred that are, and I'm getting all the time people, and I'm saying email communications. There's some busing issues. And so I don't really see those 2 specific subjects. I mean, I think we could stretch and say, well, maybe it's a social and emotional support, not really, but structure with some of these things. I don't know how we can pull that into the conversation.
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. We actually talked about that too quite a bit internally because we saw it in feedback. And where we landed is we feel like that is more of a how than a what. And so I think especially actually in those learning experiences, the access to high quality learning experiences, which is where a lot of the programming stuff will come up, access to post-secondary pathways. I feel like that's where scheduling is going to come up a lot, especially as they're identifying challenges.
Mm-hmm.
They'll see it in the feedback. I actually don't think we want to limit it to one planning team because I think that
Sure.
how might actually touch several of these.
Okay.
But I do see it coming up in the planning team conversations and it being part of what they work through.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wrigley.
Sure. I'm impressed by what you've done. Thank you for the work that you've done so far and been following this. It looks like when we talked about these learning experience access and stuff, that's based upon surveys and stuff that we have in from our parents. And I like how you sort of broken that down. This will be finished when, do you think? When December, is that the goal?
We think we'll have the majority of the content created by the end of December. There will be more, I would say we call it kind of cleanup that happens in January and February, where we need to meet with district leaders, with you all to get really clear on how to use the plan, where the content lives, and just structuring it in the most I would say actionable way. So the content will be developed. I don't think it will be ready to publish until I would say February, maybe March, depending on how quickly.
Yeah. So at what point does this go to the public for their review and comment? Is there a portion in this I missed?
Great question. So if we go back to the timeline, notice that we do 2 meetings and then there's a break and then we have 2 more meetings. The first time that there will, I will say this is actually, kind of a second community outreach period because we've done like our broader feedback period. We're actually going to task the planning teams with going and getting some feedback on what they've created so far during that break. We don't want them to design everything in isolation. We want them to take these ideas that they're creating, socialize them, get more feedback. So there will be a feedback period there. It will be kind of specific to the action of each planning team. So not a, broad, very public, I would say organized outreach like we did with the community engagement piece. So then the next time that it would be published would be as we get closer to calling it. I would always put final in air quotes because it should always evolve and change. But we could certainly, I think when we get closer to that point, we can decide, do we want to do a broader public input period before we call it final? There's always an option for that.
Yeah, I mean, you hate in this process, you always did your public input, then go ahead and start over again. I see this as a living document, and that we'll probably have to bring this up several different times. And
For sure.
I think we could add to this document if there's other issues that we have. So I don't think we need to include everything. I mean, there's lots of stuff going on and stuff we don't even know about next month. So anyway, thank you so much again.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
Thanks, Shelby. This is awesome. I'm excited. And I really appreciate seeing how this is all fleshing out. And I'm excited to see what comes out of those parent groups and some of the ideas and perspectives that we get to hear. I'm just wondering, is there anything additional you need from us as a board in order to help this move forward smoothly? I hear the October 29th deadline. I'm assuming we just use that same code or barcode, right, that you gave us, or
Yes, either
QR code. It's a QR code, right? And we can fill it out. And the question I had was, when we're talking about parents with specific perspectives or acumen, like, where do we indicate that? Is there a separate box that talks about what area?
There is. So on the form, we'll ask for the person's name and their email address. And then we ask, is there a specific, topic or I can't remember how it's worded, but essentially that, like, what is the topic area that you have in mind for this person? And it's also okay to say, I don't know, I just think this person should be involved, and we will find a place for them. Sometimes we even have people move around once we get started, but if you do have a topic that is driving the recommendation, you'll have a place to list it.
So I previously did submit names, but that was before we had each of these 9, or I don't know how many lines kind of fleshed out, 10 of them.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious whether or not it would be helpful for us to email you and distinguish like what group they would be most fitting for. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be great. I think when we share the list that,
Okay.
As was previously asked, you'll see the people already on there that you
Okay.
nominated, and we'll share it in a way. Don't know if we want to make it completely editable, but we might make it in a way that you can go in and like revise what you put in there if there's something different you want to recommend now.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a good idea.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, so thank you. This was really interesting. This whole PowerPoint was interesting to look at with all the data and just all the survey information. So thank you for putting that all together for us. I'm sure that was a lot of work to get that down. I have a couple questions. Just number one, can you resend that link that we can add the names to?
Yep.
And also, what about as board members? What if there's a specific one we want to be on? Should we email that too somehow, or you guys want to pick us random? I don't know. How do
So,
you usually do it?
Yeah, so that was a discussion piece that I thought after we got our initial questions out, then we would talk about that.
Well, I'm just ahead of you. So.
You are. And thank you for doing that. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, Rick, did you have a
Yeah,
comment?
thank you, Shelby, for this. And I too want to just reiterate my appreciation for your great work on this and all of the engagement that's taken place. I think my question's mostly been answered. I was just thinking along the lines of, where do certain programmatic questions lie? I mean, for example, external communications may not have been brought to the surface as much as internal, just because it's going so well, right? But I think that's a strength that we would want to, keep in that conversation. Or another one might be community engagement or customer service that are already tenants of the district that sometimes if they're going well, they're not going to get maybe the necessary attention. So I don't know if that's something that comes to bear in those planning committee meetings that surface that, these are other extensions or programmatic elements to this that should fit into those. But I don't want us to lose sight of, the strengths that the district already possesses.
I'm glad you said that. Part of this was driven by strengths like learning experiences. High quality learning experiences was something that came up repeatedly as we feel like this is one of, if not the greatest strength in the district, but it's also very important to us that it continue, which is what really got it on this list, the frequency in which we heard that in the data. But the external communication is an interesting one. We talked about this too. You're right that it was consistently rated very high in surveys and a lot of positive feedback in the focus groups. However, we want to note that the survey was responded to by people who got the communication, right? And so there's a bias there. Where we think there might be additional conversations around engagement in particular is in that planning team around multi-language learners, or the planning team around special education. So rather than a broad, external communication focus, it's more geared towards the experiences of very specific learners and their families. Okay.
Okay. Any other? Oh, Mrs. Schill.
So are these the dates of the meetings, the prior slide? And should we be like putting that on our calendar? That's my
Yes,
last
assuming that I think we wanted kind of the blessing of this group or any feedback from you all if this was not a good timeline. And then yes, we would love for you to hold them on your calendar and we'll get those invitations out as soon as possible.
And do you know, would it be in the morning or afternoon, or will it just depend?
We've heard from the steering team that 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. time period works really well for them. So we're going to stick with that. These are all, the 17th and 18th is a Wednesday and Thursday, and the 1st and 2nd is a Wednesday and Thursday. So we're sticking with those days of the week, and the 4 to 7 in the afternoon time window as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Shelby. And thank you everyone for your comments and questions. So let's talk for just a minute about the timeline. One thing that I want to point out to the board is that originally we did have a steering committee scheduled for November 3rd and a fourth one for December 8th. So according to this timeline, then that third steering team committee or steering committee meeting, but would now be December 15th. So my question is then, would there be a fourth meeting probably after the first of the year? Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, we haven't listed the fourth one just yet. We think that there might be an opportunity to meet with a broader team, not just the steering team, but also bring in some district leadership who might be responsible for implementing what comes out of the work of the planning teams. And so we're leaving the fourth one a little bit open to make sure we can use it for what we feel like we need most at that point, but safe to assume it will be after the holiday.
Okay. So the board members that had signed up to participate in meeting number 3 and meeting number 4 would just need to adjust those on their schedule. And the ones that signed up for meeting number 4, it's still a TBD, right? When the dates would. So we'll need to make sure that each of us, those board members that signed up for those, are aware of that schedule change. And then, yeah, we can send that out. We can send out the updated. And then in talking about the planning teams, there are 10 of those and 7 board members. So let's talk through kind of some hows we can make that work. So, and you'd mentioned that the idea is to have a board member and a district administrator co-lead a team. So can you maybe just help us picture how that could work?
Sure. So I think there are 2 options here. The option number 1, which we've done before, where we've had fewer leaders or co-leads than we have planning teams, is to set those sessions up to where if you are one that is leading 2, you can go back and forth between those in these sessions. So these are 3-hour sessions. They have quite a bit of work time. They would be structured in a way that you could spend part of that work time with one group and part of that work time with another group. And we would also do some front end planning that would make you feel like that you're set up for success to be able to split your time between those groups. The advantage of that option is we can keep this schedule. The disadvantage, obviously, is that you have to split your time. The other way that we could do it is we could actually split, we could do 5 planning teams on this schedule and wait and do another 5 planning teams at a later date. The disadvantage obviously is it extends the timeline. We probably wouldn't get to those other 5 until after the holiday, or maybe we could squeeze them in the beginning of December. The advantage is you'd have the full time with each group. Admittedly, I don't know that we've ever gone that route because most people prefer the efficient, let's do it all together. But it is an option and certainly one that we can do if that's your preference.
Okay. What comments on or thoughts on that, Mrs. Nybauer?
So to clarify with the timeline, the updated timeline, you would anticipate or expect all the board members to be to these meetings. Is that correct?
If they were leading a planning team, yes.
If they were leading a planning team. Okay. So I personally have conflicts the first and third Wednesdays of the month. So that is November 3rd, December. It affects almost all of these. So
I think it would impact December 1st.
November 3rd.
There's no meeting on the 3rd. That's just when we would send the invitation.
Oh, that's just an invitation.
Yeah.
So you're okay. Yeah. So there's the
17th and 1st.
So okay. So you're saying all of these areas, we're going to be doing these on November 17th, 18th, and December 1st and 2nd.
That's right.
So the 17th and 18th are a Friday and Saturday.
There should be.
Oh, November. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, okay. So then November 17th. Okay. So conflicts with November 17th and December 1st. I'm just wondering if there's any, since probably there's so many areas, it'd be nice to have all the board members there. If there's any leeway with these schedules at all, even starting later. I know Clarine will probably have a hard time at the 4 o'clock time.
We're certainly open to adjusting. I think what I would need is for you all to propose an alternative to us and
Okay.
let us know what would work better for you. And then we can make it work on our end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mrs. Oakes?
How long do they generally last for?
They're 3 hours.
3 hours.
So 4 to 7 is what
Okay.
we have planned right now.
Is it hard usually to rein it in? Like, or does it seem like those teams or those groups tend to want to go longer? I'm just curious.
They go very fast.
Okay.
And so if anything, they're always asking for more time. Not that they want to be there for
Right,
longer, but
right.
they're usually saying like, we need more time. We need more time.
Well, that's the way it felt to me in the steering committee
yes,
for sure. So.
yes.
Mrs. Schill?
So I have a conflict on Thursday nights. So yeah, I could only be there from 4 to 5. So I don't know. I mean, I'm fine if we just have, I could be there when I can be there. If we have like a co-chair person, you know what I mean? I'm okay with that. So I just am kind of throwing that idea out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's possible.
To remember, we definitely will have a district person leading. So you'll have a co-lead and a district leader. So it certainly would work if you could only come to some of them. I think what we wanted is to make sure that you all had at least some opportunity to see the work of the planning teams and participate in those, even if you can't be at all of them. But if your preference is to be at all of them, we're certainly open to a different timeline if you want to propose one.
Sorry. So other questions on that? So my understanding is that each team would have a co-lead and that there would be information available to not only the co-leaders, but the teams
Mm-hmm.
so that they come prepared to that meeting. And then what the purpose of that meeting is then to facilitate the work, right? So that there's something that comes out of that time that then can help inform the rest of this.
Yeah,
Process.
the majority of the facilitation will be done by us. We'll facilitate in a large group and then give them work time to go through kind of like the tasks of each meeting. Where the leads of the group really are helpful is kind of helping work through those tasks. And we oftentimes we'll give you like different roles that people can play in those groups. And so just helping to make sure that people are taking on those responsibilities, that flagging us if you need more support. Oftentimes we will connect with team leads in between the meetings just to say, how did it go? Did you need more on this? Should we spend more time here? So there's not a lot of facilitation. It's more so, working with that small group, making sure they've got the support they need and kind of pushing them through the process.
Okay. So what do we think about the timeline, or do we have an alternative suggestion? Mrs. Oakes.
So I know it's not a popular thing to have more meetings than necessary, but I personally, and I'm just one board member, but I personally want to do this right. I'd rather have another time where we actually meet to make sure that as board members, we all have the opportunity to be involved and a part of the process, especially since there's been some public questioning as to, strategic planning. What is it all about? I would like to be able to personally answer as a board member. I was there. I saw how this went. I saw how everyone participated, that it was parent driven. And so that's my opinion. I would be open to the idea of adding another date, kind of like what Shelby was suggesting, in order to make sure we do this well. So.
Other thoughts? Mrs. Nybauer?
I would agree with that. And it would be nice as board members to know who can be when, because the Wednesdays I can't do. I know Amber said the Thursdays she can't do. I see Steve shaking his head no. So I'm not sure what that indicates, but I do agree with Ms. Oakes. I think especially with the current climate in our district and in an effort to help the parents feel well represented and that we are very cognizant of everything that's going on, I think it's really crucial that a board member is in each of the meetings, at least one. And so I would agree with that if we can come up with alternative dates that work for the board members too.
Is a Tuesday the possibility, like the 15th and 16th of that same week, the Monday and Tuesday? Does that clear people's conflicts?
I'll have to check our team's travel calendars, but if those are the dates you'd like me to look at, I certainly can. I can look at it tonight.
And then for the next one would be, well, either the 29th and 30th or the 6th and 7th of December. 29th and 30th of November. Well, actually the 30th, we have a board meeting. So it would need to be the 6th and 7th if we did a Monday, Tuesday.
I have a conflict the night of the 7th, but well, it's at 7:00 actually. So I'd be fine. I could do it from 4 to 7.
And I do believe that the 4 to 7 time is probably the most compatible with people's schedules generally. And I know, I think that Clarine is available.
Yeah,
at least generally after at 4:00 or after. Yeah. So.
Can I say that back to you? So the
Yes.
15th and 16th of November, which is a Monday and Tuesday, and the 6th and 7th of December, which is also a Monday and Tuesday.
Mhm.
Okay, great. I can definitely check those dates tonight and let you know.
Okay. And then board, so then the question is, if we have 10 planning teams, 7 board members, that means 3 of us would need to be assigned to 2 planning teams and be able to go back and forth between those 2 planning teams. I personally am okay with that. I feel like I could cover the ground, but I would like to know what the rest of you think about that idea. Mrs. Oakes,
I'm happy doing more than one too.
anyone else?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I was shaking my head because trying to get 7 people scheduled together as busy as we are is almost impossible. I do encourage if we move that direction and set it, that we don't change it again because somebody else goes on vacation or something. I don't know. It depends. I guess you'd have to, Nancy, sort of see if everybody wants to do it. I'd say we draw straws. If nobody wants to do it, then we ask people to do this, moving back and forth. But I think that's maybe you have to send out an email to the board and ask their interest. And if you have just 3 people that respond saying that, then we solved it. If you have 4 or 5, you may want to draw straws. Who else? I mean, how else would you do it?
Right. I think what we do is just ask each board member to respond with maybe their first and second and third choice, maybe of the 10 items, and then ask yes or no, are you willing to take on 2 teams? And then we'll kind of figure it out depending on how that response comes back.
Makes sense.
Okay. Okay. So I think we got through my question and got through that information. And does anyone else have questions or comments about this process or what these next steps are? Anything else? Superintendent, do you have anything to add? No. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wrigley.
We were just talking here a little bit. Our DEI initiative is a little bit different as we're going about it. I don't know if there's a different way to name that. Some people won't know what DEI means. Other people may assume it's something that we're not doing. I don't know, Dr. Robbins, is there a different form or different that we're talking about? And because I know our methodology of doing that's different than what Tishley's been doing.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, it stands as DNI, not D. What did we have it? Did we have it as DNI?
It's DEI.
DEI.
Currently.
So maybe there's some consideration or discussion there. The way Sunlight Works has coded that as diversity and inclusion.
Yeah,
not diversity, equity, inclusion, just
just a different term that more adequately reflects what we were talking about with the direction we're heading.
They don't have the E in the middle, so I mean that's something that we might consider.
Because I know just the word equity, we've used it for years and been sort of questioned by putting equity in a document.
Right.
So maybe we want to clarify what we're actually doing.
Possibly just spell it out.
That would probably help too for the layperson.
One less acronym for people to try and understand. Does everyone feel comfortable with that?
DNI would line up with what it is. Equity's built into that because it's built off of equity in action in 277-328. So it's not missing, but the way they're titling that initiative is diversity and inclusion. That's what I would keep it at. Then it's consistent across both.
Great, we can do that.
That'd be my recommendation.
Everyone comfortable with that? Okay. And so, so just to recap, you would like board members to submit nominations of people that they feel would be an asset to this stage of the process, and to submit that to you in the form, the Google form, and that I think in regards to Mrs. Neubauer's question about duplicates, not only could board members look at the list, but I think if as you or the project team are going through the list and you notice duplicates, more sooner than later, as soon as that's noticed, maybe contact the board member that submitted that one and let them know that there's a duplicate and if they could come up with some others. But then also I think board members could submit several names that could be considered for alternatives to each of the teams, because at this point where we're being very specific with our date and time, it just might not work for some individuals. So we would want to be able to have others that then we could quickly invite so that we don't, so that as much time can be given to each of the participants as possible to plan. And especially if there's information that will be coming out prior to the meeting for them to review and prepare for.
Great, yeah.
Mr. Wrigley.
I'm thinking as we look for people, I don't know if there's a way in these different areas you could just give a brief statement of the qualities you may be looking for in that person or the scope that they're doing. So, because I think you just don't want me to give 5 random names or whatever to you, but you want people that really will fit into that. So if I know specifically what you'll be addressing and the types of individuals you think need to do, then I could start looking for that individual.
Mhm.
That might be more beneficial than just knowing somebody that does something and throwing them in there.
Okay.
Mrs. Nybauer?
Also, I think it would be helpful to have some material for everyone to review prior to the meeting, defining what it is, how we came to that focus, and then if there's going to be a lot of material at the meeting. I know that was something Clarine's not here today, but that's something she mentioned at the last strategic planning meeting. Is she would have liked to have been able to read through all of that prior. So.
Yeah.
And I think that will help also the parents that are invited, because maybe, just right now when we're talking about that acronym, I think, in LEAs, there's so many acronyms that, there'll be maybe parents that don't feel adequately prepared to have a conversation. And whereas, district employees and others, they're experts in the field and they're very comfortable. And so it might be nice to help the parents feel a little more comfortable and prepared to be able to talk about it too.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, so Shelby, you'll confirm that those dates work for your team.
Yes.
And then we will confirm that they will work for board members, and I will poll the board members to find out which team they're interested in, and then get that information to you as soon as I have it.
Okay.
Okay,
That sounds great. Thank you.
anything else? Thank you. Thank you
for
so
having
much
me.
for
Thank you.
being here.
Of course. See you guys.
Okay, see you. Okay, thank you. That concludes that item, and what a great update. And this is, I don't know about you guys, but it's kind of exciting to be thinking about this upcoming work that's happening. Next item on the study session is Long Range Planning Committee update. I will turn time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. Couple items. One, we got a lot of time. And two, only have one bad joke. Since the weather's changing outside, what do you call an old snowman? Water. Okay, that's I said bad, not bad.
He's struggling because the Raiders handed it to the Broncos Sunday. So
Still,
let's call that out just for what it is.
yeah. 31-7 at the first quarter or something. I don't know. Anyway, hey, thank you, board, for giving us a few minutes. We have, we spent so much the last year and a half focusing on the short term with COVID and keeping our schools open that we haven't spent a great deal of time in our long range planning committees, but we have been meeting a little bit, making sure we try to stay on top of all the issues that do arise. Again, so we didn't meet a couple weeks ago. Just so everyone is aware, it's Holly, Amber, and Mont on the committee. So we went over some of these things, and we have a few more things that we will be looking to go over in the coming months, just so you're aware. Three things we want to just talk about today would be Diamond Ridge transition to the Bellevue building, our October 1 enrollments and trends, and then the Midvale Elementary School boundary update. And then finally, some future topics that we'll be looking at as a committee. One of the things that we've always said is that when the Glacier Hills building is complete, of course, it will combine with Edgemont. Bellevue and Edgemont will combine to form the new Glacier Hills. Apparently, we're having an unveiling of the mascot name this week, but I don't know the name yet. So, but just so you know, Glacier Hills is still on schedule to be completed by next August. Now, we're facing lots of supply chain issues worker shortage issues with our contractor, but we still think we're on schedule to make that happen. And same with Peruvian Park. As you know, we're also building a little youth academy to the east side of that. We've always said that would not be completed until the end of December. You know, if for whatever reason these issues escalate, the supply chain issues, we may have to look back at the bringing when we can move in there. But but right now we are scheduled to be on time getting that building prepared for next August. It's always been our intention, I think we brought this to you a few times, that we would like to convert the Bellevue building into our new Diamond Ridge. You know, the housing over at the CTEC Center is complicated with all the portables out there with the parking. And then trying to house Entrada, our senior youth academy, and Diamond Ridge, along with the tech center, all on one campus, has been problematic and we've talked about this at times over the last 4 or 5 years, and they've all been there. So we'd like to move the Diamond Ridge into the Bellevue building. Entrada would also go, and the youth academy for high school kids would also go as well. So only that would be at the tech center would be CTEC. We'll have to look at bringing this in and retrofitting that building in 2 phases. One is the summer of 2022, this upcoming summer, we'd like to look at the front entrance and making a counseling center, then also converting the restrooms and creating a shower and laundry area for the students. Part of the problem we have in dealing with a short summer, you know, basically our summer is only 10 weeks. So this is actually quite a bit of work. So whether or not we be able to move them over on the first day of school around August 15th, remains to be seen, but that is our intention, is to get them over as soon as possible. Then in the summer of 2023, a year out, we'd like to look at converting, making some science labs. We need those, art classrooms, a FACS classroom, a preschool area. We may even have a phase in summer of 2024 as well. What we've promised the Bellevue school and the Bellevue community is that we won't do any remodeling this year while those, you know, elementary kids are there. So obviously we have to wait till the school's out to do all this information or updates there. You know, this is something we'd like for you to discuss. We'd like the board to approve this move, to make that a formal move. Again, that's our recommendation. I think it's the committee's recommendation that Diamond Ridge moves over and occupies that Bellevue building, what we call the Diamond Ridge building, of course. Then, you know, I would ask for that at the next board meeting, if that's possible. We have selected an architect to do these renovations with us, and would bring that to you as well at the next board meeting, which is November 9th. I'll just stop there, as that's the only slide there. Is there any questions about the board approving that at the next meeting?
And any questions about that, Mr. Wrigley?
So a couple of questions about that. How many students do we expect that building to be able to house?
Good question. Right now, we have roughly 100 at Diamond Ridge. I could see Diamond Ridge, you know, we've talked about getting up to 200 or 300. I think it could hold 400 if we needed it. I don't think we'll ever need to go that high. We want to make sure we meet the needs of our current students. So
we still have students over in Jordan attending in Jordan's
not very many, just a handful. There's a handful
now,
but
so
it's
that may be welcome back.
Very
the
few.
Classrooms are smaller, but I've noticed the Diamond Ridge classrooms are quite small to begin with.
Yeah. We don't think that will be an issue because they're smaller class sizes.
And would they need a gym? We have a gym, but would they need?
That is the issue that when we say the summer of 2024, that's the issue we have there is how do we get in gym space? You know, they have the cafeteria, of course, but that is the big issue there. We're going to try to do, they've suggested pickleball, you know, pickleball is getting to be a big thing right now, of course. And so we'll certainly paint, that's one of the things we'll do this summer is paint pickleball lines out there. But
yeah, they have plenty of space. I mean, as far as the land, there's lots of land to put stuff in if we need to. And I suspect that we put in the parking, so that should be okay. on that
Yeah.
parking area.
If you remember, we did that park, we bought a home over there. We did the parking lot about 3-4 summers ago. So we think we're okay there. If we needed to expand parking, we could expand it out on
The grass.
going north on the grass on the east side of the building. I think we could easily fit more stalls in
And
there.
what's going to be the plan to sort of present this after we do this, or even before, to the community so that we can get community buy-in in White City on this? that they
We have
know
told
that
White
we're-
City, this
Yeah,
was
they're aware of
back,
it.
it's been quite a while. We have told White City that this was going to be our intention of moving this school over there. We're happy to take any direction that you like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, we may want to talk with White City and see how we
Sure,
could
yeah.
introduce that to the community to let them know that we're moving in
Yeah.
a high school, small high school,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, they just, some of the concerns we have heard, it's, obviously kids drive there, a good
Sure.
number of them drive. And so they're worried about the speeding up and down Siegel Lily,
Mm-hmm.
always a concern. We've also heard that they don't want us to sell it. They want us to keep it open space. We've always said that it's not our intention to sell that property. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the other one is this White City has talked a little bit about dealing with UTA. We may want to start discussion with UTA about a bus line
Yeah.
that they could do. I mean, White City has been looking their master plan to have a bus line go up Siegel Lily.
That'd be great from the track stop down by Jordan High up.
Yeah, I mean, since a lot of our students come in there, it's a little bit closer. But so anyway, that might be something to consider as we do is the UTA line.
Thank you. Other questions? Mrs. Schill.
I just wanted to add that when we did have our planning meeting, Dr. Dowdle was there and he said there really is a need for adding more students there. Maybe up to 300 or 400, but we're really not meeting the need right now. So it's important for us to get a bigger space.
We're confined to roughly the 100 we have, and that's been our enrollment at Diamond Ridge for the last 4 or 5 years, is 100 give or take, because that's all we can accommodate there. But yeah, we could double that, triple that. Yeah. And it would probably be a phase in as we remodel the building too. I suspect next year we'll probably still start with close to the 100, but 4 or 5 years we could be in that 300 or so range.
So just a question again on timeline. If there was a delay in the Glacier Hills building, this would all just be
Push back.
delayed, pushed back.
Again, obviously we're going to move Glacier Hills in when it's done. If it's August as we anticipate and as we're scheduled, that's when it will be done, moved in. If it's October, we'll move them in October there, obviously. So move them out of the Bellevue. Kids will still have to stay at Bellevue, and the Edgemont students will still have to stay down there at the Crescent View building. Yeah. But like I say, we got a good jump on Glacier Hills by moving those students out about 2 months earlier last spring. So that helps. That has helped immensely because we were able to knock down the building. It's always easier to build on a clean site that we have. So that's not the issue. The issue is just the supply chain of materials. Yeah. Moving on to, and we'll of course keep the board updated as we get into the winter and the spring on both Peruvian Park and Glacier Hills. Moving into our October 1 counts, we do enrollment counts on a regular basis, monthly basis, if not, and sometimes even multi times a month each year. But we always focus on one, that's the October 1 count, because that's how our funding is based. So it's based on average daily membership of the prior year plus any new growth from October 1 to October 1 of each year. So that's why October 1 is always the point in time that I always like to look at each year. So the bad news that we have is we're down about 230 students from last year. And so since the last 2 years, from 2 years ago, we're down pushing 1,000 students, which is, concerning, very concerning to me, as the trying to balance the budget. That's a huge thing, is that we're based off funding or for WPUs and our students. And you can see the counts on for each school type. Elementary's down the biggest, then middle schools up a little bit in high schools, and our non-traditional, that'd be Diamond Ridge and Jordan Valley, and then Trotter are the main ones there. You can see us basically the same. On board docs, you can see a 5-year history, including this year, of trends at each school based on the October 1 counts. So that's on board docs there, and you can see where we've come and where we've gone. Again, 2 years ago, we were 34,200. So again, close to that 1,000 down. Very concerning. We thought we'd have a little bit of a bounce back here this year. I also like to dig in the numbers. I also like to dig in the numbers from one year to the next and see grades. I always pay attention to kindergarten is a big one. Again, we're down last year to this year, about 37 kindergartners. And then you can also see first graders as well. Some of the other ones very close. And also 12th graders were down. So I'm always concerned of seeing what is the trend there, what is the situation with these. I also liked, again, this is on board docs, I also like to look at grades last year to this year. So last year's kindergartners would be this year's first graders, and then going across. So we did pick up, 130 students. So I'm thinking some parents keep their kindergarten home last year, first grade this year, right? And so those numbers are pretty well across the board. One of the things that's always happened in our district is that grade 8 last year to grade 9 this year, that is the charter schools, usually in the Draper area, whose kids go K-8 charter schools, but then go to Corner Canyon for high school, okay? So that's typically that around that 200 is usually what we see every year with that. But then a big one that I'm always concerned about is, our 10th and 11th graders last year, 11th and 12th graders this year. Why that number's down? That's concerning. And of course, that impacts our graduation rate right there. So we obviously trying to figure out how these all work in. Here's just an overview. Canyons Online course starting. It's its own school this year. We had 392 students, 259 in elementary, K through 5, 133 in 6th, 7th, and 8th. On board docs, we show the boundary school for each one of these. So it was every school, in every school boundary, we had some, in all 29 elementaries, we had some online, at least 4, at least 2. And I think that was only one school. Most of them were more than 5. I think average would be around 7. And then same with the middle schools, we showed where those 133 our students are coming from. Now, keep in mind, they may not always go to their boundary school. They may permit to another school, but that is something that we always look at there. Again, the biggest number there, the outlier I saw was we had 37 in the middle boundary who are going online. The others fairly consistent across. Elementary schools with the large increase, we had Mid-Valley. We always like to see that the new building and the new DLI program, Spanish there, right? That has really helped out there. So they're up 59 students. Copperview had a nice little bump. Again, some of that development out there by where the Ford dealership used to be, probably contributing to that. Then Oakdale, a nice bump as well. Some of those with the large decreases, again, most of our elementaries had large decreases. Oak Hollow, that's where my boy goes. I told him I'm making sure he takes a shower every day, but we're still down 87 students there. And then you can see down 57 at Sandy, 55 at Peruvian Park. That may have something to do with, Peruvian being in the Crescent View building this year. Oak Hollow had the most elementary kids online, 19, but still be down quite a bit. So all 8 middle schools had decreases. Jordan led the way by 74, then Draper Park. Of course, some offset by the Canyons Online enrollment for those, but they were still down overall. Hillcrest and Bright had a nice bumps there. I think we're picking up some kids in other districts permitting in those two areas. So again, not having the buildings getting finished up also helped. But we dropped there in Jordan. We've just continually dropped the last couple of years, and same had a little drop there at Alta as well. One of the things I always look at is our birth rate. Here it's from 2007 to 2019, the last information we have. You can kind of see from the 2007 on down a slight decrease. I like to look at basically that 2014 line. And you can just see a slight decrease down in most of our 6 zip codes there. It's not dramatic in any one area, but if you take out 20, 30, 40 births in each one, that starts to add up. And again, the students who were born in 2014, 2015 would be our incoming kindergartners, first graders, right? So those are concerns. And now we know the state's birth rate has gone down, and it's below replacement level right now. The nation's rate is down. So that's always concerning. We'll have to see the impact of COVID. Again, this is only through 19. We have heard that the 20 and 21 is down, but expected to come back in 22. So we'll see. But those are numbers that we track. Any questions on enrollments there? Move to the last
Questions, anyone?
topic.
I had a thought. So 259 students, elementary students for K-5. Do we know which school areas they reside?
Yeah, on board docs, there's a sheet.
Okay.
If you look there, that is on board docs, right? Okay. So it's the third page. You can see where they reside. Again, Oak Hollow had the most at 19, Ridgecrest had 17, and then Sprucewood with 15. But overall, it was in that 7 to 8, most of them in that 7 to 8 range. So nothing, I didn't see it really a big anomaly.
So kind of spread throughout the
Yeah,
district,
and as I
the
said,
interest. in that.
all 29 had at least 2, but that was only one school that had 2. Everybody else had 4 or more. So again, in that 7 to 8 range for each school.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
Are we still looking in as an administration to try to figure out what may be the trends? I mean, I'm wondering if part of this group left because they went into online.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if part of the group left because they went into homeschool.
Yeah, we're going to look at, I've asked Floyd to pull our homeschool affidavits to compare from one year to the next. Not everybody files an affidavit with us, right? So that is one. We also look at make sure our charter schools, we haven't got their data yet for this October 1 count. Most of those were down last year too. So we'll look and compare that as well. I still think it's going back to this birth rate. I think that's the biggest contributor right there.
Well, I think the problem has been is most of the homes in this area are getting priced out
Yeah. And
for young families
Yeah.
to move into at the cost of the homes.
Yeah,
And so I
that's-
think you're seeing people that are more seasoned staying.
Yeah.
And people that have higher incomes moving in, and they may have older kids.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Which is a real
Yeah,
going to be
yeah.
sort of an interesting dilemma in the future.
Is average price home in 2021 was 500,000, just under 500,000. And many areas above that in the district. So that prices out a lot of people, and that makes it difficult. Yeah.
And I think we'll get a lot of people from California moving in, and they tend to have a lower birth rate in some cases.
Some cases, yes.
So are the other districts sort of having the same issue? You talked to-
Again, I
of
haven't
course,
got
some
other
have
districts.
growth because the
Some are having, I
valley.
know Alpine said, Alpine's the only one I've talked to, and they said they were way up. They were actually down last year, but they were way up this year. Again, they
Utah
have a lot of
counties has a
growth
lot of
out in Eagle
in-migration
Mountain,
right now.
Saratoga,
They're
on
going
that
nuts
west
and stuff
side
like
of Utah Lake, a lot of growth out there. So they got 3,000 housing permits opened right now, where we have probably less than 100 in our
Great.
district yet.
that. Thank you.
Holly.
I think that youth wave has a large part of this prediction. I also wonder too, with our home values, if some of those folks too are opting to do private schools because they may fall more into that category where that's an option, whereas other,
Yeah.
so that might be something too.
Yeah. We do have
So,
two of the largest private schools in our boundaries here.
Yeah.
We'll move on. If there's any other questions to the last topic I had was the elementary boundary update. One of the things that we wanted to do is we postponed this for a year, and we're postponed this, bringing this to you till now, and then taking it out to the community. Is a couple of reasons. One, we have a new principal at Copperview and another new one at Mid Valley, and we wanted them to get familiar with their new schools and their communities, right? And we also have a new director of student advocacy, Wendy Dow, and so we wanted her to get familiar with her position and the communities and the students that her department highly serves. So we waited till now to bring these proposals to you. Also, one of the things that has precipitated any boundary adjustments in the Midvale area was Jordan Bluffs. It's just developed slower than anticipated. Right now, we have about 65 K-5 students there. Only, a year ago, we were around 40, 45. So just not growing as fast. And if you saw on our enrollments, Midvale is actually one of those schools that's down quite a bit in enrollment. But this is our plan moving forward. We'd like to look at holding some SECs and community meetings in the next couple of months. They would start in November to January. Again, we're going to bring in the principals next week and go over a couple options with them, and then take it out to the SCCs and the PTAs, and then just some community meetings at large, November through January. We feel like COVID's kind of getting to the point where we can hold these safer that way. We may look at some virtual ones if needed. Would any proposals, I say any possible because there is a chance we may not have any proposals, we bring back to the board in February to April timeframe for you to have a public hearing, which is required, and then before you can adopt anything. And then any change that would take place would be in the 23-24 school year. Nothing would change for next school year because we feel like all our buildings have ample capacity. Again, the 4 schools in Midvale, that'd be East Midvale, Midvale, Copperview, and Mid Valley. Again, as we look at this moving forward, our focus will always be on the students and their families and how to best make sure we support and serve them. A couple of things that we'd like to look at, though, is try to maintain and improve Midvale's status. They're out of turnaround. We need to keep them that way. And we know Copperview's in focus. We can't have them go down. We need them to go up. So we're concerned about that. We got to make sure that's a key thing moving forward. We'd also we need to keep Copperview's enrollment basically at its current levels or even down a little bit based on just the building capacity there. It's just not going to be able to hold. Again, we're around 425 students. They're not going to be able to hold too many more than that. So we'll need to keep that at that level. We would like to increase Mid Valleys. We talked about that, them being up 87 students, but we know they can go up to over 700 with the new building and the new program, and we'd like to fill that building more. We'd also like to look at keeping Jordan Bluffs in one community school. Last year, we brought forth a couple of proposals where we looked at splitting the Bluffs. And we didn't like, as we got looking, we didn't like that. We heard some feedback that was not real popular. So we have decided not to really pursue those and consider those any longer. They just don't seem to be viable moving forward. And then we also like to look at balancing options in the Northwest area between East Midvale and Midvale if we could. There may not be an opportunity to do that. So right now we have 3 options out there. We had mentioned option 1 and 2. But I'll just briefly update you with these and when we take these to the community. Option 1 and part 1 and 2 are the same in all 3 options. Nothing changes there. So we call this one of this would be, again, focusing on Copperview and Mid Valley. We'll take this little cone shape here on the east side of State Street and move that into the Mid Valley boundaries. Again, just so you're aware of these maps, the orange lines are the current boundaries, and then with the colors are the proposed. So right there, we'd look at taking that cone out, moving that into Mid Valley. And then we like that idea. One of the reasons we really like that is because State Street is the boundary between Midvale, Middle, and Union. So it just draws a natural, line there. Most of these students, there's about 140 elementary students there, do not actually attend Copperview. Only about 40 do. Most of them go to either Sandy or East Sandy. About 10 of them go over to Mid Valley right now. So really don't, I don't know how many would get to Mid Valley, but it shouldn't impact it, take Copperview down somewhat. Then the other thing that is the same is item 2. And these are the avenues here in Midvale. Okay, you're familiar with that. Again, this would be Main Street right here in Midvale, this orange line. We'd like this one because kids can just come down to these sidewalks, again, under the freeway, which is all sidewalked, and then walk right into the Midvale elementary school, which is right there. Of course, the middle school is right there as well. So when they're in middle school, they walk, and we feel like this just makes sense looking at that option as well. Then there's 2 other options in this, 2 other items in this one we would consider. And that would be number 3. It would take this section here, which is in Midvale, and we'd move those over to East Midvale. And we'd offset that with this section right here and move that, which is in East Midvale, move that down into Midvale. We don't know about those. We want to get some community feedback and principal feedback about those 2 right there. But that's our option 3. Here's our option 4. Please ignore that. It says 4A, but it's option 4. Again, items 1 and 2 still remain the same, this little cone shape here in the avenues. Again, we look at just keeping this area in Midvale, which it is right now, but also move this area over from East Midvale into Midvale. I'm not sure about that one because I think that may get Midvale a little too crowded. So I'm a little hesitant on that one right now. But that still may be an option that we could look at. And keep in mind, there could be other little offshoots of these options come about as we move forward from the community. The last one was option 5. Again, that should be 5, not 4B. But again, and that's just the 2 things. That's just the Copperview cone area here, moving that to Mid Valley and taking the avenues into Midvale. Everything else remains the same with between East Midvale and Midvale. And so I guess there's always an option 6, and that is we could just hold and do nothing. But as a committee, we kind of think that these 2 may be worth really pursuing long term. We think that's better to get more students into Mid Valley and make it easier for these students in the avenues to attend Midvale. Again, we'll get more input on that as we bring that back. But that's the options that we have right now. Is there any questions?
Questions, board? Mr. Wrigley?
Busing on which option, I guess, would be cost effective with busing and stuff.
So
some of them from
not
going all the way and down could be extreme. We'd have to bus, wouldn't we, or not?
So this one here, just if you look here, these students, we have to bus across State Street anyway. There's just no safe walk there. We would actually still have to bus these over to Mid Valley. The reason being they actually have to walk all the way up here. There's no direct route over here to Mid Valley. They actually have to walk clear up here and over and then down. So we're still busing them either way. This group of students right here. These group of students would probably walk, it's sidewalk and safe walking route. They're bused up to Midvale, East Midvale. So there could be a little savings there. And then we would look at, these areas. If we went with option 3, we'd have to, obviously we'd have to bus these students. We'd have to look at that too, but it's probably would equal because we're doing some busing anyway, but yeah, that will weigh into it. Yeah.
Mrs. Shield?
So are you going to take all of these options out to the communities and then get feedback, and then you'll bring that back to us?
But just these 3 right now, the option 1 and 2 that we had, we don't think we'll take those out. They
Okay.
weren't real popular.
Okay. So
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
these 3.
These
that you're
3,
showing.
but we want to emphasize there could be something generated once we take it out.
Okay, great.
Any other questions or comments on this part of the report?
Just so you know, Mont and I actually met with a month ago, we met with the Mid-Valley SEC and they seem to be supportive of this. Again, we just talked their school and they, that's cone shape is and their moves to their school in all three areas. They seem to be supportive of that when we addressed that to them a month ago. So. And then just some future things that we'd like to consider. We have done an FCI, facilities condition index for all the buildings. We'd like to review that with the committee. We also want to perform a structural study of all our older buildings. The last one we did was in 2011. So we would just want to go back and look at these buildings and just reassess their structure, the structure on them. Now, we won't be doing the new ones, so we won't be doing it the Brighton or the Hillcrest or Mid-Valley or even Draper Park or even some of these that we've done in the last 10 years because we know they're fine. But these older ones, we'd like to look at that. So we plan on bringing that purchasing bid to you as the board in either in one of the November meetings, either the 9th or the 30th when we have it completed. We're also looking at long-term improvements for transportation. We know we're almost sure that's going to be the lowest rated building once we figure out our FCI. That is our oldest building. And also Eastmont. We have done some things there and have a few things planned. We talked a little bit about Crescent View over the years on what that building could be used for. The West Draper Elementary School is, again, the last project on our 2017 bond. We still need to talk about a possible timeline. The present development and student impact there. Again, a big article in the newspaper over the weekend on that. Again, it still sounds like they're ready to move the prison this summer. We'll have to wait and see. We don't know what their timeline is on construction with the new prison. And also some CTEC issues, improvements we'd like to see there. And then any other boundaries that are out there. We think there's a few little things we'd like to look at, maybe cleaning up in some areas as well. We haven't discussed anything at length, but we'd be open to. So any board members have questions, or they could either bring it to us or bring it to someone on the committee. So any questions?
Any questions? Mrs. Oaks?
I know in the climate today that this is probably falls at the bottom of the priority list, but I have had people recently in my area ask about if long range planning could take a look at sports facilities for the two high schools that don't have indoor turf, and specifically at Corner Canyon, and they have a number of people who have offered to pay for bubble to put over the tennis court so that their team and actually other teams within the district could utilize those facilities. So I don't know everything that entails, and I know you have a lot that the committee looks at, but I'm wondering if we could add that to the list.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
Other thoughts, Mrs. Nybauer?
This is something we can talk about more in the committee work as well. But in my school visit to Corner Canyon, I had one of the principals pull me over that we have some issues with our fields. And I don't know how aware you are of this, but the girls' soccer field with retention of water not draining properly. That's
been an issue for some time.
Yeah.
Trying to work on that.
Yeah.
I'll have to see where we're at with that.
Yeah. I took a little tour, and I know we had a visiting team that refused to play on the field, AF. And so then they relocated to Draper Park Field, but just something that we probably need to discuss as far as improvements in draining of water.
And along those lines, we do have a process for small capital projects, which will probably be coming. You'll be putting those suggestions and ideas together in the next few months.
Yeah, we'll look at bringing that to one of the November meetings, either maybe the 30th, but yeah.
Okay.
We do have a tentative list that we're working towards right now.
Great. Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, since we have extra time, 2 weekends ago, I was in Washington, Vancouver, Washington, and we went and toured this really cool high school, and it's called Henrietta Lacks Health and Bioscience High School. It's like a specialty high school where they just have 5 programs of study, and it's like nursing and patient care, pharmacy, public health, biotechnology, biomedical engineering. Anyway, I just thought it was super cool. It's a small, just like 600 students. Anyway, it's just an idea for the Crescent Building. I mean, I know we have lots of ideas, but when I went to tour it, I was like, wow, this is really cool. And they're the only high school like that in their state. Anyway, and it's just a cool idea. I thought I'd throw it out there since we have time. But I went and toured it, and it's amazing. They have, anyway, they have lots of cool stuff for the kids, hands-on stuff. So.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
Speaking of which, and I don't know if this is a question for Leanne or the superintendent, but when we've had conversations about what's going to happen with the prison site in the future and what that means for, do we do an early college, high school? Do we, what are we going to do with CTEC? All of those things. I'm curious. And we've talked about the fact that would dovetail into strategic planning. We just had Shelby here, and I feel badly that she's not here to answer to this, but I'm wondering where we can fit that discussion in to our committee meetings and discussions. I feel like some of that will be less likely to be well addressed by parents who might not know what some of the resources we have or challenges we have in specific areas. But I want to make sure that we don't lose out on that opportunity to have those conversations.
Yeah, just to speak to that partially, Amanda. So a couple of things that are on my mind. One is that our ESSER funds expire in 2024. So you can see with this influx of federal money and then that expiring and our enrollment count where it is, strategically thinking about the future and how we attract students into the district, to me, that all enters into that conversation, right? So whether that ends up being a comprehensive elementary or a K-8 magnet or a early college pathway, STEM, I hope at some point we, going back to Amber's point, visiting something like that or Loudoun County Academy. I mean, there are facilities out there that build off of this. And you saw in the feedback, the early college pathways was also part of that, those priorities. So yes, and yes, I would definitely see this fitting into strategic planning this spring. And I also think part of that would be just thinking design wise, how we might go about marketing our schools and thinking about how we attract students from outside the district into Canyons. I would put our programs and facilities up against any private or public. I frankly don't think we do a very good job of getting that out there to recruit because it's kind of taboo, but it's becoming more and more competitive, for students. So I think thinking outside the box and how we might, design that approach as the strategic vision unfolds. So, and I think that's inclusive with our comprehensive high schools and CTEC as well, thinking about the future and what that offers our students. So all the above.
Yeah, and I see that fitting into the planning team about access to post-secondary pathways is where I see it fitting. Other thoughts or questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of a break now. So we'll excuse the board and we will reconvene. Please be here and ready to begin right at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is October 19th, 2021, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South 300 East in Sandy, Utah. We are grateful that so many of you have joined us this evening, and we thank you for your engagement. And just by way of announcement, there are a couple of overflow rooms, so please find one of our the district administrators that can help direct you to where the overflow rooms are. Okay, the first item on our agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight, October 19th, 2021. I will ask for a motion to do that.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Lone Peak Elementary Principal Tracy Stacy. And then Principal Stacy will share school highlights of Lone Peak Elementary.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Community members, members of the district, and members of the board, I'm honored to be able to speak about Lone Peak Elementary tonight and highlight some of the great happenings at our school. Sorry, one of the items I'm most proud about at Lone Peak Elementary is our ability as a staff to problem solve to meet the needs of students. This has helped create some very unique solutions which benefit all students. This year, when faced with an aid shortage, we sat as a building leadership team looking at data and trying to determine how to support all students with their learning needs without 4 of our instructional aides. During the meeting, there were many discussions and what if we try questions. Finally, we were able to place aids where we most needed them. And Cassie Walker, our BTSA visual arts teacher, threw out the idea of using some of our booster teachers to support where they could. This resulted in some pretty amazing interventions and extensions for our students. Some examples of these are in 5th grade, our drama instructional technician is working with students needing a reading extension. These students are rewriting a portion of the Odyssey involving the Cyclops to create a play set at our school in modern times. In 2nd grade, students are learning about interpreting word problems in math. In an art extension, they are creating game boards and pieces to solve math problems. And as a follow-up in drama, the students are creating advertisements to justify why their game represents that word problem, and then they're asked to solve the word problem. These are only a few examples of teamwork and creativity to solve a problem for the benefit of our students. It's due to the hard work, collaboration, and school-wide support of each other that my staff is able to do such an amazing job. I could provide endless examples of their collective work. It's happening in every grade level, in every pod, in every PLC. It's critical for us to remember that every day our educators are putting forth efforts such as these for students. Thank you for allowing me these few moments to honor our incredible staff at Lone Peak Elementary School.
Thank you. And please,
You are now unmuted.
okay, now I'll talk. Please extend our appreciation to your staff. That's amazing. And we just know how very dedicated they are, and we appreciate it. So please let them know. Thank you. Okay, next we will turn time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department for recognitions.
President Tingy, thank you for this time to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in the Canyon School District. For our recognitions tonight, we are honoring rock star coaches and science teachers and a nationally ranked tennis ace who goes to Brighton High School. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the Board of Education and the superintendent. Our first honoree tonight is Hardy Owen from Brighton High School. He's the tennis ace that we talked about. Last year, Brighton's tennis ace, Hardy, carried on a family tradition by winning the 5A First Singles Boys Tennis Championship in dominating fashion. Now, his encore performance has been even more impressive. He recently earned victories in both singles and doubles at a United States Tennis Association national tournament in Oahu, Hawaii. Now, simply competing in this tournament is an honor. Draws are limited to just 32 players, many of whom are in college or pro tour bound. Now, rare is it that a player from Utah and the Intermountain region is selected to play, let alone win. Now, it's his perseverance and hard work that's credited through injuries and canceled tournaments because of COVID-19, but he has skyrocketed up the rankings in the USTA as far as number 3 in the nation for all players 18 and under. But now he's ranked number 26 in the country in his age group. And he is considered a 5-star recruit with offers from BYU, the University of Utah, and the University of Las Vegas. So congratulations to Hardy Owen, who won a national tournament in the USTA. And we're crossing our fingers that he'll bring home another state title for Brighton High School and Canyon School District. So congratulations to Hardy. The next honoree is the Utah High School Activities Association's Coach of the Year for Boys Lacrosse, Aaron Ika from Corner Canyon High School. Now, the Charger coach has been selected as the top coach for the boys lacrosse teams. Now, the Charger team won its first ever trophy for boys lacrosse, but it was also the first season in Utah where they played from the beginning into the end of the season. The first season of lacrosse was cut short because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We were pleased to report that both Alta and Corner Canyon brought home state trophies in that first year of lacrosse in Utah prep sports. Now, the Corner Canyon team has skyrocketed in popularity and skill. The boys lacrosse team not only won the first ever state title, but also was nationally ranked at the end of the year. Last year in the title game, the Chargers won 20-13 over Park City. Now, Aaron's name has now been submitted to the National Federation of State High School Associations for possible further honors at the sectional and national level. So congratulations to Aaron. He is the High School Activities Association Coach of the Year for boys lacrosse. Our next honorees also are from Corner Canyon High School. They have blinded the Chargers with science. The Utah Science Teacher Association's 2021 High School Science Department of the Year is from Corner Canyon High School. Now, this award will be presented to the teachers at the association's conference on October 25th in Provo. We applaud the hard work and dedication of Joshua Cram, Vanessa Fravel, RJ Green, Garrett Hone, Jonathan Kraus, Chris Macprang, Taylor Ouimet, George Peckman, Steve Reed, and Devin Shields, and the Corner Canyon High administration. So congratulations to the science teachers at Corner Canyon High School. They make up the Department of the Year from the Utah Science Teacher Associations. And our next honoree is Brighton High's girls lacrosse coach, Melissa Nash. She was named as the favorite coach of the year. Now, this was a Pro Look sports contest. It was a popularity contest, but her popularity scored the Bengal girls lacrosse team $25,000 in product from Pro Look Sports, plus $1,000 cash. After the nationwide vote was tallied on October 6th, which was National Coaches Day, Coach Nash walked away as the big winner. She was nominated by the public for the honor, and the voting was open from October 1st to October 5th. So congratulations to Coach Nash and the Bengals for winning that Pro Look sports competition. We can't wait to see what they get from Pro Look. I'm sure it'll spruce up all of their team look for the upcoming season. Also, best of luck to Alta High School on Friday in the first round of the 5A football playoffs. The Hawks play Uinta. Brighton High School, the region champs, will play Orem in the first round. And Corner Canyon High, ranked number 1 in 6A, won't play until next week, having earned a bye in the first round. And also, good luck to our cross-country athletes who have earned a spot to race for state honors. The state cross-country meet is on October 27th. And October 28th, the Canyons Education Foundation will have a fun bus that crisscrosses the district to deliver big checks to teachers who have earned foundation innovation grants. These grants pay for fun, inventive, innovative projects that can't be covered by state or federal dollars. They will be covered by all of the donations that have been given to the foundation by our community supporters. Also, this Thursday, we're unveiling the name of the Yeti, the mascot of the new Glacier Hills Elementary School. All the students have voted on a name, and we're ready to let the community know at a celebration at 5 o'clock at Bellevue on Thursday. Now, if you can't make it to the school where we will have the announcement, please watch all of our social media pages and our website where we will unveil the name of the Glacier Hills Yeti. President Tingy, thank you so much for this time to celebrate the achievements of the Canyons District community, and return the time back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Haney. We enjoy hearing about all the successes and the things to celebrate that our students and teachers and employees are doing, because we know they all work hard and good things are happening every day throughout the district. So thank you. Okay, we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. While not required by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Please be aware that patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting or emailed to the Office of Public Communications at communications@canyonsdistrict.org by noon of the day following the board meeting. And the board secretary is over here at this desk. Thank you, Cindy. Time allotted for public comment is at the discretion of the board president. This evening, we have many patrons that have signed up to address the board. So each individual will be given 1 minute, and those representing a group will be given 2 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a patron wants to comment on personnel issues, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations. And because our time is, everyone's time is valuable here, I will read 3 or 4 names in a row, and I recognize that some of these patrons that have signed up may be in one of the overflow spaces. So I will, like I said, I will read several names ahead. And if you hear your name called out, please make your way to the back of the boardroom. We'll begin with Stacy Peterson, and then Rochelle Griffin is on the telephone line, and then Jessica Smith, and then Jessica Strong. And please accept my apology if I mispronounce your name, and please correct it for the record when it's your turn. Thank you. Ms. Peterson.
Thank you. I've been coming to the last several board meetings, pleading with you to involve the parents in deciding your curriculum. And when LeVar Christensen came last time and went to the code, I thought, yeah, let's look at the code. I'm a lawyer. Let's go look at what the code says. And so when I went looking, Utah State Code 53E, you guys probably know this, but it was an education for me. Utah State Code Section 53E 2201 sub 1 sub C says parents have the primary responsibility for the education of their children. And they elect representatives in the legislature on state and local school boards to administer the state public education system. Subsection 2 of that same section says, in the implementation of all policies, programs, and responsibilities adopted in accordance with this code, the legislature, state board, local school boards, and charter school boards shall respect, protect, and further the interests of parents in their children's public education, promote and encourage full and active participation and involvement of parents of all public schools. So it feels to me like we should be working together to decide what curriculum is taught. We want to work with you. We want to be a part of what we're talking about with this, especially when we're talking about social things and emotional things. It's the essence of our children. We should have the first look and the last word when it comes to this curriculum. Please involve us in these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please, we ask for no applause so we can get through this. Rochelle Griffin is with us on the telephone line, and then Jessica Smith, Jessica Strong, and then Jessica Ballard.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for everything you guys do. I wanted to be a voice in favor of the second step curriculum in the elementary school. I understand the concerns that have been voiced about second step on the secondary level, and I agree with those concerns, absolutely. And I'm happy to see the district taking action according to those concerns. But based on my understanding of the second step curriculum for elementary age students, I find it entirely appropriate for continued use in our elementary schools. Our elementary school kids really, really need SEL education, and every elementary school teacher and administrator that I've spoken with thinks second step is a great curriculum for our elementary aged kids. And while I'm totally in favor of getting rid of it at the secondary level, I'm asking that you consider at least having second step go through the elementary schools in order to not waste our money, our time, and the training into the SEL curriculum in elementary schools. At the very least, hopefully we can see that the remainder of it is taught through this year. I just would hate to see a lapse in the SEL education. Every year is so important for these elementary school kids.
Ms. Griffin,
get some SEL education.
Yes.
Thank
you. Your time is up. Thank you. Okay, Jessica Smith. Thank you. Jessica Smith, Jessica Strong, Jessica Ballard, and then Krista Pippin.
According to Utah Code Title 53E, Parents are a child's first teachers and are responsible for the education of their children. The selection of education programs in the state of Utah was never intended to be done without the informed consent of the parents. We as parents have trusted our elected school board representatives and the hired staff of the school boards to thoroughly review these programs before they are purchased. This trust seems to have been misplaced. It seems evident that either no review was done or that the reviewers do not have the same values of the parents in the school district. In either case, a solution is required. What we need from you tonight is the clear commitment that you will establish a quality review process that includes parents from the beginning. While we need the advice, experience, and expertise of our great teachers, these decisions must be the result of parents' evaluations. I do not want second step. Anyone else who agrees with me, please stand. And let's not forget the overflow rooms as well. We do not want second step. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Cindy, did you have? Okay, thank you. Okay, Jessica Strong, Jessica Ballard, Krista Pippin, and Aaron Longacre.
Hello, thank you very much for your time today. My name is Jessica Strong. I'm a parent in the Canyon School District. I also have a background in public health and have worked for the last 5 years in suicide prevention and mental health for youth. I strongly support SEL education. Our kids need it. Our teachers need it. We are going through an unprecedented pandemic that has brought stress and anxiety to the lives of our children and our staff and our teachers, and they need support. They need resources. Local data shows that mental distress is up among all ages, and now is the time that we need to teach coping skills and resiliency skills to our kids in school and at home. Parents and schools partner together to teach our youth. And Second Step is an important program, and SEL is an important curriculum to do this for our kids. The district has already paid as much as $300,000 for the Second Step. And I fear that creating a new program will not only be costly, it will be time intensive and not be evidence-based. Second Step is an evidence-based program that has proven outcomes that shows 42% less aggression in middle schools, 23% reduction in bullying, and has shown a reduction in conduct problems, emotional distress, and drug use for students who have participated in this program.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jessica Ballard, and then Krista Pippin, who is representing a group. Aaron Longacre, also representing a group. And then Chandra Brown, representing a group.
Hi, I'm here to talk about Second Step as well. I can understand why parents and teachers would want to keep it. I've spent many hours volunteering in school classrooms and have seen the challenges teachers and students face. I know what it's like to have a child struggling in school. I know what it's like to have a child on behavior contracts and IEPs. I know what it's like to get a phone call in the middle of the day from the office to pick up my child because of something they did at school. I get there are aspects to the Second Step curriculum that may benefit children. I can see why some people might want to keep it. But parent doesn't want their child to learn empathy, kindness, and goal setting and to manage their emotions. Parents should already be teaching these qualities to their children anyway. My issue is that this program comes from an activist organization masquerading as educators. I agree with all the arguments you've already heard about against Second Steps these past few weeks. There's a lot of bad stuff in there. And even if you scrub everything negative from the sexually explicit content, the love is respect links, the divisive ideologies, all of those things, even if you remove all the objectionable content, this is still a program that is run by activists and not educators. Please remove that. Thank you.
Thank you. Krista Pippin, Aaron Longacre, Chandra Brown, and then Jessica Anderson.
Thank you for giving us time to address you this evening. I'm Krista Pippin, CEA, Canyons Education Association President. And then with me tonight, I have three of our members of our executive board, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Julie Bean, Mallory Record, and Kathy Smith. We are representing licensed educators in the district, and we recently surveyed our members about SEL and the Second Step program. We want to ensure that teacher voices are being heard in this conversation, so we want to share with you our survey results. To start with, 54% of the respondents were elementary teachers, 19% were middle school teachers, and 27% were high school teachers. 53% of those have taught second step, one or more years. 47%, most of them from the secondary system, have been introduced to or were trained to implement it this year. 79% of our elementary teachers responding felt it was very important to have an SEL program at their school. 17% felt it was somewhat important, and only 4% indicated that it was not important. Also of interest at the secondary level, 85% of our responding members also indicated the need to have SEL taught at their school. Because elementary teachers had an earlier implementation of the second step program, we asked them some additional questions. 70% of our responding elementary teachers stated that second step has been highly effective. 8% stated it was not effective, and the other 22% had not implemented it in their classrooms. When asked if the second step program should be continued at the elementary level, 75% of our teachers responded yes. As you can see, our survey results are very positive. So as the CEA Executive Board, we are advocating that the board and the district reinstate second step as the SEL program at the elementary level.
Thank you. Erin Longacre, representing a group, Chandra Brown, representing a group, and Jessica Anderson, also representing a group.
Thank you. Thank you. This is from the second step first grade social emotional learning lesson. This time we have a new rule. You're going to ignore the shape drawn on the card and only pay attention to its color. The color is what move you make. Blue means circle, red means triangle, and green means square. Then the teacher asks, so what skills did you use to ignore the shape on the card and only pay attention to the color? A student answers, don't talk. And I also did not listen, and I turned my head off because it wasn't cooperating, so I had to not listen. Another student says, pretend the shape is not there. So what skills are these students learning through this exercise? First objective of this lesson is to get the students to ignore what they really see, reality, and let the teacher's instruction, human interaction guide them. Anyone who is versed in the tenets of critical race theory, Marxist, and gender theory could recognize that they are introducing students to a concept of social constructionism. This is the idea that everything exists not as a part of objective reality, but because humans agree that it exists. For Marxists, it's class. For gender theorists, it's gender. And for critical race theorists, it's race. Critical race theorists assert that race is a social construct used to exploit people of color. Proponents of the theory teach that all white people, because they exist and thrive within the racist institution or structural framework, naturally are racist towards people of color because of a thing called implicit bias. This is the second concept that the second step lays the framework for its lessons by teaching the students to counteract their own internal beliefs and associations. What was discovered in the second step middle school curriculum is not isolated to just 6th and 7th grade. Our own superintendent said it best when he stated in front of all of you, curriculum is built principle upon principle. If there is even one question of credibility or trust that is corroded because of what has been presented to me, then for me, that's enough. When will it be enough for you? There's a survey going around of 650 parents that if you do not stop second step, they will be opting out their kids.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Jessica Anderson, and then Chad Anderson, and then Emily Ord, and all of those have indicated they're representing groups.
So I'm Chandra Brown. I'm on the school committee community council at Draper Park Middle School. 2020 has brought uncertainty and isolation for everyone, especially our children. I understand the need now more than ever to support our children and their teachers. However, Second Step is not the way to do that. Castle, through Second Step, has a vision for our children, and this vision is comprehensive and cohesive. They want it taught in kindergarten through 8th grade and then up through 12th grade through through School Connect. The end goal is to have it taught in every class by every teacher and in every academia lesson. It's not just in social emotional learning. They want it woven into their academics. So what do they want embedded into our children's education? Castle says, quote, SEL has the potential to help mitigate racial and class oppression in the US and globally. And the way they teach that is through identity over character and merit, using victimhood and omission of family support. They also do it through what she just explained was the subjective truth over objective truth. Some people will see some of these lessons and say, maybe that's just an oversight. They left out the parents for support. Or, that lesson, that's not that bad. But what I found is it's a pattern, and it starts in elementary school. It looks benign until you see the entire pattern. So what we see as beneficial, Castle said, quote, we have seen schools and districts implement SEL as a behavior and self-management strategy over the areas that we deem to be relevant. They see this as misinformed and unfortunate. So what we see as beneficial self-management tools such as conflict resolution and setting goals are not the main focus of Castle. There are divisive patterns woven throughout all of second step curriculum, starting in elementary school. The elementary school is preparing them to receive these divisive ideologies more explicitly later on. I am a parent and I do not want second step any part of my kids' curriculum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jessica Anderson, then Chad Anderson. And then Emily Ord, and then Melissa Inoue. And again, I apologize for if I mispronounce names, and please correct me when it's your turn. All right, Jessica Anderson.
Thank you. The current Secretary of the United States Department of Education was asked if he thought parents were the primary stakeholders in education. Secretary Cardona would not agree that the parents were the primary stakeholders, but would only concede that parents were, quote, important stakeholders. I am here to ask that the Canyon School District Board of Education send an official letter to Secretary Cardona informing him that this school board disagrees with him and supports as our guiding principle that parents are the child's first teachers and that parents are responsible for the education of their children. Please inform Secretary Cardona that this school board is fully committed to include parents in establishing and implementing educational goals and participating in decision-making at the school site. Although the state of Connecticut, where he previously served, may not be committed to their parents as the primary stakeholder in education, the citizens of the state of Utah have declared in Utah state law through their elected representatives that the parent participation is not only supported but encouraged and promoted by the teachers, administrators, and staffs of the schools. Please inform Dr. Cardona that this school board will promote and expand the participation of parents and other citizens who are supportive of education in our decision-making processes. We look forward to your leadership and your timely response on this important educational issue. If you would be interested in our support in composing this message, we will be more than happy to assist your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chad Anderson, Emily Ord, Melissa Inoue, and Sherry Diner.
Thank you for your time. My name is Chad Anderson. Attended Sprucewood Elementary, Indian Hills Middle School, and Alta High. So Canyon School District. I'm old enough to remember when socialism was not in schools. I'm old enough to remember when lunch and breakfast wasn't free, because nothing is free, right? I just wrote a check today. $25,000 of that check goes to Canyon School District. Okay, so I've earned my 2 minutes here to speak. As of today, 17 state school board associations have distanced themselves from the National School Boards Association. Guess who's not on the list? Utah. Back when I went to school, they would have been on the list. Things have changed. It seems to me that heavy negative publicity surrounding U.S. Attorney General Garland's instruction to the Federal Bureau of Investigation has created a need for state and local boards of education to take a public position on the issue. I propose that Canyon's Board of Education publish the following resolution. Canyons Board of Education rejects the public position taken by the National School Board Association and any other organization or individual that believe that Utah parents and citizens pose a danger to education professionals in this state. We strongly reaffirm that parents are a child's first teachers and are responsible for the education of their children, and that parents must be included in establishing and implementing educational goals and participating in decision-making at the school site. According to A.G. Garland, the majority of us in here are domestic terrorists. How do any of us feel safe? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, please. Thank you. Emily Ord, Melissa Inouye, Sherry Diner, and then Marilyn Larson.
Hi, my name is Emily Ord. I'm on the SEC board at Draper Park Middle School. Given the very public position taken by the National School Board Association, NSBA, that parents protesting the education decisions of their school boards pose a threat of violence that is equivalent to the threat of violence posed by domestic terrorists, it is essential that our Canyons Board of Education also take a very public position against this slander of its parents. It seems to us that this rejection should also include the cessation of any funding contributions Canyons Board of Education is making to the NSBA, and a severing of any communications with this organization. The people of Utah have made it clear in Utah state law that the participation of parents in their children's education is highly desirable and should be promoted by the education profession. We suggest the following wording might be included in your statement. The Canyons Board of Education believes that parents not only have a First Amendment constitutional right to protest any decision made by their elected officials, but they also have the parent responsibility to oppose any school board policy or practice that they believe will provide less than the best benefit for their children. We support their insights and will continue to invite their participation in the education decision-making process. In doing this, Canyons Board of Education is merely reaffirming what Utah state law already says. It should be a win-win decision. Only those who support the FBI's involvement in investigating parents who protest the decisions of school boards can object. Hopefully, nobody in this room believes that the FBI should be investigating any Utah parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Melissa, and then Sherry, Marilyn Larson, and then Katrina Van Tassel.
My name is Melissa Inouye, and I'm a member of the Draper Elementary School Community Council. I'm speaking on behalf of 45 parent SCC members of 20 Canyons Elementary Schools. We strongly urge the board to continue its approval of the second step curriculum, especially in elementary schools. The SEL curriculum is like a roof sheltering students for stormy weather. Sometimes a few roof shingles are a different size or color. When this happens, we can replace those few shingles, not tear down the whole roof. It's stormy out there, as you've heard. Before the pandemic, 13% of American students struggle with mental health. Now it's 80%. Second, this curriculum is effective, as you've heard. Teachers have reported its positive impact as students develop skills in communication, listening, maintaining focus, showing empathy, and resolving conflicts. Altaview, Ridgecrest, Edgemont, and Brookwood have seen a decrease in office referrals after implementing second step. Third, discarding second step materials is financially wasteful. The district has spent a total of $330,036 on second step, which could buy a brand new Ferrari. Out of this, $24,380 has come from TSSA or land trust funds, and $32,718 has come from school budgets. This is not a decision like walking out of a bad movie, because educators are not a captive audience to a curriculum. Educators build lessons using curriculum materials, just like roofing materials. No one curriculum will ever be perfect right out of the box. But especially with the static elementary curriculum, educators have all the control. No curriculum materials have the ability to spontaneously, nefariously rise up and take over. Fourth, please respect educators' time and expertise. The curriculum went through the district review process. Many parents were participated in this review process, including members of us in the SEC, and found it satisfactory. Trained professionals chose this curriculum over others. Fifth, some parents will opt out no matter what. The impact of managing the few who opt out is less than requiring all students, teachers, and staff to learn a new curriculum. Please reinstate the elementary second step curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Diner, and then Marilyn Larson, Katrina Van Tassel, and then Rebecca Colley. And okay, yes.
I'm
Thank
Sherry
you.
Diener. I am a Draper
Diener.
resident of 20 years. I have 5 children in the Canyon School District at Corner Canyon High School and at Draper Park Middle School. And I am on the petition against the Second Step program. And I wanted to thank you first for suspending the program. As a parent who's done some investigation into the Second Step program, I have discovered unacceptable material and hidden agendas, which we saw an example of when, as displayed with the kindergarten, one of the kindergarten lessons that was shown tonight, that this content of the program, and I asked that it be removed from kindergarten all the way through. It undermines the values that as a parent, I've spent years teaching my children, and even it undermines the values that I spent years teaching my children. And as my elected representatives, please instill programs that support the values that I teach in my home, that do not replace me as a parent, that support me. And the Second Step program does not fill those shoes. With so many prominent individuals and groups denigrating the role of parents in the education of their children, we expect the Canyons Board of Education to be a strong, loud, and definitive voice endorsing parent-led education.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Marilyn Larson, Katrina Van Tassel, and Marilyn is representing a group. Katrina Van Tassel, Rebecca Colley, and then Michelle Erb.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Larson, and I am representing a coalition of 18 families of adoption that have adopted children. I'm here tonight to discuss the success or failures of the CASEL Second Step Diversity, Equity, or any mental, social, emotional curriculum that has been purchased and implemented in the Canyon School District for over $300,000 by the administration, thus doing so without direction and purposeful curriculum vetting or permission of the number one stakeholders in the district, and that is the parents of the children. My husband and I prayerfully chose to adopt 2 little girls, ages 3 and 4, through the Utah Division of Family Services. Our little girls were severely abused. Cigarette burns on their face, hands, backs, hot plate burns on their hands, starved, held underwater, and abandoned before being retrieved by the Utah State Social Services. Upon bringing these 2 broken, angry, fearful, hopeless little people into our family, we were told by DFS that these little girls would most likely never recover from the pain that had been caused to them, not to expect them to ever be grateful or thankful for anything, and they would hate us and most likely turn to drugs and early sex to try to make their emotional pain go away. However, our goal as their family was to change the direction of their lives by loving them and providing them the tools to redirect the horrific abuse they had received and teach them how to love, how to hope, and how to be successful. It is most important that you all know our goal was not ever to allow our little girls to remain emotionally or mentally broken or to ever identify themselves as victims or oppressed individuals as the current CASEL program teaches today. I took a deep dive into any and all literacy programs. From then on, I learned to do abandonment, the unparented child, fetal alcohol syndrome, mental and physical abuse, night terror. I need to finish. This is so important.
You're welcome to submit it in writing to
Okay,
the secretary.
we just need
Thank
you to
you.
understand that my daughter told me today that had she been raised in today's world with the CASEL program, the second step, she would have committed suicide because it would have interfered with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Katrina Van Tassel, please no applause. Katrina Van Tassel, Rebecca Colley, Michelle Erb, and Ashley MacArthur.
Thank you, Board of Education and Superintendent Robbins, for having me to speak this evening. I am here to respectfully request your support for the continued use of the Second Step curriculum in Canyon School District. As an elementary school social worker in the district, it is my job to provide support that meets the needs of the whole child. Our teachers and staff teach SEL skills every day when a student has a challenge. Without evidence-based curriculums, however, we run the risk of internal biases not being challenged by both viewpoints, then incorporated into what's taught to our students. And in efforts to oppose this program, there have been comments made that are inappropriate and offensive towards our students of color, so going so far as to call them dark and disproportionate amounts of them in the curriculum. I would not be acting consistently with the social work ethical principle of respecting the inherent worth and dignity of each person if I did not strongly speak out against these statements for the students that I work with. Through Second Step, we have the ability to teach lessons about respect and empathy. As a local school board, you are able to provide that evidence-based Tier 1 support for our students and make decisions based on evidence rather than personal values and beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Colley, Michelle Erb, Ashley MacArthur, and then Nancy Nichols.
Parents have exposed some of the most morally grotesque and sexually perverted material in our children's schools over the past year. And the response from the media, the National School Board, the Department of Education, all but one member of the Utah State Board of Education, and some of this administration has been to say the parents, not the curriculum, are the problem. So what's wrong with Second Step, SEL, CRT? I'm sorry, SEL is a form of CRT, or whatever brand Cassell and the school boards noted above want to call it, is that this ideology teaches our children to view everything through a lens of race, and then to divide each other into buckets, and to tell the group that one group that their dreams won't be realized because they're victims, and the other group, their dreams won't be realized because they're privileged. It's dream stealing, and it's directly counter to everything that we know is right. We must judge one another based on the content of our character, not the color of our skin. Please remove SEL, Second Step, from K through 5 and all grades above. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Michelle Erb, Ashley MacArthur, Nancy Nichols, and Dr. Paul McCarty.
I would like to speak in support of social emotional learning. I have taught with and without social emotional learning curriculum, and I can say that the environment in my classroom is different when I have access to a Tier 1 SEL curriculum. I have seen the effects day to day of having it. Kids are kinder and more supportive of each other. They are cheerleaders instead of competitors. I have also experienced the extreme worst case scenario of not having Tier 1 SEL curriculum. I was present at a school shooting in our district. I often have thought, how could that have been different if those kids knew a healthy way to deal with their emotions? Emotions can be scary and overwhelming, no matter what age. And if you don't know how to deal with them, they overrun you. That is an extreme example, but all kids experience challenges in school, and they need a chance to learn healthy coping skills and practice them in real time. Home support is essential. And I do my job best when I am in partnership with families. Education is a team, parent, student, teacher. But it's my responsibility as the classroom teacher to ensure safety, empathy, cooperation, conflict resolution, and academic success in my classroom.
Thank you. Ashley MacArthur, Nancy Nichols, Dr. Paul McCarty, and Crystal Gregory.
Hi, I'm Ashley MacArthur. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Ridgecrest Elementary, and I'm here in support of Second Step. Ridgecrest has utilized Second Step since 2018, and we've seen great success with these lessons. Many students at Ridgecrest struggle with emotional management. We have a large population of students who have sustained trauma and come from difficult family situations. At the last board meeting, a parent mentioned that social emotional learning has no place in the classroom because teachers should be focusing on math and reading. It's not the reality of education in today's world. I would love to be able to focus on math and reading, but I can't effectively teach a math lesson when I have students who are so escalated, they are crying on the floor tipping desks, and snapping their whiteboards in half. All of those things happened in my classroom just last year. These students need extra social and emotional guidance to be successful in the classroom. A child's academic success is largely influenced by their ability to have self-regulation, empathy, and problem-solving skills. I'm deeply troubled that many parents and Parents United are using their political and religious beliefs to try and take away this beneficial program. It's been incredibly helpful for our school and has impacted our students and faculty for the better. We value Second Step. Taking away this curriculum would be a huge loss to the positive systems we've put in place at our school.
Thank you. Thank you. Nancy Nichols, Dr. Paul McCarty, Crystal Gregory, and then Alyssa Bruff.
Okay, we appreciate your service as our elected representatives, and we are sympathetic to the difficult position that we have placed you in. In good faith, you spent taxpayer funds on an education program that your constituents want you to cancel. It may seem impossible to meet your professional commitments to the education establishment and your legal responsibilities to us, the parents, and also your voters. We accept that you cannot replace something with nothing because as flawed as that something may be, it still provides some comfort and security. You have paid good money for a program to meet your educational responsibilities and are now learning that many of the parents of your students want that program completely removed. Continuing to use and pay for the current program is not acceptable. It seems reasonable to believe that there are many possible programs already created and functioning in other schools in our state that might become a substitute and that could satisfy all parties. This substitute will need to also meet the test of reasonable cost and proven success. We should not rush into another hurried decision, but instead take the time to identify, and I'll give the rest over.
Thank you. Dr. Paul McCarty, and then Crystal Gregory, and Alyssa Bruff, and Alicia Cottle.
Thank you, President Ting. My name is Paul McCarty. I'm a grandfather of 10 grandchildren who attend school within the Canyon School District, and I'm also a former member of the Canyon School Board. And it's good to see you. And Dr. Robbins, our first association was Utah Principals Academy. I spent my career teaching at BYU in family life and psychology and with the Granite School District as elementary school principal and senior district positions. My assignment was also to develop a successful emotional and mental health leadership program in the Granite School District. Granite at the time was not impressed with the SEL program. And as a professional educator, I do not recommend Second Step social emotional learning for Canyons. I totally agree and endorse the evidence and work presented to you by our district parent, Laura Logan. Her independent committee work in presenting you a 25-page document was very complete and professional and thorough. The curriculum you are considering, or you have suspended, shifts away from many different emphasis on the family, morality, and objective truths. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Gregory is representing a group. Alyssa Bruff, Alicia Cottle is also representing a group, and Gina Hammer representing a group.
Okay, thank you. I'm a licensed clinical social worker for the school district. I work for Alta High School and Hillcrest High School, and I'm representing all of our high school social workers, including Shad Roundy, Vincent Franco, Elizabeth Velasquez, Greg Shaw, Andrea Dover, Raymond Acord, and Sifa Tafisi. We are here today because although this curriculum is K through 8, the decision made by the board directly impacts our schools as students matriculate to high school with limited social emotional skills. Our students are bombarded by problems that they are not equipped to handle and therefore are turning to unhealthy outlets. They need resources to guide them through this developmental stage. According to CSD's data dashboard from September to yesterday, our high schools have had 72 parent notification of threats, 88 safe UT tips, and 580 office discipline referrals. This being said, it is imperative that we have an evidence-based and up-to-date social emotional curriculum in all of our schools. We strongly encourage you to look at the data that has been presented to you by professionals in the field and look for a curriculum that keeps up with the growing mental health needs. Times change, kids are dealing with problems that none of us had in school, and we need a curriculum that can address these, not address the problems of yesteryear. Parents should be teaching skills and values at home, but we, the high school social workers, can promise you
that your kids are engaging in sexual activity. They're being solicited for sex through their phones. They are exposed to porn. They're using drugs. They're bullying and being bullied. They're joining gangs and they're searching from our school computers. And I quote, "How do I kill myself?" We know that there is concern that the curriculums are too progressive for our predominant culture, but mental health does not care about culture, race, or socioeconomic status. The curriculum that is selected and our response needs to be timely and needs to address the concerns of 2021, which may seem progressive to some, but it is needed. Again, please look at the data, please listen to the professionals in the field, and put aside personal bias and fear mongering. Please make an educated and well-informed decision. Our kids need it and deserve it. Thanks.
Thank you. Alyssa Bruff, Alicia Cottle, Gina Hammer, and then Rebecca Hill.
Hi, my name is Elisa Bruff. I am a parent asking you to reinstate the second step curriculum. I want to speak specifically to the concerns about how it touches on race. In the second grade, my daughter brought home a school craft that was supposed to be a picture of her using shapes cut out of construction paper. My daughter has beautiful brown skin. She always drew herself with a brown crayon. So when I saw the manila construction paper face, I asked her why she didn't use brown paper. She said the teacher said everyone had to use white paper. In that moment, my daughter was told that her brown skin was different and not beautiful and not something to celebrate. When I met this same teacher to discuss my daughter's anxiety months later, she was compassionate, accommodating, and a champion for my child, a good teacher. But she caused harm to my child in that art project, I think because she didn't know any better. I have the unique experience of having a student at Midvale Middle and a student at GPMS. I have spoke with both administrators. I have confidence in both of them, and I am on the PTSA at both schools. I am convinced that they are committed to the well-being of our students. Please consider that if we keep the second step curriculum, parents can always opt out. But if you drop it, how will kids, especially those who stand to benefit the most of this program, opt in?
Thank you. Alicia Cottle, Gina Hammer, and Alicia is representing a group. Gina Hammer also representing a group. Then Rebecca Hill and Kimberly Sumners.
Hi, thank you for your time. One assumption that has been made is that second step improves the mental health of our children. I'm here to report it does not. In fact, it is harmful. Here are words from a mental health professional who has reviewed specific second step lesson plans from the manual, which have been used over the last few years. A main goal of counseling is to enable the individual client to make critical decisions regarding alternative courses of action without outside influence. These second step lessons appear to do the exact opposite. They are all about influencing and almost coercing the students from an outside influence to think or feel a certain way based on the suggestions of the teacher, the outline, or the lesson. If I were to suggest ideas or thoughts without the client being completely aware of my personal suggestion or personal thought or idea, I could potentially be held liable for non-maleficence. Non-maleficence is the principle of do not harm, which is basically to avoid activities or conversations that could be detrimental to a client. I would most likely lose my license. In one fifth grade lesson, lesson 4, it reportedly states to have students ask potentially sensitive information about their personalities and feelings. What would happen if your partner, if you partner up a child who has experienced extreme trauma with a child who has never experienced any kind of those emotions? Children in fifth grade are not yet capable to process such extreme emotions of others and understand them in a healthy way. For example, Eric Erickson, a well-known child analyst, explains of psychosocial development at a fifth grade age is competency, industry versus inferiority. A fifth grader, according to his developmental theory, desires to win approval by demonstrating specific abilities. If a child is seen as incompetent or taught, coerced, or made to believe that their way of thinking is incompetent, this would be detrimental to their development. If the child cannot develop the skills they feel society is demanding or asking for, they may develop a sense of inferiority, which would impact their development. Please remove second step. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please, Gina Hammer, then Rebecca Hill, Kimberly Summers, and then Lene Larson.
There's a large contingency of teachers who do not support Second Step and SEL. These teachers cannot speak out for obvious reasons. Here is a statement from a teacher who wishes to remain anonymous. I was hired by Canyons District as a highly qualified teacher in a subject I love to teach. We have never had sufficient time to teach any subject to the depth it deserves. Now we are being required to give up more of that time to teach SEL, for which we are not qualified to teach. The company Canyons partnered with has inserted links leading to sexually explicit websites and has worded their content in an anti-family, anti-generational, and anti-authority undertone, leaving subliminal imprints on developing young minds. At Draper Park Middle, portraits of individuals who contributed to making this a better world line the walls, including Rosa Parks, who faced down tyranny and would not go to the back of the bus. She lived a principled life. Likewise, Draper Park had their own Rosa Parks in Sam Crowley, who would not go to the back of the bus, who would not be quiet and teach what they hand you. He sacrificed the only thing he could, a successful career built over years of discipline and effort. Parents should be included in the previewing of the curriculum before purchase and should have the final say even after purchase. Companies who reserve the right to change curriculum after purchases should be held accountable and liable for those changes, including but not limited to the full refund of the purchase price and the reparations for damages. We as teachers must remember that we work for the parents. We are their advocates, and we have been entrusted with the educating of their children. We are never to replace the parent or arrogantly insist that we know what is best for their child. So in conclusion, teachers are being asked to teach a subject in which they are not qualified to teach and may not agree with. This is not in accordance with their employment contracts in which they were hired. As Canyons District, we should prioritize respecting every teacher and their contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Rebecca Hill, Kimberly Sumners, Lene Larson.
Okay, I am going to change gears here and I'm going to talk about the virtual Fridays. So I'm a teacher here at Corner Canyon High School and also a member in the community. I just wanted to mention, because I feel like a lot of the light is coming that like, hey, these are going to be great for everyone, but not all the teachers are in support of it. And I don't think we as teachers have ever been asked or surveyed to see what our opinions about these are really going to make our lives easy or more difficult. I know, for example, it has 2 B days that you're calling off during second quarter, and yet we're having 4 A days off for the other 4 days. There's not, like, we looked at changing the calendars as far as consistency with A days and B days to keep things balanced, not to mention second semester, when I'm teaching in concurrent enrollment class, to miss 4 days is a significant portion of the semester. I think right now our kids need the consistency. So to have these Fridays, I'm not sure it's really addressing the issues about absency of students and teachers. If anything, teachers say, hey, you know, I'm going to actually take that day off because I don't have to work on sub plans. So I'm not sure we're really coming up with the purpose that we want. Not to mention, I've talked to some parents in my area and they have not had the notice. So are people going to be really ready for November 5th if this is voted yes tonight?
Thank you. Kimberly Sumners, Lene Larson, and then I have a Jessica Strong. Do we have 2 Jessica Strongs that have signed up? It's a duplicate. Okay, thank you. And then Danielle Adamson.
Thank you for your tireless efforts to build and safeguard our children. I recognize the Herculean efforts that our teachers and social workers are making right now, and I have the utmost respect for them. They need our support, and SEL is so important in many ways, but Second Steps is not the answer. Our children deserve the very best, and a deep dive into the curriculum reveals developmentally inappropriate material on all levels. If it's wrong on a secondary level, it's wrong on an elementary school level, and we can do better. We all have the same goal. We love the children of Canyon School District. They deserve the very best. Please remove second steps on all levels, and let's find something that works much better for everyone.
Thank you. Lene Larson, Danielle Adamson, and then Bené Larson.
Hello. I'm a mother of 5 here in the Canyon School District, and I appreciate all of you for all you do. I'm talking about mental health, and I know that a lot of the driving force implementing these programs is because it's about the kids and their mental health. And so I just wanted to touch on that. Proponents of Second Step have also claimed that more students are seeking treatment for depression and anxiety and feeling suicidal. However, in the same breath, those people claim that Second Step has been taught for the past few years and has yielded great results, including lower office referrals. These people are assuming a direct correlation between the implementation of Second Step and lower office referrals, while also saying that more students are seeking mental health care. If the program has created such a positive result during the past few years, why are more students needing mental health care? Can any data from the past 18 months really be trusted? COVID has caused unexpected effects that none of us could have imagined. There would need to be much more data not gained in a time of COVID, perhaps only half of the students were actually in the school, to try to make the direct correlation that these proponents are assuming already exists. Even if the program was yielding results when it was first implemented, the change in Cassell from SEL to transformative SEL and the corresponding changes in the Second Step program prove that their political agenda is more important to them than actually teaching the values that can benefit the students. I just wanted two names, Dallin Walker. I don't know if any of you know these two names, and Hayden Tubbs, two boys from Corner Canyon High School that did commit suicide. I don't know if you know their names, but I do. And I will tell you this, everything that is normal to these children. I have a almost 17-year-old son. You're ripping away what's normal, teaching kids that squares can be green or square. You're taking everything normal from these children and you're rearranging it. And so if they're having mental problems, which they are, go visit these families. Okay. And there's one other thing, all of you, the hidden curriculum, it's called Dumbing Us Down. Everyone should read this book, right?
Your time is up. Thank you.
Dumbing Us Down. This is what SEL and implementing these things, you're taking away curriculum and implementing things that teachers should not be teaching us how to raise our children. We have God-given rights to raise our children. We know how to raise our children.
Hey, Danielle Adamson.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Danielle, please, no applause. Danielle Adamson, Benet Larson, Larry Mon.
Thank you. Parents are stakeholders in our children's education, and we deserve to be a part of this process. This is not just a math curriculum or a science curriculum. This is a social emotional learning, the very essence of who our children are. We must play a part in determining the curriculum that will be used and how it will be taught. The district, the board, the superintendent, the teachers, and staff have lost some trust in approving and teaching this curriculum. The only way to restore that trust is to have parent-led committees along with teachers and administration. We want to work together. This same conversation is happening across the nation. Board meetings all across the country are discussing Second Step and other programs. We have the ability to lead in this issue. Districts all over the state and across the nation are aware of what is happening in our district right now. To have seen what the harmful content was in Second Step and to have stopped the teaching of this program is exemplary. However, to return to teaching it in any grade makes Canyons complicit in the political agenda that Committee for Children has. Canyons must stop Second Step if it must be removed immediately and permanently in all grade levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Benet Larson, Larry Mon, and then Shannon Withers.
Hello, thank you for hearing from me today. My name is Benet Larson. I also work at NAMI Utah, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. My children have all attended Canyon School District, and I currently have a 12-year-old daughter at Indian Hills Middle School. All of my children have struggled with their mental health, and they live in a house where we talk about our social emotional learning every single day. When I left to come tonight to encourage you to keep social and emotional learning for our students, our kids are struggling. Sharp data was released last Friday that shows that our kids are feeling hopeless and sad and had nobody to talk to. Our kids are having more thoughts of suicide than they have in the past. It's continuing to go up. Taking away social emotional learning takes away the ability for kids who don't have parents that talk about this in their homes to give these kids skills so that they know how to deal with their emotions, so they know who to ask for help when they are feeling sad and hopeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Mon, Shannon Withers, Arlene Hymas, and then Amanda McConnell.
Thank you. It's good to be with you tonight. In 2010, the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, was signed into law.
That was the year I first came to work for Canyon School District. The ACA was touted as a cure-all answer to health care for everyone. It also made a change to the number of hours accepted as part-time. Prior to the ACA, the number of hours an individual was required to work in order to qualify for health and retirement benefits was 20. The ACA upped those hours to 30. The ACA created opportunities for persons to obtain affordable health care subsidized by the government. Up front, this seemed like a good deal. Now, all of a sudden, persons who had struggled to pay their medical bills were going to be assisted by Big Brother in obtaining insurance to alleviate their concern over premiums. As many of you know, the downside to the ACA is with the decrease in part-time hours from 30 to 20, many people couldn't afford to pay for the government subsidized insurance, opting to go without and use the emergency room. This is less than a desirable situation for anyone to be in. To make matters worse, big business and government agencies, including school districts, opted to go along with the increase in part-time hours to 30. I believe this created a windfall in savings, since now those entities are no longer offering insurance to the many persons who are suddenly no longer qualified. Imagine the panic when all of a sudden you are faced with the reality that the insurance you relied on to care for your family is not going to be there any longer. Which brings me to my recommendation and proposal. Next year, the additional tax revenue burden placed on property owners in the Canyon School District will be paid off. This additional tax burden went to pay off the breakup of the district, Jordan and Canyons. The millions of dollars generated will no longer be required to pay off CSD's responsibility. I don't know if this tax is going to stop thereby giving homeowners and businesses a much deserved break, or if CSD is going to try and keep the tax flowing into its coffers.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. You can give your written comments to the secretary and she will get them to the board. Thank you. Shannon Withers, Arlene Hymas, Amanda McConnell, and Amanda McConnell is representing a group.
Hi, I'm Shannon Withers, a mother of 4 children in the Canyon School District. I have signed the petition against the SEL Second Step program. Proponents of Second Step say changing to a new SEL curriculum would restart the learning process, adding stress in the already difficult time when staff are struggling to recover student learning. Well, if that is what staff is trying to do, let's not take another 30 minutes away from them to teach lessons infused with left-leaning political ideologies. Let's spend that extra 30 minutes trying to recover student learning. Students are behind. After last year's experience of hybrid and online learning, this year they are enjoying in-person learning with their peers and being able to learn together in class and out of class. One board member suggested, in addition, additional recess to allow the students to develop social and emotional skills together in real life out on the playground. We appreciate that social workers and staff are familiar with the program, but if the source of the program is corrupt and has a political agenda for teaching our children, staff's familiarity with this curriculum certainly is a lesser concern. We strongly urge the board to remove Second Step in all grades immediately and permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. Arlene Hymas, Amanda McConnell, and then Emily Davis.
My name's Arlene Hymas, and I typically don't come to these school board meetings because I just have kids at home and I'm busy with them, trying to raise them and teach them and help them learn the best that I know how. But this issue was really pressing to me and really important because a lot of things said here tonight don't really make sense to me. How it's been, Second Step has been in the school district for years, but then people are saying we need to keep it because like suicides are rising, depression. So if it's been in for years, but that stuff is still going up, how does that mean it's working? Just, I need that explained to me because it seems that it's not working. Second Step is not working if it's going up, but it's been in the school district for years. And I took the time to come down to the school district and talk to somebody there and look through. And somebody told me, you know what, we're all of a sudden receiving all these complaints. But the lack of complaints did not mean that we it like gave us our approval. It wasn't that we approved of it. We didn't know. But now that we know, we're doing better and we're standing up for what is in there and the curriculum that we don't approve of. So please take out second step now and forever.
Thank you.
Because I've heard about money and our children's brains, there's no dollar amount that can replace the knowledge and the things that you guys are trying to instate in their brains.
Thank you. Amanda McConnell, representing a group, and then Emily Davis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amanda McConnell, and today I would like to speak to you from two perspectives regarding the proposal of virtual Fridays. I'm the mother of two wonderful daughters that attend a Canyon School District school, and as a parent, I'm deeply concerned with the idea of taking seat time away from my children, the children of our district and the children of our district. My twin daughters are in second grade, and thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, have literally never seen a normal school year. I believe they are in the majority when I say they are not academically where they should be. While I know all parties tried their hardest, and I love the teacher that my kids had during the school shutdowns, the virtual school year was kind of a joke. The technology never seemed to work right for our kids, and I will be the first to admit I am not a teacher. I value our teachers so much more after trying to homeschool for a year. Aside from purely academic concerns, childcare is also a concern. Taking 6 Fridays off means my husband will not be able to go to work for 6 days. Being a dual income family, we can feasibly do this, but many families in our district cannot. Missing 6 days of work could potentially be devastating for some. Childcare is not a realistic option. Finding a daycare center that can take your child for only 1 Friday a month will be impossible. Many families will be competing for the same spots that are available due to the simple fact that we are all in the same area. I'm concerned for the special needs students in our district, for the students that live in poverty, and for the students that has a hard home life and will now be forced to spend extra time at home away from their safe zone. From a parent's perspective, I strongly encourage you to reconsider virtual Fridays. In addition to being a parent in this Canyon School District, I'm also an employee. I route buses for about 1/4 of our district, and I'm the CESPA representative for transportation. Our department, just like about every other department in the district, is grossly understaffed. I, on top of working my 40-hour-a-week desk job, have been driving a 28-hour-a-week route. Often this year, I've had to come in early and work late, and I've worked Saturdays to ensure my desk job is not falling behind while I drive. I know almost every single person in my office has done the same. A few of our staff literally work 3+ hours of overtime a day every day. We're all working so hard because we're short-staffed. Last year, we lost 64 drivers. I would bet that many of them left because of the Fridays and we're going to continue to lose more drivers. So I would just encourage you to please reconsider.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the last one on our list is Emily Davis.
Thank you, board members, for the time and energy each of you spend serving us as representatives in decisions related to education. In 2018 and 2020, we elected you to fill those seats you sit in because we trusted you to make decisions on policies, practices, and purchases using our tax dollars. Your service allows for parents to trust that our children are getting a quality education. However, recent revelations about the content of educational materials our children are exposed to has created concern that our trust in the system was misplaced. Perhaps we share some of the blame since in our trust, we didn't put in the time to fulfill our obligation to guide you in your selection of educational materials. Although we are late, we are here now. We are fully invested to participate in the review and approval process before any contracts are signed or programs are initiated, which I know that parents are involved in. So I'm suggesting that a continual review process is instated by a parent-led group, which would help to set goals for each education level and set some standards to measure achievement. So we could review and approve all draft RFPs for programs and services and then evaluate and rate each proposal that you get to see which meets parents' educational goals. As we all know, and as Stacy said, parents should have the first look and final say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our patron comments for this evening. And I want to thank, on behalf of the board, each of you that have made the effort to be here and to address the board, to share your thoughts and comments. And thank you. Yes, thank you for your respect and the civility that which you showed towards each other and towards the board. We appreciate that. I just want to also remind you that if you have written comments that you would like to submit, as I recognize that the time was a little quick, but if you have the written comments, please submit them to Cindy over here, or if you'd like to email them to communications@canyonsdistrict.org by noon tomorrow, that would be very much appreciated. So thank you all. Okay, next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And I will ask for a motion to approve these items. And please, in making the motion, please list each of those items on the consent.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda for tonight. Approval of minutes for October 5th, approval of hire and termination reports, approval of purchasing bids, approval of student overnight travel, approval of September financial reports, and approval of sex education instruction committee membership.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion?
I would,
Mrs. Oakes?
I would actually like to pull item F, approval of sex education instruction committee membership for further discussion. I feel like there's some additional considerations and discussion we ought to have with regard to pushing things to the policy committee to kind of address some of that.
Okay, is there, would the maker of the motion like to restate the motion?
Yes, I would.
according to that request?
I'm happy to remove that, the sex education committee, and have further discussion on that. So I'd like to amend my motion to approve the minutes for October 5th, approval of hire and termination reports, approval of purchasing bids, approval of student overnight travel, and approval of September financial reports only.
Thank you. And the second, to
I
that
will
motion?
second that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Okay, Mrs. Oakes, you'd asked for item F to be pulled for further discussion. Would you like to make a comment about it?
So yeah, I serve on the sex education committee, and this has been a conversation that's been ongoing a little bit on and off. And I know there were some additional entries of parents that are being represented, but I just want to make sure that we have every area in the district fairly represented, and perhaps if the policy committee could take a look and especially make sure that based off of population of various areas in the district, that that's representative by who we see on the committee. Steve and I talked a little bit about this earlier because he also serves on the committee with me. And I don't know if that comes in the form of, having some additional community members that are appointed besides just having straight representation from each school or whatnot. But I just want to make sure it's fairly done. The last time we met as a committee, there was only one Draper resident on the committee, and I don't feel like that's an equal representation on that committee. So I want to make sure that moving forward, I'm fine with it as it currently stands. Last night, what the representation was looks a bit different than what's on that document today. But I think for moving forward as a board, perhaps we ought to adjust some things. So.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Wrigley.
Just very quickly. Yeah, on our discussion, the way this has been set up is by school. So all schools within the district have representation. I think our discussion is should we consider based upon populations, and some areas of the district do not have the same number of schools. So that's a discussion we probably want to bring back up to the policy committee to take a look at. If we want to add that, they'd probably like general people that are sitting on there, whatever, based upon population. I don't know what you call them. But anyway, so maybe I'll bring that back up if we were to do it. Is there a timeline that we have to have that approved by?
So, okay, I'm not sure, but I think what I was hearing is that Mrs. Oaks was
Okay.
recommending moving forward.
Yeah, as of right now, we have more individuals representing the Draper community and more of the Sandy community. And so I'm comfortable with the list as it stands if we need to move forward for state deadlines. But my request is that the policy committee address this the next time they're together so that when we go through this process again, it's a better representation of every community.
Okay, any further discussion? Mrs. Nygaard?
In a lot of our committee work, we actually have 3 members of the school board. And I'm just wondering if that's something we might want to consider with this committee. We only have 2.
That would be something the policy committee could take
So
a look
I
at.
think, I was thinking maybe that would, I don't know the timeline, but maybe that's something else we could address and have the policy committee take a look at this.
Okay, note has been taken. Any other comments on this item? Okay, it has been listed for actions. So if a motion would be in order, if the board wanted to take action to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Schill. Oh. Okay. Oh, please come up to the microphone. This is Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, and she will be answering the timeline question.
Yes. We're not on a specific timeline other than we do want to meet annually, and due to the pandemic, we have not met for quite a while. So I think as long as we have time to pull the committee together once it's been approved, we've got months to do that. So just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you. And to revise that policy will take several months as well. So anyway, as I mentioned, this is an item that has been listed for action. And so if there is a motion for this item, that would be in order.
That's fine. Okay, so I would like to make a motion for the approve consent agenda item F, approval of sex education instruction committee membership. With the request that the policy committee look at our current practices with regard to how many board members are on that committee, as well as appropriate representation of each community within the district.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion to this motion? Okay. Seeing none, I will call for a vote. And before I do so, I just want to note for the record that Mr. Mont Millerberg has joined us on the telephone. And he did vote in favor of the first consent agenda items. So just for the record on that, thank you. So I will call for a vote to this motion to approve the sex education instruction committee membership and to request that the policy committee take a look at the policy regarding the construction of this committee, specifically to look at broader representation by areas of the district and board members serving. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is item 7A, school-based employee supports. I will turn time over to Superintendent Rick Robbins and Dr. Robert Dowdle, Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you, President Tingy. As Dr. Dowdle's coming up to the podium, I just wanted to express my appreciation to our employees. This slide deck for this particular item was really born out of the discussion at last board meeting around the 6 virtual days. And so as we were looking at this and just thinking about the impact of the pandemic and as well as the labor shortage issue with SEL, all of the stressors that are occurring. I think it's been well said here tonight. Our employees are doing more than ever before on behalf of our students. And I know that's no different than any other job, but it still needs to be noted just how much they are appreciated. And I would hope everyone in the room would take some time to share that. Thank you. Because it is it is a sacrifice on behalf of our kids during a crisis that we're in, and it's much appreciated. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Dowdle to talk about employee support.
Thank you, Dr. Robbins. And thank you, President Tingian, members of the Board of Education. In this presentation, we wanted to share some of the feedback we've received from primarily principals regarding their concerns about their teachers and other employees. Also talk about some of the supports that we are giving at this point, and also do a little more explanation about letters training, which also came up last meeting.
Dr. Dowdle, is your microphone on?
The green light's on. Do I need to eat the mic?
Maybe a little bit closer. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So some of the categories of feedback we have received from the principals through our IAC committee, and also directly as we've met with principals, the time and stress issues I've categorized into these that you see on the screen. Some of them are very obvious, and we've already talked about them, but I wanted to just cover them just a moment. One, we are under pandemic conditions, as everybody's painfully aware of, but what results from that are higher rates of sick students, resulting in additional remediation and interventions that are necessary for our students. That is a very big lift right now. Second category that we are hearing back from our principals is about weekend attendance requirements. Increased absenteeism resulting in, again, additional remediation and interventions. Now, last time, and you'll see it again on the next presentation on the 6 days, but I gave you some statistics from a window of time early in the district. Today, I received a report that was compiled by one of our assistant principals that shows data that is more comprehensive for the quarter that we're nearing the end of. And the absenteeism has accelerated dramatically. I can share some of that information with you. I did not update this because I just got it this afternoon, but I will. You got it? Okay. But once you see the data there, your eyes will really open up on how much absenteeism is really happening. We've already covered it in the past, but also I want to bring it up again, substitute shortages. And once again, it often results in teachers foregoing prep periods and or combining classes, resulting in lost time to prepare lessons and increased workload. So what's happening, not all teachers are shouldering equally that burden, but we do have some teachers who regularly step up and they basically forego their prep periods, or they bring in lots of other students from other classes as needed because of these shortages. That is a big load and a big ask for our teachers. We also have open positions. We had, the last time I heard, we have over 250 positions that are open in the district, primarily support positions, aides, and things like that. And without those types of support in the schools, it leaves teachers and schools with less staff to help them. And that results in increased work and stress on the teachers. And then the final category that I put together was a repeat from last time, but I want to restate it. The implementation requirements. The two that I mentioned last time are SEL and also letters training. Typically, we train in advance, and the teachers have time during the summer to think about how they can incorporate that, and then they implement it in the fall. And in those two cases, that's not what's happening this year. So that just kind of highlights really the workload that's bearing down on our teachers, and it's staggering in many cases. So what are some of the current efforts to provide additional support? One, our superintendent has been going out and continues to go out on listening tours so we can hear directly from our employees. And we are having discussions about what he's hearing in cabinet and other meetings. And that's a good source of information that we need. We have removed all PD that is not state mandated or tied to grants, which means we're obligated for this throughout this calendar year. We have suspended the rollout of any new initiatives that directly impact teacher workload for the year. And we meet monthly with the principals in our IAC to discuss ways to improve teacher and school supports. And that's one of the meetings that we have received the most feedback regarding the workload and the stresses on our teachers. We've also provided additional notice to ensure that our teachers know about the mental health resources available to them. We do have professional services that are available. We do recognize that there may be a bit of a time delay because there's so much demand on those services, but they are available. We also have district employees which are signing up to substitute teach during the LETRS training. And as I told you last time, we are targeting the schools which tend to have the most difficult time attracting substitutes so that the substitute pool that we do have will go to the places that it's most likely to serve anyway. And our human resources department continues to recruit new substitutes and develop new ways to allow additional types of substitutes. So this year they have come up with volunteer substitutes, part-time paraeducator substitutes, and student teacher substitutes. So they are trying about everything they know how to try to bring up that workforce to support. So Susan Henry, she is a great asset in this district and knows as much about LETRS as anybody. And so I've asked her to help give some explanations about LETRS.
Good evening. I'm so glad to be here and to talk to you a little bit about LETRS and give some historical background and hopefully clarify any questions that you have about what this initiative is, how come Canyons is involved, and what we're doing to support our teachers. So as Dr. Dowdle said, I'm Susan Henry. I'm the K-5 ELA lead for Canyon School District and work with a team of people in elementary English language arts. I'm also the elementary team lead in ISD, and I work with my director, Amber Roderick Landward. One of the things that happened to me as I first came to work for Canyon School District is Canyons invested in me. And I was so grateful for that, and I'm passionate about that. One of the things that what the investment did for me was the district sent me to be LETRS trained. And so in and around the year 2012 to 2013, I started my journey to be LETRS trained and to be a facilitator that teaches LETRS. And so I taught that for our district for a few years to coaches and to other personnel in the district, including reading teachers in the middle and high schools. That was with what was called LETRS Edition 2. Since then, LETRS, the company has come up with a new edition, LETRS Edition 3, which is what our teachers have been asked to do. And when I knew that a LETRS Edition 3 was being offered, the state was also offering to train more people. At the time that I was trained with LETRS Edition 2, the state said to me, "We think you're the only one in the state of Utah that's trained to do this." So there might have been someone else, I don't know. But if you want to ask if I'm passionate about LETRS, now you know my background and I'm super passionate about LETRS. One of the things that I did when the state offered to have some people certify in LETRS is I offered up myself and went to my director and said, "I'd like to build capacity because I don't want to be the only one. So let's build some capacity in case one day I don't work for Canyon School District, but let's hope that's not soon." really work with this whole idea of getting some people in the special education department and some people in my own department so that we could train up our teachers. And with that, we actually made plans with special ed to do some initiatives because a special educator should be the most highly trained in how to remediate reading skills with students. And so we started to make some of those plans, and there were some things that happened. So let's go now to what's on the slide and talk about what the state then interjected with and how we can leverage that as a district to make that powerful and help our students. So I want to remind you, and you know this, but right now, as of when the Letters Initiative was first brought up to the state board, 47% of all K-3 students statewide were reading below benchmark. And that sounds like a number, but I like to say it like that's really 1 out of every 2 students in the state is not benchmark, doesn't have the ability to read at grade level. So one of the things that the state did was then use their ESSER money to be able to say, well, we have this need, we're bleeding, and how can we then help all of the districts? And one of the things they did was use data to decide that. So districts with less than 60% of all K-3 students making typical or better growth. Now that's typical or better growth. I think we can all agree that all students should make growth. That number should be 100, but the state gave some room there for people to be able to make that goal. So districts with less than 60% of making that growth on the middle of the year data, and that was done at the 2020, in at least 4 demographic areas are required to participate. So initially 69 LEAs were chosen. I've heard a few others have joined because I guess the state had extra money or something to that effect. However, as Canyons, we qualified in 4 areas, along with a lot of other districts. Sometimes, you know, the kind of sucking air, it feels good if others are sucking air too. However, I like to champion for our own district and really say, you know, what is it that we can do? So our areas, as it says there, are all kindergarten, did not make the 60% growth. That's stunning. Grades 1 through 3 are low income students. Grades 1 through 3 students with disabilities, and grades 1 through 3 multilingual learners. One of the things that makes me a little sick in my stomach about that is when I first heard we qualified, I was stunned because I just think we do so many great things in this district, and I believe in us. And I also know that every student deserves to learn how to read because reading is the driver of everything that we do. So there are jobs where you become an editor or you write for the newspaper, or there are jobs like that. But most of the time, a lot of the jobs are scientists and people who work in social work, work in schools. All of those require critical thinking skills that require reading and writing. And if we can't provide that for our students, then we haven't done what we have promised our stakeholders, which are our patrons who have paid taxes, myself included. I live in this district. My kids went to this district. My second daughter was the first graduating class of the Canyon School District. I have a daughter who teaches in this district right now. And so to say I'm not a Canyonsite would not be true, because I am and truly believe in that. So one of the things we know about research is that 95% of all students can be taught to read. The 5% are those outlier students, and I shouldn't call them outliers, but students with extreme disabilities or have possibly for no fault of their own cannot learn to read or can't learn to read at a sufficient level to make an income. Past 3rd grade, we also know that reading is more difficult for us to patch up. So with all of this data, we need to think about then what do we do next? I didn't know I had to press a clicker here. There we go. So let's talk about then what is the current state of early literacy in Canyon School District. So I told you I was a little sick because as a person who helps to lead ELA in our district, it kind of hit me like a big backpack of rocks. And I was a little upset. And as I talked through that, my director reminded me, and I'm passionate about this. This isn't a COVID thing. This is something that's been happening in our district for the last 5 years. And in our K through 3 data, we don't have the 1 and 2, but we have roughly 1 out of every 3 students that is below benchmark. And the other part that's fact for us is that there is minimal growth in the proficiency from the fall to the spring. So in other words, if there's 72% in a grade level in fall, there's a likelihood they might be 73 and then maybe 72, but it's stagnant. And teachers could argue, and anyone could argue, well, the benchmark changes. Yes, it does. But the fact remains that we're not closing the gap. So 48% of all of our 4th and 5th graders, when they enter school in the reading inventory this year and the year previous and the year previous to that, were below benchmark. The part that is hard about that piece of data is then 1 and 2 students in our district is not prepared then to be a critical reader in the 4th and 5th grade. Recently, our own district was identified as needing a system of support in optional extended day kindergarten. So even though we qualified for that grant, we didn't make the growth needed, as you saw on the previous slide, with kindergarten. And because of that, then is what happened is the state doesn't put, they don't punish us, but they call it a system of support. They'll come in and evaluate what we're doing or not doing to be able to help us through that. In Canyon School District, the majority of students who are below benchmark in 1st grade stay below benchmark into middle school. Students taking intervention classes rather than choice electives, that's one of the things that will happen. So if in 2nd grade, you're not ready to rock in Canyon School District, there's a high level chance that you'll be taking an intervention class instead of something else that you would rather have choice with. Millions of dollars in our own district has been spent on the full teacher equivalent, professional development, intervention materials, and we've been required to support intervention in the middle and high school over the last 5 years. Those classes have grown, they haven't shrunk. So this is kind of the ugly facts about where we are. So one of the things that happened when we were put into this category of needing letters, we were kind of excited. And one of the reasons for that was because we had already tried to put into place a plan because we saw the trajectory that was going. So what actions did we take? First of all, we started what we called early literacy academies, and this was pre-pandemic. So our purpose was to build teacher knowledge. And because I believe so much in letters, we hired a letters consultant who was a national trainer. She worked with us and we collaborated around, here we're using this curriculum in Canyon School District. How will we help with what we know with evidence-based practices and the science of reading to help kids to be really great readers? We put into place some routines, some supports. All K2 teachers were invited to come to this 3-day workshop that was across the year with time in between to do implementation. We started that in year 2018. And we did a 2019-2020 cohort. What happened in mid-2020, however, is we didn't get to finish training our 2nd grade teachers because we went into soft closure and we weren't able to then have the professional development that we had planned. During when that happened, when we were doing the early literacy academies, one of the things that we did is we started to do what we called targeted walkthroughs, where a There was a implementation checklist where we're looking for high quality in our schools that was executed, and district coaches, the coach and the principal would walk through and look at all of those literacy practices that were happening inside of the school. One of those reasons is that we would have learning walks, those walks to see where the implementation was taking place. The coaches and the principals that participated in that really liked it. But one of the things that I think was a misstep on our behalf is the fact that none of this was, it was all volunteer. So we couldn't guarantee that everybody was participating, nor that every teacher had put all these things into practice. COVID interrupted this literacy plan, and because of that, our data has remained stagnant. So let's talk about what's happening now. When LETRS came on the scene and the state said, we're going to take this ESSER money and we're going to help you as a district, we saw this as an opportunity. We also saw that it was going to be hard, really hard. One of the reasons that I know it's hard is I've done it. Not only have I done it once, I've done it many times. I did it with the level 2, and now I'm doing it with the edition 3. So right now I only have a couple hours left to be totally certified with edition 3. And of that, I have done the same thing that the teachers have done. So I know what it takes and I can be in their shoes. USBE requires, and these are their words coming from their slides, 8 online units, and that's on the LETRS platform. They require that the teachers in that LETRS platform do assignments, quizzes, they do some reflections. There's a pre-test that shows what they know already, and then a post-test to see that it's mastery assessment. And there's also a bridge to practice. There's also, over the course of those 2 years, 8 professional learning workshops. We've started those. Those are done with a Nationals LETRS trainer. We did ask to have our own trainers, and the way the state had their contract with Voyager Sopris, it was how they passed it through their board that needed to be the National LETRS trainer. With that, the state also said it's best practice to be able to have implementation for teachers, principals to participate in coaching cycles. We as Canyons have invested in coaches. We have coaches in every building. And this is the way we'll get that solid implementation from school leaders and make sure that the coaches can be in the classrooms and do what they need to do to support teachers and implementation. Canyons recognized that LETRS is a certified dyslexia program. I know that's one of the items that the board has talked about and is worried about. And this is one of the ways that we can support teachers to have the tools in place to be able to teach kids to read, and parents do not have to think about their child as having a reading deficit or being a struggling reader. So when we put together our implementation, knowing all of those components and knowing that we had been embedded in the science of reading for a very long time, and that we had those pieces in our maps, we were pretty passionate. One of the things we wanted to make sure is this, that teachers would be compensated so that we could have a monitoring system for accountability. And how we did that is we took the bridge to practice from the LETRS platform and we made a space for that to be uploaded into the Canvas platform. The reason for that is not because we don't trust teachers, and it's not because we're trying to check on them. It's because we want to coach and give them support. So when we're talking about, here's your bridge to practice, we can see what teachers are thinking and how they're building these case studies with students that they're really targeting to have growth with their struggling readers. So basically the bridge to practice becomes a case study or a virtual portfolio of evidence of what kind of interventions have taken place with the student and what type of outcomes and data have gone along with that. So what part of the gap is truly being closed? With that, we also knew that we would need to have schools participate in those learning walks, a district coach having, which we have on what we call our letters team. We would go through and help the principal and the coach to be calibrated on the walkthrough, to be able to see where those small tweaks can be made in instruction, so that kids are getting efficient instruction that can take hold. As I've stated before, we're giving $400 per unit, which would be $3,200 over the course of the 8 units, $1,600 per year. I want to also remind you that we have dedicated $2.9 million over the next 3 years for this initiative. That includes the 65 teachers that have been invited in 4th and 5th grade. When principals heard this was happening for their K-3 teachers, they were clamoring for us to provide it for 4th and 5th, which we have control over because we have letters trained people. We were only able to allow 65 to join that cohort, and we would also like to have a cohort going over the next few years for new hires, so that we don't create another gap, because if there's another gap, we're going to then lose instruction again. In the year 2024-25, I believe, that year, the Institutes of Higher Ed will start requiring in the state of Utah for the science of reading to be taught for outcoming teachers out of our own state universities. I know there's also legislation in the works for that, and letters is a competency that can also go towards a literacy endorsement. I want to remind you that we've done this before. We didn't have the follow-up, and because we didn't have the follow-up, it didn't take hold. Follow-up is the important part so that people can be coached. I'm passionate about public money. I am a taxpayer. My grandchildren go to the schools. My granddaughter goes to Willow Canyon Elementary. I know that kids can learn to read with the right things put in place. I also want you to be bold and to be passionate about literacy like I am. That's the only way we're going to move the dial for students. Taxpayers deserve for their students to be literate. Do you have any questions or? Yes.
Board, yeah, questions. Mrs. Neubauer?
First of all, thank you for coming and presenting and for your passion with literacy. This is something that's been a tenet for me, and I'm really grateful for the additional supports for teachers to implement this, especially to those children that have not come off with the best first start. And I have personal experience with this as well. So what I am hearing a lot, I've gone to all the schools in my district and talked to teachers and principals, and I think everyone unanimously is really excited about letters and sees the potential help for our children and to help us bridge that gap. The one thing that I am hearing a lot from is that the Canvas course for Bridge to Practice is becoming very overwhelming to teachers. Teachers are using vocabulary like, I just feel like I'm drowning. By the time I do all of these things and then I have to upload it to Canvas and put everything in. I talked to Principal Moots at Oak Hollow, and she was saying that she has teachers coming to her in tears often saying, I want to get an A, I want to check all the boxes, but I don't have enough time to do the Canvas course. And so I guess I'll just forfeit my additional money. I'm doing everything else, but something has to give. So my question to you with your expertise is there a way, maybe it's with your coaching observations, to observe the interventions and the things they're doing? Is there somehow we can simplify this? Because I've also heard from teachers saying, we appreciate the extra money, but we don't have any extra time. And of course, you know how much they're doing outside of class for this. And this, I just keep hearing over and over, the Canvas course, is there anything we can do for that? What's your thought on that?
I appreciate that. And we've heard the same thing. And it's not that it hasn't been on my mind. So thank you for that question. I talked about this with Dr. Robbins and some of his his people. And one of the things that we know that was happening is we, in the Canvas course, we were giving feedback because feedback changes practice.
Yes.
And one of the things that we have talked about is really giving more positive feedback and helping our teachers to see that this process is helping them. I think because it's the first unit, one of the things that has happened is they're actually asked to do that same form in the Letters platform. And what we want them to do is not do it there, but do it in Canvas. So if they just would flip it over, and I see that some of them are starting to do that. I think they thought they had to do it twice, and that's not what we're asking them. So we've tried to really clear that up with the coaches. And we've also tried to not have any teachers have to resubmit anything, that if they've done it, they've done it. Because that is the key part. The bridge to practice is the big difference between edition 2 and edition 3. And the reason for that is you can have all this knowledge and you can have all of this implementation, but you have to have something that links them together. And what the bridge to practice does is it's a case study. I'm picking some students and I'm going to make a difference. If every teacher in our district made a difference with 3 students, that's a lot of students.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I estimated that out of over 1,600 students. So we would change the lives of 1,600 students. If we let go of the bridge to practice, implementation will probably not stick. So even though I understand where the teachers are coming from and I empathize with them, I taught in the classroom for 22 years. And it is hard. However, if we're not passionate and if we don't hold to this, this public money, we ourselves are spending 2.9 million. Think what the state is spending. Think of all the taxpayer money, whether it's our money, meaning Canyon's allocated to us or not. It's still our money because we're still taxpayers. And if we don't get implementation and use that keystone of bridge to practice and walkthroughs, we're giving up something that's very powerful. So I understand the Canvas course, and in some cases, and this is what the teachers don't know, we've even lightened up some of the assignments in the Canvas course. So an example of that is in the Letters, it tells you to give a test. And right now in Canyons, we already give that test. It's part of our protocols. So we just have go find the results and write what you know about it, which is much easier and less time consuming than giving a test. I've talked with my colleagues at the state and asked them about how we're doing our plan and if it's too much. And they have said, your plan is well thought out and you will see results. Hang tough with me. I know that's a lot to ask, but if we're still getting these complaints through Unit 2, I'm happy to readdress. And of course, I would do whatever needs to be done to help a teacher. We'll go out and coach them. We'll sit side by side. We've asked the coaches to sit with them and help them with their bridges to practice. And we made those changes this past Monday. Yeah, that was yesterday. A day in the life in Canyon School District is a week sometimes. So yeah, Monday, we made those changes yesterday.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, just to follow up. So I appreciate the bridge to practice and how important that piece of it is. And it sounds like maybe you have done some simplifying. That was my question, is what can we do to simplify with the other elementary schools I talked to as well? I know principals are doing faculty meetings by email because these teachers really are having a hard time just with the time commitment. And there's other sacrifices being made. So in fact, Principal Moot said in her 34 years of being a principal, she's never had so many teachers ready to quit K through 3. And I think this is just part of the puzzle, right? This other piece is the excessive absences. And so my thought tonight after hearing from these schools was just how can we still have that bridge to practice and that excellent implementation in this well thought out plan, but simplify where we can? And it doesn't sound to me, all the feedback I'm getting is not that the teachers are overwhelmed from implementing it. It's the amount of work and some of it viewed as maybe some busy work that they're trying to find enough time in their outside of school.
So you're not wrong about what they might see as busy work. The first unit is really looking at data and understanding the brain, and that's where we are living right now. When they get into unit 2, they're going to start writing lesson plans, and it's going to be very meaningful for them. So this is laying their foundation so that they can do the next step. And that's why I think we need to be brave and hold on and be passionate and be bold. Does that make sense? I was out at Oak Hollow today, met with their teachers and their coach. And I hope that their coach, I know, would meet with them, and she offered to, and I would also go out there. So we'll do whatever it takes to support them. Time is time. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's something I can't really give, but I think Dr. Dowdle can, and I think he's asking for that. So yeah, I mean, that's what I think this whole thing is about. It is just one piece of the puzzle. Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Superintendent, did you have a comment? Then Mrs. Oakes.
Yeah, just I just want to tell Susan how much I appreciate her and Kenna and Amber. Susan and Kenna came to cabinet. That was my people conversation, and I hope she wasn't intimidated, but she did a fantastic job of articulating the issue. A couple of points that she didn't make that she made with us that I think also helps frame the problem is that we have many students, if you go back prior to the pandemic, if they did not attend kindergarten, right, and were home, and then the pandemic hit and they had either they were at home or didn't get instruction. Maybe they did, depending on what they had access to. But many of those students that are deficient are now in second grade, really for the first time being, exposed to direct reading instruction. And so you can only imagine, that gap between kids that, maybe receive that extra support at home versus those that didn't. And just that, that gap is widening instead of closing. So I think one of the main reasons I really, wanted to make sure Susan was here, one, to feel her passion and energy for this, but I feel like that's something that, if we had to do it over again, just really helping everyone understand the why, right, and how important that is. Unfortunately, the timing of all this, it's the perfect storm once again, right? It's one-time funding. It's the middle of a pandemic. Oh, by the way, we're in an extreme labor shortage. So teachers are having to cover for each other. I mean, the list goes on. But I do believe, that we are at critical mass here when it comes to literacy. And I think, one of the things that really resonated with me is just the fact that achievement level has been stagnant, right? So something has to change, right? And I appreciate her willingness and our team's willingness to really look at ways that we can be flexible in trying to, meet those needs and also provide relief. I think going forward, it's really important to understand, and looking at some of the comments and thinking about attendance and this landscape that we're in, that it may require us, quite frankly, to really rethink what it looks like. What does education look like on a daily basis? Because all of these different pressure points are changing almost daily, many not of our own making. The state, as we know, the last 2 years has had attendance requirements on moratorium. Well, we couldn't predict what kind of impact that would actually have. But when you think about literacy rates and achievement and learning and engagement, it is having an impact. So we've got to think different about that. And I certainly, after I listen to them present, recognize the heavy lift that our teachers are, taking on. And I think we can continue to look for ways to, lessen that heavy load and still, push forward with trying to meet their needs. And I think this additional time on Fridays, it does create issues at some level, but fundamentally at our core, as Susan mentioned, that K3, as we know, that K3 literacy attainment, it is such a projection for everything. Graduation rates, it sets the tone, literacy rates for adults and how we all behave and attain, goals in our life is related to those early years. So this is a very, very important discussion. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate it. And I also felt your passion. I was really excited to hear that it is a certified dyslexia curriculum or training, I guess. And that's something I'm very, very passionate about. So that is wonderful news. I hadn't heard that until tonight. So I have also heard some of the concerns that Ms. Neibauer shared. Some of the teachers, incredible teachers, some of whom my kids have had before, are stressed out to the max. And they'll work really hard at their assignments, turn it in, and then someone comes back and tells them it's not good enough. And they're just super overwhelmed. That was one of my concerns about making sure that a good faith effort on the part of those teachers is met reasonably. And that also some of the teachers that have written into us have concerns about their jobs or not having their contracts renewed or having it reflect poorly on their how they rate out as a teacher. And so not only are they expected to do this much larger workload, but they feel this enormous sense of pressure beyond that. Another, to touch on the argument with regard to how much money we could potentially lose, I would submit that we are going to lose additional monies by loss of instruction days, right? If we do virtual days, I mean, that has to be considered too. And I would love it if you could just clarify a little bit more about what the state requirements are versus ours, like exactly where it is we're going above and beyond. I mean, I'm looking at this, but there's some overlap. Some of it's not quite clear to me. And also an additional question that Ms. Arnold wanted me to ask. She's not here tonight, but she requested that I ask certain questions on her behalf. And one of them was that based off her understanding or something she received this past week as a teacher, that the state deadline requirements had changed somewhat. And so it had spread out the requirements of when they had to finish certain units. Can you clarify that a little bit for us?
So your first question, I should have brought a pencil, sorry, was about the resubmission. And so since the cabinet gave feedback to myself and Kenna when she was here, Kenna Sorensen, one of my administrators in our department, we have ceased making anybody resubmit and have instead said, are giving feedback such as, thank you for submitting this. We see you've done a good job here and here. Maybe consider for your student next time X or whatever, so that we're still coaching and giving that feedback, but not making any teacher resubmit. The reason the resubmitting was happening is we were trying to hold to this 80% because 80% plus is mastery. And so we were looking for that definition. And although, as I talked with the letters team who is grading that, and it's a fair question, they weren't trying to be harsh, but I think because of the climate we're in, saying you can resubmit, please, came across as harsh. And so we have corrected that. And I appreciate you asking that question and the feedback. So there won't be any resubmissions needed. If they complete it, it's complete. Does that make sense? I think your second question was about their job. So is that correct? As far as a teacher losing their job around this, they will not lose their job. There is As a specialist and the specialists that I work with, we have no power over their job. It might be perceived that somehow because our office happens to be at the district office, but I'm a teacher at heart and I'm a coach at heart. And I have said to anybody who's asked me, I want you to succeed and I want you to get the $400 per unit. And I will make sure that you do, and I'll come out and help you if that's what I need to do. So I will admit, Mrs. Oakes, that I don't know that, even though I've said that, I don't know that it's been heard, because I think we're in a climate where there's some anxiety happening because of lots of things. But I can assure you that that's the motto of my team. There was a teacher that one of my teammates went out and said, I will take your class so you can finish it, because I can tell you're stressed about trying to get a sub, and I will take your class for an hour. I will do whatever it takes. I don't know if she took her up on that, but those are the kinds of things that we've been offering because we're coaches. That's what Dr. Roderick Landward has. That's our role. We're teacher specialists. We coach. And so we're here to support, not to give any job action. If there is any job action that's to be done, that's between them and their principal supervisor. And that I can't comment on. So, because that's not my role, if that makes sense. Does that answer that question? And then I've lost your third question in my head. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I just really would love some greater clarification on exactly what it is we're doing beyond what the state requires. This is a question that keeps coming up again and again.
So here we've put this juxtaposed together. The state is requiring online assignments, face-to-face workshops, and coaching. And the online assignments include a bridge to practice. What we are doing is we're monitoring the bridge to practice by having the teachers, and they can just throw it, take a picture of it and upload it. And some of them have done that. They don't have to do it twice. And I know that there is some misconception around that, and we need to do a better job about cleaning that up and clearing that up. And one of the things the day that I did go to cabinet is I know communications wants to help us to clear that up. So as many times as things have been said or emailed, we haven't done enough communication, and that's on us. So we can do more of that to make that more clear. So we are still doing everything the state has asked us to do. The only thing that is remotely even different is these walkthroughs that we're doing. But you could even say that is still a state expectation, because the coaching, as you see over on the one side, coaching walkthroughs is a way that you coach people for what they should look for. And then that helps a coach to get into the classroom. We asked some of the coaches, what is it that can help you? And what are the teachers saying now that they've finished Unit 1? One of the coaches said, this was Monday, we have more actionable items and things that are being talked about in IPLCs because we allow the teachers to take their tests together. And so they're talking about these pieces. Another coach said they're using vocabulary and diagnosing students already, and we're only in Unit 1. I mean, that's big. These are big shifts. They also said we don't have to hold them accountable because they're holding each other accountable. So there are big shifts, and I'm not going to minimize anyone who's feeling pain over this. I taught while raising my family, and I do not know how I might have done it all after school. But if you do an hour or so each night, it is possible. But that is draining after you've been with kids all day long. I mean, let's admit that. So we are doing exactly what the state has asked us to do. We've just tried to make this in a Canyon's way to be supportive and be coachable. Is there something you're seeing that we're doing extra that you have a specific question about?
We're just getting feedback from some of the teachers saying, we don't understand why the district is requiring this much more. And it probably is the campus piece, I would imagine. And in follow up to the last question that Ms. Arnold wanted me to ask was that the state has kind of changed some of their deadlines so that it extends out part of the deadlines. And so the teachers don't have to get as much done as quickly. Is that correct? Or can you speak to that?
That is not something I'm aware of. Are you aware of that, Amber? So we said that there were some deadlines that we would accommodate, and we have if we had teachers like they're out on like they're quarantined for COVID, or someone has passed away in their family, we've asked them to talk to us, and in a case by case basis, we have given them accommodations because we want them to get the money and we want them to succeed. And we're not trying to be punitive. That is not our intent. I'm just passionate about getting this kind of training into every teacher so it can be in every classroom, and being punitive isn't that way. What we're battling against is that it's been mandated. If I had offered this and said, this is something that Amber has given 2.9 million to the ELA team to be able to bring this to all of you, we would have had people beating the door down. But when we're told we have to do it, it feels a little bit like you don't trust us or you don't think we know enough. And I told you at the beginning, I felt that way. And Amber said, this is great. This is an opportunity. And yeah, that's how we should take it. Did you have something you want? Okay. Yes. Am I supposed to?
Yeah,
Are
go
you
ahead.
supposed to? Go
She
ahead.
does. The president acknowledges us.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay. Again, I just want to reiterate, I am very excited about this. I do feel very passionate about this. I have a degree in teaching English, and I'm very passionate about reading at my house. I had a son in first grade with a first-year teacher who did not know how to teach those kids how to read. After doing some digging, I recognized the entire class was below grade level at the end of the year. And I spent the next 2.5 years teaching him how to read and catching him up. And now he's above grade level. I understand how important this is, and I'm grateful for your passion and your expertise. I just want to ask you a few questions. You said be bold. I need to be bold in asking you a few questions because I was at Oak Hollow today too.
I
So-
look bold. It's all
So,
good.
I think what I'm most interested in, and in behalf of the teachers, is can we look at, is there anything we can do to simplify what we are asking a little bit, not to change the importance of the bridge to practice, not to change the implementation. But if you look at this, 8 implementation checks with principal, coach, letter specialist walkthroughs, school-based coaching observations, and then the Canvas as well, and then the money attached. Is there a way that we can say, hey, some sort of simplification? I'm grateful that you've already simplified and that they don't have to resubmit. That was something I heard. But is there other ways we can simplify? Because I think what the teachers are facing, you've talked about climate. I think what I keep hearing is how many absences their kids have. And that is a huge stressor with them maintaining this. And so is there ways that we can possibly simplify, or even say, guess what, teachers, on a weekly basis, if you make these boxes, check, you may still get some compensation. I have heard from both principals that are saying, you know what, it's actually my best teachers that always go the extra mile, that stay extra late. They are the ones that are the most stressed. They are the ones that feel like quitting. And so I think we really need to take that feedback and say, and I trust that you and Dr. Roderick, I definitely trust that you two together can maybe think of some ways to not sacrifice the quality, but look at ways we can simplify a little bit.
To clarify, the 8 implementation checks are over 2 years. So there's only 4 this year. So just to clarify that. And we can look about simplifying. What we are asking with those checks is that we only look at 3 teachers with the district. And I didn't say that before. So we're not seeing every teacher. We are asking that coaches try to see every teacher, but that's part of their job. They should be in classrooms looking at what kind of teaching quality is going on and intervening and supporting. But that isn't from a district lens. I know when a district person comes in, it makes people feel agitated. So a principal can say, is there a volunteer? If they want more than 3 teachers, they can. If they don't want more, If we need to, I've customized like out at Midvale. They said, we can't possibly do this. We've dedicated whole days. They wanted their whole staff. I tried to pull back on the principal and the principal said, no, we need this. This is what will change the dial for us. So I would, as you talk to principals, I would ask them to contact us because we will help customize that for schools. And if they will contact us, we can help work through that so that teachers can check those boxes like you've stated. We have given pacing guides and other things for them to do. And I think sometimes, although the intent is to keep them on pace, it also feels like we're watching them. And that is not our intent. And as loud as I can say that, that will probably always feel that way because I'm not in the classroom next to them, but instead at the district office. So anything that the principal wants to talk to us about, I know I customized it at Copperview, at Midvale myself. I've worked with East Midvale. We've customized some things there. So we're happy to engage in those conversations. So if principals talk to you about that, we're happy to do that and help it meet the needs of their school. Would that be a satisfactory way to solve that and feel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And when you talked about the teams of teachers taking some of the assessments together, I know they're doing that at some schools and not all. So that might be a great thing to publicize to the other schools because I know they're stressed about that. Is there any consideration for any teamwork on the Canvas course submission? Okay, great.
Okay.
I think Mr. Wrigley has a couple of questions and then we'll wrap this one up. And I just want to let board members know if they would like additional information. I'm sure that they can reach out and get other questions answered. Thank you.
Just really quick, because I know we'll be midnight again. We can't go past midnight. The Bridges to Practice is the Canvas group, or is that the group at the state level? And the Canvas is something different.
The Bridge to Practice is part of the Letters platform from the state level. The only thing that we have done is we have asked that we are collecting this in Canvas and we use that as our platform because the whole purpose is that if I'm watching over 3 little people that I really want to make gains with, I can take this now to my student services team, my SST team, and I can say, here's all my evidence. So actually teachers might feel like it's a hoop, but our whole purpose is for this portfolio of evidence where they can say, I've done this intervention. I've done this intervention.
I guess my question is on that. And I appreciate that is it possible to download that information into Canvas from the state office? I mean, if we could download that, I mean, just one computer talking to another, it solves that issue. You have your stuff and we don't have to re-enter it. The other question I had is, you gave us some grim statistics on our district. I suspect if you took across the state, it's pretty much the same in all the districts that we're, this is not just Candring is falling behind, that the rest of the state has the same things that are happening. So this is a statewide issue. And the last thing I would ask is our parents are always telling us, I want to help. What are we doing to send stuff home to the parents to say, this is how you could help your child, to move forward with this? Is there stuff that we can do? No, I know in the low income, it's going to be difficult. In the grade with student disabilities, maybe not as much. Parents are really involved if they had something, and the multilingual learners maybe, but is there stuff that we can do to send home to parents that they want to be partners with us, and how can we help that?
So that's a great question. And we, Dr. Roderick Landward and myself and some of the team have started work on and have built what we call the CSD Reading Corner website. And it has supports that parents can utilize and use. As far as websites go, we have good, great, best. I would say we're still on the good category. Is that fair to say? What I'm trying to say is it's a work still in progress. I would ask you to go to that website. It's not hooked to our main website, but if you Google Reading Corners CSD, it will be up. It tells
With the
parents
parents
how
or-
to work with their kids. There's films there.
yeah.
They're suggested where they can get text, all kinds of things.
That would be helpful. I mean, I know all of our
Mhm.
kids have Canvas now, even our youngest. It'd be interesting to put some of that on that to the parents, just to involve the parents. I think if they knew, I think they would step up and say, we want to help. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Oaks has one last question.
Yeah, just to capitalize that on that. So Bob, this question is especially for you, and if Susan's anywhere close. I'm wondering, subs keep coming up as a massive issue. It's a massive issue with, social emotional learning. It's a massive issue with getting our teachers trained to teach our kids better reading skills. It's an issue in every area. I'm wondering what we are doing to reach out to our PTSAs, to plead with the parents in the community to please come out and sub. We have had so many parents through this SEL business come to us and say, what can we do to help? This is it. If you want to help your community, you want to help the schools, you want to help the teachers, you want to help alleviate part of the burden and allow us to get to a place of better decision making, this is it. And it's something that we can all pitch in and do a little bit of. It will make a huge difference. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And thank you for that information and helping us better understand this initiative and this program in our district. And I would just like to say, I think the board might be interested in a report down the road in how you're seeing the successes that are coming from this work. So thank you. Oh, sorry. One additional question, Mrs. Nybauer.
I just have a question for Dr. Dottle. It was great to hear what we're doing with letters. And when I had asked that this agenda item be on the agenda as far as what supports we can do for teachers, we have a report of kind of the issues with the stress. I got the report about the unexcused absences, nearly 40,000 unexcused absences in one of our high schools. Kids that are more than 20 minutes late to class. I mean, those are in the thousands as well. I know that's a ton of stress for our teachers. And I just wanted to ask what can we do? What more can we do for our teachers?
Yes, you did ask that.
Yes. So I just want to make sure that we discuss that at some point in our meeting.
That did not fall by the wayside. I do have some ideas.
Great.
I believe that they probably are best served going through the strategic planning process.
Okay.
Because I believe they're fairly big. And I didn't want to just throw them out without it going through the proper course. That's what was on my mind. I did not forget about it, and we will address it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right. Thank you. That concludes that report item. Next is item 7B, proposal to add up to 6 virtual learning days to the 2021-2022 school calendar. Second reading, possible action. I will turn the time over to Dr. Robert Dowdle, Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you. So last time that I actually presented this, I apologize for the title of virtual because it's somewhat a misnomer, if you remember. There's no intent to have that as a synchronous learning day online. In fact, it doesn't necessarily need to be online. I know that a lot of our elementary teachers, for example, would prefer to do it more with hard copies rather than a virtual setup. But we were struggling a little bit for an appropriate name. One thing that I want to also remind you of is that this was not intended to be a day off. So Mr. Millerberg made the fine point that the best instruction is typically face-to-face, and I make no argument. I don't think anybody does. However, it's not a day off of learning. It's intended to be a day of learning. And if you Wait, where did I have that? This should be designed to support the learning intentions and success criteria of the current week or the following week. So we are fully anticipating and expecting that learning will occur. You have brought up, and we had a teacher bring up the dates as a point of concern. And we did have a criteria that we went through, and we actually ran it past principals for their input, but it's not lost on me that we could do a better job. When we were talking about, well, we did not talk about balancing the A days and B days like we should have, and we can do that. My recommendation to you would be that on this proposal, we start with November 5th, but I come back because we need to start, in my opinion, right away. But we can come back with a new set of dates for you and make sure that after you approve those, that everybody's very, very well aware of that. And my apologies, that didn't meet all criteria, but it did meet a set of criteria that was carefully selected to try to make it so that we weren't running week after week with 4-day weeks or less, and a few other things. So my pledge to you would be that we'll review that if that's your direction, and we'll come back with an improved list of dates for you. We want to be sensitive to the teachers' needs. I do also want to report that after I presented this, that I received some pretty impassioned feedback from elementaries. I had one elementary that reached back to me and said that there was loud cheering through the halls of the school and even tears. And this was an elementary school again, where they were so grateful that they will have some time to do some planning and especially work on letters and other things. So I know that it doesn't necessarily meet everybody's needs. And I also want to say that it's not an idea that originated in Canyon School District. We have other districts that are doing this, including our neighbor Jordan School District. Now they're doing 4 days, but this is not a new idea. And there are other districts as well that have done this to try to help support teachers. And we recognize that it's not perfectly convenient for everybody. Now, I didn't want to go through the entire presentation again because you've read it, you've had time to look at it, but those were a couple of the points that I wanted to make up front and also answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Board, questions? Comments? Mrs. Oaks?
Mine is just on behalf of Ms. Arnold, who before this meeting, pursuing an out of town, communicated with me that before she had concerns about the virtual Fridays. After looking deeper into the issues with letters and particularly with our substitute shortage, she does not. So she's supportive of the idea.
Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, this has been an interesting time. Sometimes we forget that we're in COVID pandemic still. And in fact, in some cases, it's worse than it was last year. In many cases, as far as people not working and all kinds of other issues happening, it's been adding on to that. I've talked with a couple of teachers have sent some stuff. You know, typically we have the letters, which is one thing we've talked a lot about. They also have this new Envision 2220 or whatever. That new came out new this year. So a lot of teachers are now having to sort of revamp their lesson for that one. There's many times, especially in the middle schools, I mean, the elementary, there's insufficient time for prep time. There's no prep time put in there. So that's always been an issue that we've had and going on forever. And so there's not a time to say, well, okay, I'll do this during my prep time. Teachers just sort of do the whole lesson and go on. Also, the addition to the individuals being out more frequently, we saw the numbers over here, and you'll probably talk about them. They're huge, which means that we have to make extra lessons for those kids. We also have kids out with the pandemic that are coming out, and more than just getting the COVID, they're out because we don't have masks in the schools and other things. So that increased the number of kids that are getting it. Teachers are also having outside duties on the recesses because we don't have sufficient staff. So now they're going there, and then they're helping in the sub shortage. So it's becoming a major crisis. I mean, I looked at our terminations just this is a termination list from September 30th to October 14th. We had 10 teachers leave during that one period of time.
But not due to terminations, right?
Pardon me? That was their resignations. Yeah, those are resignations that happened during that time, which is, Leon said, it was higher than we typically did. I went to one school this last week and they said there was about 5 teachers that were thinking about leaving, but tenured teachers that were thinking about leaving. So I think there's a real crisis that we do need to address. If we don't, I think we'll have some real issues in our teachers' mental health. And if the teacher is not emotionally ready and physically ready, they're not going to be able to teach your kids very well. And then may add to all the other issues that were going on. I think A and B day would be very helpful to address on that. And the other issue we're going to be talking about next is the whole SEL curriculum. And if we have to add some additional time to that, it's going to break the camel's back, perhaps. So anyway, I think I would support this. I'd like to do more, but I think it's a little different this year than it was last year. I don't think employers are going to give everybody every Friday off as we did last year because they don't have any staff themselves. They're running short. So I don't know exactly how this is going to be, and it'll be difficult on the families to do. I'm not sure exactly what else we could do. We have very limited opportunities, and it sounds like our other districts may be going 4 days a week, which could even make it more difficult on the parents. So I support it at this time. We'll have to reassess it in the future and see what happens there. But I don't know if we have many other options, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg has a comment. And then Mrs. Schill.
Yeah, President, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. A little over a week ago, I showed up at Hillcrest High School. They were doing mock job interviews with students, and they asked me if I would come up and interview some students. As I arrived at Hillcrest High School, I walked into the office, and Nola Taylor, one of the secretaries, looked at me and she said, "You came to substitute, right?" And I kind of chuckled with Nola a little bit and told her no and let her know I was there, and I was just checking in at the office. And as I was leaving, I just walked back into the office to let them know that I was leaving the building. And I watched at least 3 teachers coming in and say, "Where do you need me? Where do you need me?" And I was just so awe-stricken with the quality and the caliber of the people teaching our children and their willingness that even though we're in a labor shortage, even though things are not perfect, how willing they are to step up and cover. And I think that what we have to look at is what I call balance. You know, we as elected board members, we represent the public. They elected us, they're our bosses, and we need to make sure, my perception is that our job is to make sure the best education possible happens in our schools. And that takes, again, the word balance. We can demand and demand and demand, and we are watching our teachers give and give and give more than they've ever given before. We are in extraordinary times. And I think that requires that we have extraordinary solutions to handle extraordinary times. And so I feel like these 6 virtual learning days will show the teachers that we care, that we understand the additional pressure they're under. And I believe in the long run, it will provide a better education for our students than if we did nothing and let the system crumble out from underneath us. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill.
Okay, I would like to make a motion. So I move that we approve adding 6 virtual learning days to the 2021-2022 school calendar, starting with November 5th, and the other additional days to be brought back from the administration.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion to the motion?
I would just.
Mrs.
add
Schill, would you like
some
to speak to the
comments.
motion?
Yes, thank you, President. So I just want to talk about how I support this. And we have heard from a lot of teachers that say they really need it. They are struggling, just like the superintendent said. I mean, this year is the perfect storm, and we're still in a pandemic. We have a labor shortage. We have a lot of absenteeism. I know that a lot of the high school teachers, just like Mont said, are filling in for other teachers. So they have like no prep time because they are filling in because we don't have teachers. So I just think we need to do this as a start. We can do more too.
Thank you. Any other discussion to the motion? Oh, Mrs. Nybauer.
I want to add my comments that I also have heard from a lot of teachers that most teachers are giving up their prep periods to cover other classes because of the substitute shortage. So essentially, especially in our elementary schools, we have more requirements of them, and they didn't have a prep period to begin with, but the upper levels did, and they no longer have a prep. And then we've got the elementary school with extra requirements. And so I do understand the patron comments that came, and I appreciate them. I definitely think it's a great idea to balance the schedule with AB. I do second that motion with the understanding that we do have a lot of teachers who teach AP and concurrent enrollment that feel a lot of pressure about getting through all of the material and the percentage of their students that pass those. And so I just wanted to comment that I understand and recognize that stress, and hopefully the balance of the schedule will help alleviate that a little bit. And again, feel like this is the best way to try to meet the needs of the teachers with the excessive absences and over 20-minute late tardies on top of the other things for this year. So, and I also just wanted to comment, I am excited to talk about how else we can support the teachers.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion to the motion?
Just quickly, Mrs. Arnold said that she was in favor of this also by
Which
that,
is,
so we'll make that record.
yeah. Although she's not, it's not counted as a vote.
It's not
Yes.
counted as a vote, but it's
Okay. All right.
not counted as a
And-
vote, but she wanted to make her
Okay.
wishes.
Thank you. And I too am in favor of the motion. And I appreciate your willingness to respond to the concern that was brought up about the balancing with the A day, B day. And I hope that we will do some really good communicating because November 5th is not that far away. So anyway, thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and I see no further discussion to the motion. So I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item 7C, discussion on social emotional learning curriculum. And second reading, possible action. I will turn time over to school performance directors, and it looks like we have Dr. McKay Robinson, Alice Peck, and Cindy Hansen.
President Tini, can I just comment real quick?
Oh,
I
yes,
just want to
please,
thank the school
Superintendent.
performance team and Bob for their hard work on this as well. And just remind everybody that these are options they're presenting. This is not specifically recommendations from school performance, but options that the board asked us to bring back tonight. So just want to tell them how much I appreciate their work and diligence on this. In the midst too, as you know, we're in the middle of accreditation visit this week, and these guys have really gone the extra mile. So just appreciate their efforts.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Robbins, and thank you, President Tingy, and our wonderful board members. Feels like it's been forever since I last stood up here to present. In fact, I'm positive that I have a lot more gray hair than I did the last time we met. So, but I'm owning it, so it's all good. But as Dr. Robbins illustrated and mentioned, these are simply options. And not only are these options, but these are for the remainder of this school year. This isn't something that's to continue from this point on necessarily. This is strictly for the remainder of this particular school year. So we wanted to start off by essentially illustrating and pointing out the process that has been taken to get to this particular point since our last board meeting back on October 5th, and highlight the different individuals that were involved in this process and selecting particular options. So we first and foremost had a discussion at the cabinet level. And for those that are in attendance that may not know who sits on cabinet here at the district level, we have our superintendent, our assistant superintendent. We have our instructional support department director, our responsive services director, all of our school performance team, the legal team, as well as human resources, and also several members from our communications team. So that's just to give a little information for those that may not know who sits on cabinet. We also had several discussions in our principals leadership meetings to discuss what has been historically happening and what they would like to see moving forward. Instructional supports met quite regularly and met with us in school performance as well as we began looking at all the different options that were possibly out there for this interim period. We also worked closely with responsive services, and then Dr. Robbins received quite a bit of feedback as well through SECs and PTAs on his listening tours, as well as some of the breakfasts and different things that he has been involved with. So that is essentially the process that has been taken from October 5th until now to get to where we are now. In our last board meeting, there was also several questions that came up regarding whether or not social and emotional learning was required within our schools, and if it was even necessary, or if we should just, I guess, get rid of it altogether, for lack of a better way of describing that. And so wanted to point out the Utah State Board of Education board rule, as well as some additional guidance. And this is the R277-400-8. And it talks about, in a specific section referred to as prevention and intervention. And in that first area, it talks about how an LEA shall provide a school comprehensive violence prevention and intervention strategies as part of a school's regular curriculum, including resource lessons and materials on anger management, conflict resolution, and then also respect for diversity and other cultures. It then continues on to illustrate and point out that an LEA should also, or shall also, develop or incorporate, to the extent resources permit, care teams. And just so you are aware, in our school district, we refer to those as student support teams. Originally, they were called care teams, but those things are in place as well. But then you'll notice there on C, social and emotional learning is on that list from this state board rule and the guidance that we have received. So that is just there to try and address one of the questions that did come up in our last board meeting. We also have this other information also falling within the state board rule and guidance, and it's a document that is known as Portrait of a Graduate. And the Utah's Portrait of a Graduate came about in May of 2019. And that document was created through work done by a task force comprised of board members and Utah State Board of Education staff members who relied heavily on statewide surveys and feedback from educators, students, parents, and other community members. And the Portrait of a Graduate basically identifies the ideal characteristics of a Utah graduate after going through the K-12 system. So those of you that have not had the opportunity to look at the document in its entirety, there are 13 ideal characteristics that are identified within this document. These are only 5 of those specific characteristics, and we are only highlighting those simply because they're the ones that tend to connect most with the social and emotional learning aspect of it. But for those of you that are interested, the remaining 8 that are not listed up here are academic mastery, civic, financial, and economic literacy, digital literacy, communication, critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, collaboration and teamwork, and service. And so all of these things are all part of this process of looking at what is best for our schools regarding the social and emotional learning, as well as this is something that we have continued to look at closely moving forward with our current strategic planning. This next particular slide essentially just illustrates the definition that we have, become familiar with over the years. And this was actually the definition that was in place when the board originally adopted their social emotional learning curriculum. And this is here simply as a reminder of what it means and what it's all about and what it entails for those that may be still questioning what social and emotional learning truly is and how it is recognized throughout the industry. And rather than boring you and reading it word for word, it is just simply there and available on board docs as well. This next slide basically illustrates the different skills that are found within all social, and not all, but the majority of social and emotional learning curriculums. I'm trying to avoid using acronyms, and so I apologize that I keep saying social and emotional learning over and over and over. But if everyone's comfortable, I may jump back and forth between that and SEL. But anyway, back to this. These are the skills that are found and highlighted within those curriculums and truly are the foundation of what social and emotional learning curriculums are about. And they basically are there to teach and support students in applying this specific skills to help them be successful within school and academically. I oftentimes think of, and this has been illustrated multiple times and discussed over and over, but as you all know, our teachers spend a lot of time at the beginning of a school year or even throughout the school year teaching rules, expectations, routines, everything in order to create a specific environment that is conducive to learning and able to help create that specific learning environment that helps them to achieve everything that they are wanting to achieve. And a lot of the social and emotional learning skills and attributes contribute to that learning environment as well. I don't believe there's ever a day that goes by, and I can say this speaking as a former elementary school teacher for many, many years. It's where my heart lies, and I love it. That's the whole reason why I stand before you now today, is because of my passion for education. But then also as a building administrator, where you don't have a student or two coming in from recess having just had an argument about not being asked to play, or so-and-so called me a name, or whatever the case may be. And you spend that time as that teacher trying to resolve the conflict that is there, as well as teach them correct principles and skills to help them resolve that on their own in the future. And in the process of doing that, you are eliminating more and more of that academic time that is taking place. And so a lot of this social and emotional learning that has been being incorporated into our classrooms are to not only resolve those that are there, but also be proactive in trying to eliminate them in the first place so that we can focus on what is most important within our classrooms. So in regards to the considerations, and again, this is strictly for the interim for the remainder of this school year, we felt it was very important to, I guess, set some criteria as we began looking at the different options that are available. As you all know, we have taken great pride as a school district to be very much evidence-based, and we felt that that was necessary to look at programs that are evidence-based and also connected to the industry standards. And we've listed the industry standards there as well, just for your reference. And those typically are self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, as well as social awareness. We also wanted to look at the instructional time. And for those of you who may or may not be familiar, the elementary, a lot of these lessons are taking place on a daily basis. And we were hoping for and wanted to align whatever options were there with what has already been given to the teachers for these particular lessons to take place, and not try and create something that requires too much time or adds to what was already there. And then in the middle schools, they've just been simply doing things on a weekly basis. And each school is a little bit different, but they have essentially set aside 20 minutes within the day, depending on where they are. Then the cost, it's obviously an important discussion. We've heard that brought up on multiple occasions. The amount of teacher professional development that may be required moving forward, That was also mentioned just a few moments ago. And then planning time requirements for our teachers. And then also we felt it was extremely important for families to have access to those lessons as well for their review. And we've heard that repeatedly for the last few board meetings, and appreciate all those parents that have expressed their concerns and those that continue to remain here with us not well after, a few minutes after 10. But hopefully we can all appreciate their commitment and their passion for this as well. I think we all stand united in wanting to provide the best education for our students. So those are the criteria that we have, that we kind of set up to look at and help us make better decisions. So in regards to the interim options, these are the 4 that we came up with, and I'll spend just a few moments talking about why these were selected, as well as we will go into a little bit more depth into each of the specific programs that are being provided as options, not recommending, simply providing as options. But again, the first option is second step, and wanted to stress, and that's why we put elementary only there, simply because we all understand that we are not moving forward with that in the middle schools at this time. One of the main reasons why that is up here as another option is because it is the current program that was adopted by the board several years ago. And again, cannot stress enough that this would be only for our elementary students. The second option is Nearpod, social and emotional learning lessons. With the social and emotional, I'll get into depth on that here in just a moment, so I'll move on. This is option 3 is Positive Action. And this is a program that some may or may not have heard about, but this might sound familiar to several of our board members, but this was one of the 3 finalists when we originally adopted curriculum back. And so that's one of the reasons why we felt as though it would be worth looking at again. And then the 4th option being Leader in Me, which was also one of the finalists in the original adoption process back several years ago. 2 things that we really want to stress and highlight here is that there will be parent opt-out options available regardless of the option that is selected by the board. So we really wanted to highlight that, as well as any and or all SEL curriculum will be vetted at the cabinet level. So regardless, if whatever option is selected, we will still go through that process. The individuals that were listed and highlighted before, we want to do that in order to avoid any future missteps. To be completely honest with you and 100% transparent, it hurt my heart in a lot of ways to hear parent comments talk about having lost faith and lost trust within us. And that's the last thing that I think any of us would ever want. And so with that in mind, this is one of the reasons why we will continue to vet regardless of whatever option is selected, and ensure that all the feedback that we have received and been receiving, that we will take all of that into consideration as we look at whatever lessons will be provided to the schools. So to dive into this a little bit more in depth and to give an overview, the second step, option number 1, consists of 22 social and emotional learning lessons for each grade in levels K through 5. The lessons are organized into 4 units in grades K through 2, but then into 3 units for grades 3 through 5. But they are the same units that are listed there. And what I mean by that is where it says skills for learning, empathy, emotion management, and problem solving. Those are the 4 units. And they just simply combine 2 of those to make only 3 units for the grades 3 through 5. So skills for learning. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So within skills for learning, just wanted to highlight some of the lessons that are being taught in there to give everyone an idea. So in that skills for learning unit, those lessons include those being lessons on being respectful, following directions, understanding different perspectives, listening with attention, and being assertive. In the empathy unit, lessons include on how to deal with accidents. And for those of you that may be questioning or wondering what that means, I accidentally pushed him over or whatever. And there's always those, I guess, difference in opinions and whatnot, but showing care and concern, feeling confident, showing compassion, and disagreeing respectfully. Under the emotion management unit, lessons include calming down anger, managing worry or embarrassment, avoid jumping to conclusions, managing frustration, and avoiding assumptions. And then under the problem solving unit, the lessons include fair ways to play, handling name calling, responding to playground exclusions or problems, seeking help, and dealing with peer pressure. So the lessons for our social and emotional learning second step, they are packaged in a hard copy binder with a CD and a DVD that provides online access to those particular videos. And this was a question that came up, I believe, a while back about the concerns that were there. And so we wanted to just really emphasize once again that the CDs and DVDs that were provided for those lessons, they are still static in nature. They have simply placed them on a line for the teachers to use because the majority of laptops no longer have the ability to play a CD or DVD without an external drive that you plug in. I have gone through and literally put every video from the DVD and CD in one computer and had the online version next to it, push play, and everything is exactly the same with the two. And those are the only things that are available to our teachers in this particular program in the elementary world. And again, we do not have access to other online videos for the elementary other than those that were provided on the CDs and DVDs. Second step as a whole does offer things like that, but that is not something that we have purchased or have access to. So just really wanted to make sure that we're understanding the difference there. Okay. Now, as I mentioned before, we had the criteria that we had outlined. And so we basically set up for each of the options, this little table to help you to see exactly what we discovered for each of the options that are being presented tonight. So in regards to the evidence-based and industry standard connection, second step is aligned to the industry standards, and there have been multiple research studies evaluating the program that have been published. Want to point out that the instructional time itself sits around 15 to 20 minutes, which does align with the time that we already had. The cost here, it does say no additional cost, as we do already own the curriculum. With that being said, we also want to highlight, as was mentioned earlier, that Cabinet would be vetting and making sure all the lessons that it will be sent out and whatnot. So there is that, and quite honestly, up until this point, the amount of time that has been put in by everyone reviewing and going back over things, there is that cost that has been involved with there. But as for the curriculum itself, there is no additional cost as we do own that curriculum. Teacher professional development, none would be required at this point, simply due to the fact that the majority of teachers are familiar with it and were using it prior to the stoppage that took place. Planning time is very minimal. And then the family access, they do have access to the hard copy lessons and can be made available for in-person review. And then other little pieces of information that we thought were important. This is the board approved curriculum. It has been used in elementary schools for the last 4 years. It has a vertical progression in skills to support mastery, and it is also the most widely used social and emotional learning curriculum in the state of Utah. Yes, please.
Before we go to all of the other, you have another slide, I guess one more slide on the second step opt-out. So maybe you can scroll to that.
To do that one and then go from there. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So this slide is simply there for, I guess, to provide information in regards to where we were prior to the stoppage that took place. So in our elementary schools, we had a total of 25 students that had opted out. Those are the numbers and from which schools they came from. With that being said, I would also like to acknowledge that these numbers could have very well been, there could be more numbers based on the fact that if a stop had not taken place, if that makes sense. So these are there simply as a once the stoppage did take place and for the information of I guess you could look at this as well as the board, how seriously you took this and the feedback that was received from parents and putting a pause and a stoppage to it. And so we just wanted you to make sure that you knew what the numbers were as well at the time.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I thought maybe it makes sense for us to comment after each instead of going through the whole thing and then.
I I think we should let him conclude the whole presentation and then we can comment. Is that?
Okay.
Is that what you'd like me to do, President Teeny?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So on to option number 2. This was mentioned in our last board meeting as well, Nearpod social and emotional learning lessons. And first and foremost, wanted to basically point out that this would not be a free-for-all. As you know, and as if you have visited Nearpod, Nearpod is very extensive and has a large catalog of lessons, even those that fall under social and emotional learning. But I want to explain also the process that was taken prior to last board meeting, as we were providing this as an option as well. But essentially we, and when I say we, individuals from Instructional Supports Department, Responsive Services, and School Performance all got together and we began looking at the lessons that were already made available on Nearpod. And we also, in that process, looked at what Davis School District as well as Weber School Districts were using and kind of used that as a starting point because they had already vetted some of their lessons. And we identified 37 lessons that we thought would be appropriate. But in that process, we sat together, watched particular lessons, we paused, we asked a ton of questions, and quite honestly, we challenged a lot of the material that we did find as well. What is nice about the Nearpod option is that we were able to, as the individuals sitting in that room, eliminate particular slides that we felt did not align with Canyon School District's vision, as well as the feedback that we have received throughout this process. And so we also went through the process of looking at all the links that may have been found within these particular lessons and references that were found at the very end. And if there was anything that was questionable or alarming to us, we simply eliminated it and wiped it out altogether. We went through that process for 6 specific lessons, spent quite a few hours doing that. And at the end of feeling comfortable with 6 of those particular lessons, we decided we would not continue unless it ended up being the option that was selected simply because of the amount of time that was being put into this process. But we did feel it was important to at least have an understanding as well as recognize that we would be able to edit and eliminate anything that we did find to be questionable. And those lessons would simply be organized again into the 5 units that are there. And those are the industry standards that we identified once before. And then we could organize those lessons into K2 lessons, grades 3 through 5, K8, or 6-8, whatever is decided in that regard. So those are the Nearpod options. And again, here's the chart that we put into place. It does connect to industry standards and is evidence-based, but the lessons themselves have not been evaluated for impact overall. The cost of this, the timing does align with what we do already have in place. The cost, the Utah State Board of Education has purchased Nearpod licenses for all of our educators. But again, as I mentioned before, the amount of time that is put into looking at each of the lessons and eliminating, there is a cost to that, I guess, for lack of a better way of describing that. The teacher professional development, I would argue that it wouldn't require a lot of professional development simply due to the fact that a lot of our teachers are already using Nearpod as a resource. Not necessarily for social and emotional learning by any means, but for lots of different things. And then the planning time should be very minimal, but the family would have access to the lessons that we would be approving and have identified as ones that are, I guess, effective, for lack of a better way of describing it, and acceptable. Those lessons are interactive and they do connect to our instructional priorities. And then we wanted to highlight, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, that they are confirmed and are being used within Davis and Weber school districts. So those are the first 2 options. And I will now turn some time over to a wonderful individual that I like to refer to as my sister. She always calls herself my mother, but I won't accept that. But my sister to talk about option number 3.
pretty true. I do kind of mother everybody. Okay, so
I'll just, for the record, Cindy Hansen is addressing us now.
all right. No, not his mother. I know. Don't want to know how old I am. Okay, so we're going to look at positive action. That's our next option. So positive action is a little bit different as I go through this in that it really is a paper-based curriculum K-12. So it does require licenses or as you'll see in the chart, they're subscriptions. So licenses are purchased for teachers and schools. The number of SEL lessons differ by grade levels. They have 140 lessons K-6 per grade and 80 lessons in 7 and 8. And that's because positive action, their intent is for it to be a daily instruction. So they have a lot of extra lessons because they're looking at it as a 15 to 20 minutes in the elementary, 20, 25 minutes in the secondary or in the middle schools. So that's why they have so many lessons available. They do have it go through 12, but we're just looked through 8. So the lessons have a paper and a digital component. Their digital component is simply PDFs of their hard copy lessons. So you can have an account where you go on and log in primarily so that if you had online classes where you were trying to do things via Zoom, that you could actually project and show the things that are the hard copy lessons so students would still have access to that information. So they didn't have other kinds of, lessons or things that were produced and accessed online, just PDFs of their own materials. So positive action aligned to industry standards, multiple research studies evaluating their effectiveness. They've received a lot of awards and accommodations. It's 10 to 15 minutes at the elementary and 15 to 20 at secondary. So that does align with the time kind of allocations that we've seen. The cost of second step, and I will say as I go through this, when I was at Mount Jordan, we had some of these as kind of pilot things, so I can kind of explain what it looks like in the kit. So it's approximately, as we were trying to figure out all of the different pieces, about $600,000 initially, with ongoing costs annually. So part of that is a training that they do, and the $550 training is for online participants up to 20. So they'll have up to 20 participants online. The $3,000 plus travel pays for an on-site trainer, and that's for up to 50 participants. And then the 25 people is for trainers. You can do trainers of the training. So you can pay for people to come in and train your people to be trainers. So the $400 curriculum kit per teacher. So it comes in a big box, and they basically have a journal. So the students have this journal. They have these envelopes and these different things where they can keep their journal throughout the year. So it's got different lessons that they can turn in or things that they can just write in. And then it has all sorts of different cards and manipulatives and whatever they're going to need for the lessons throughout the year. So when you look at, and then it has a planning book. So there's an instructional guide for the teacher as well that goes through, that has every lesson written out and printed. So it'll say in the lesson, here's the materials that you need. So I might need to get 30 pens, and then here's the materials that are part of the kit. So that's what the kit looks like. The $330 per grade level subscription, that's the licensing piece that I mentioned in the previous slide. So that's every 3 years. Additionally, $150 is required every year to reboost that consumable part of your kit. So that's kind of what the breakdown is when you look at how many teachers we have and all of those costs that would come together. So that's what that looks like. Teacher professional development, you have the 1 day of training that they provide just to overview the program. I know when I was at Mount Jordan, we did it online, we did a piece where they talked to us and kind of explained the training. The planning time for teachers is minimal. The lessons are all pre-done. They have here's what the teachers can say, here's the different activities, here's the stories, everything is all part of that kit. There is family access to the hard copy lessons that you could see,
come in and preview. You could see the teachers' instructional manuals and et cetera. One thing about Positive Action is they also have, if you wanted to pay more, they also have kits specifically for families. So they're designed to promote, and a lot of their materials are about making that family connection and really valuing that piece in this whole process. And so they do have specific kits that are designed to be family kits that go out and are used that way. There is a vertical progression in the skills. That's one of the other pieces specifically. So there's only 7 units. Well, there are 7 units that they use K-12. So their 7 units are self-concept, positive actions for body and mind, managing yourself responsibly, treating others the way you like to be treated, telling yourself the truth, improving yourself continually, and then the last one's kind of an overview for the year. So they have a progression, each year, each grade level on those 7 units. So those are the components of positive action.
Okay, our final option to present to the board tonight.
Excuse me, I'll just say for the record, Alice Pack is now addressing the board.
Thank you. So the final option we're going to present to you tonight is option 4, Leader in Me. And Leader in Me is a whole school improvement model that's designed to empower students with leadership and life skills that they would need to thrive in the 21st century. And as McKay mentioned earlier, this was one of the 3 final programs that was considered for curriculum adoption the first time around. This program is grounded in the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey, and students are first taught to lead themselves through personal responsibility, planning, and decision-making, and then to lead others through attentive listening, conflict resolution, and teamwork. And this program also takes an organizational approach to social emotional learning. It's designed to create common language and culture throughout the school community. So Leader in Me is an educational technology tool and digital lesson library. All these materials are online, and they do come through the leaderinme.com website. It does require licenses and annual memberships. Those memberships include online professional development for teachers, the online video library, resources for teachers and students that include articles, stories, printable materials, access to coaching, books, and posters. And certainly, I'm sure, quite a bit more. So let's look a little bit at the different pieces that we looked at in the other options. It is aligned to our industry standards, or to industry standards, excuse me. And those core competencies for this particular program are self-discipline, initiative, relationship building, communication, and collaboration. They have had independent case studies and program evaluation. Research studies have been conducted in 3 peer-reviewed journals. The instructional time is anywhere from 15 to 25 minutes per day. That does, again, align with our previous SEL allocated time for schools. The cost is going to be approximately $225,000 for students, and then another $122,000 for the Lighthouse training. There is an annual membership involved with that as well. You can see the breakdown of the numbers there. In terms of teacher professional development, so in talking with Austin Haslam, who was gracious enough to come out and spend some time with our team and kind of look at some of the PD options, they really highly recommend 2 days of on-site learning per school team. And by per school team, they really look at creating a lighthouse team of about 4 to 8 teachers at each school. And that's ideally in a normal situation that Lighthouse team would go through a full day of training. However, given our current needs for an interim program, Austin felt like this, we could probably do one full day of training just for the teachers, which would include a combination of perhaps 3 hours of individual teacher training. And they really encourage us to do training on neuroscience, which is sort of like helping teachers in terms of their knowledge base and their wellness so that they're prepared then to teach these lessons. He did say you could break these 3 hours into increments of hours at a time. So if we didn't want to do an entire day's worth of professional development for teachers, we could possibly break it into 1 hour segments. Along with that 3 hours of training for the teachers, again, he said the rest of that day could be spent with coaches going over the curriculum so teachers become familiar with it and have a good idea of how to dive in with the lessons. Planning time requirements, obviously it's a new program, so there will be some planning required. We were told it's minimal, but again, most of these lessons are fairly scripted, so they should require little preparation. However, there will be obviously some planning required. Family access. We were told that each school has a username and password that can be made available to parents if they would like to access those lessons and that information and those different components online. So with that, just wanted to reiterate again that the 4 options that we've put in front of you are parent opt-out is allowable for all of these options. And again, any of the curriculum that is agreed upon will also be vetted at a cabinet level to make sure that all the materials are appropriate and follow in line with Canyon's vision district alignment, and just making sure that we're meeting those standards that have been set. So with that, our team is prepared to start to answer questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I think we do have questions. How about if we start with Mrs. Nybauer, and we'll just kind of work down the row. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the hours you have spent. I know with accreditation, there is so much on your plates right now, so thank you. Okay, I am going to start with thoughts on things that will take the least amount of time and then move on. So my thoughts are, and I want to thank you for all of the review you did of Nearpod. I've spent hours on that as well since we were given logins. In my opinion, that program is not skills-based, and I think it would take an inordinate amount of hours to take out those things that we need to take out and review. I also feel like it's too much time. Positive action, that's far too much daily time, in my opinion, to take from the classroom. Also, I think it's far too much cost for a temporary solution. So I've ruled that out immediately. The leader in me looks like a very viable option. My concern is with the training for the teachers. I think we need to have it be a virtual day or something like that. There's that, the cost, it's the best cost of the 3 options. It already aligns with the given time and our schedules that we have. So I see some benefits with that. Okay, now I'm going to dig in. Okay, with our process, and I understand you were under a great time constraint, and I feel the pressure as well with our emails. I know we're getting a lot of messages, hurry, quick, and decide. But the very first thing I wanted to talk about is on your slide of who provided insight and input. I would suggests that perhaps we have not gotten enough input from parents, the SCC and PTA input. I believe side conversations during the listening tour do not equate to actual input about these specific options. I think we've heard loud and clear about one option, but not the others at all. The school board, because we're the ones that are going to vote on this, one problem I had is I had a login for Nearpod and I have a login for Second Steps, but I didn't have a way to really view Positive Actions or Leader in Me. And so I was researching online for a long time trying to find that, but I would have loved to have some sample lesson plans. And I feel that that's really important, as well as vetting this at the SCC level. I think the reason why we're in one of the reasons, there's multiple, but one of the reasons why we're in this situation is we didn't have proper vetting at the SCC level at every school. And so I would submit that and question if maybe that's something we could do as we're looking at the options, is to have that presented to all the SCCs like sample lesson plans to get more parent input. Okay. I also, when we received this petition of 639 parents against the option that's still on the table, that also leads me to believe this isn't students, this is families. Most families have more than one child. So again, it makes me feel like maybe that input by parents hasn't, we need to think more on that. Okay. So I've talked to members of the USBE, and I just wanted to provide a little clarification. We are tying it to the R277-400-8, and McKay did a great job of articulating. That these are the things that tie in and the portrait of the graduate, but we do not currently have any state standard for SEL. And so that's very important, I think, to acknowledge here. So we don't have any state rule on it. Okay. All right. So I've gone to all the schools. Indian Hills is one of the schools that has not yet implemented second steps. However, meeting with them was really fun and interesting. And they sent us this email with all of the different supports and lesson plans they've been doing to promote emotional wellness and respect and kindness and inclusion in their school. I found it very interesting to note that they are actually the embryo in our district for all counselors. At almost every school in the district, they have someone that went through their program first and then is now, and Cindy's nodding as she knows. I just thought these folks have done an excellent job of creating awesome lesson plans. And I wanted to share with you some of their insights. I also talked to Karen Brown, our psychologist at the district, as well as psychologists at every school. So there are certain things missing from second steps in the ruling of 277. I've gone through and looked at all the lesson plans per grade. I don't believe honesty and integrity is super present as one of the skills being taught. Wellness for physical well-being, not present. Optimism, maybe not as present as it could be. Service, maybe not as present as it could be. A lot of the psychologists that I spoke with said that they would, and there's more than 4 of them, said that if we were to continue with second steps at the elementary school level, they would want to make changes to certain lesson plans. In particular, there are students that have experienced trauma in their lives, and there is a sharing component and sharing of feelings and experiences that they said would not be appropriate at the classroom level. And they did not feel they said even their interventions with at-risk kids, they're very careful not to have those conversations, that there would need to be limits and boundaries in the lesson plans. Instead of share a time you were sad, think about a time you were sad. We all get sad. Now let's talk about the skills to help us through that. But they said that that's very, very important to keep some confidentiality that way, and to help children not be extremely vulnerable to overshares and the kids that don't know how to set up boundaries. And they said oftentimes the same students that are at risk and have had trauma are also those that don't maybe naturally have those boundaries. Okay. I know one of the reasons, and it was stated it's an option because it was a board approved curriculum. And of course, you know, I was not on the board at that time. The teacher professional development, in the slide, it says that there will be no more hours for teacher professional development, that it's all been done. However, Indian Hills, Oak Hollow, and Willow Springs, I've talked to the principals and their teams. None have had teacher training because they had not yet started the program. So I think that maybe we could possibly change that, because there will be more teacher professional development hours needed for that, because once it was put on hold, they haven't done it. Let's see. Okay. Another thing in that, another element, the vertical progression was listed as maybe a positive here. And I think that vertical progression is lost in that those skills building upon each other. Dr. Robbins has said it, because we're not doing it at the middle school level. I'm not sure if that should be included as a positive because of the scaffolding, and we're not doing it anywhere else but elementary if we decide to do this. Okay, additional costs. We have no additional cost. And I am not sure about that, because not only do we have schools that haven't ever implemented it yet that need to do teacher training, but also, you know, all the psychologists I talked to did say there would be changes they would recommend. And so I do think there's some staffing hours necessary if we were to move forward with that. Then the other big piece, the principals I spoke to at the elementary schools in Draper, Willow Springs, and Oak Hollow said they are very concerned about how many students would be opting out, and they're concerned about what they would do possibly with those students because of the substitute shortage, and we're using coaches and teacher aides for people with letters training. They said, I don't possibly know who I would have with those students that are opting out. I quickly just went through this petition and just counted the families in Draper. There's 299 families on this list. Spoiler alert, I did field a phone call before this meeting and was talking to a parent that was involved with this, and they said this has only been out for 3 days. I also, with all the emails we've gotten from parents, I emailed them back, the ones that didn't want it, and asked where their kids are. Eastmont Middle, Alta High, Jordan High, Willow Springs, Draper Park, Corner Canyon, Brockwood Elementary, Albion Middle, Hillcrest High, Oak Hollow, Draper Elementary, Indian Hills, and Lone Peak. So I do agree with what McKay was saying. I think the opt-out would be greater. I think it's as low as it is because it was on hold. Okay, so when I talked to these principals and I said, please tell me if you could wave a magic wand, just the principals in my district, what would you want? And all of the ones I talked to at the elementary school level, because for second steps, we're only considering elementary. They said, please not second steps, because my teachers haven't been trained on it yet. They're already stressed with letters, and we would have too many kids opting out. The other thing that was mentioned is that they are very concerned that there's a shadow now on this program, and they are worried about restoring trust and confidence with parents. And it new to me, I didn't know this. I knew at Draper Park, you know, Dr. Watts had fielded a lot of phone calls and parents coming in, but I guess at the elementary school, the principals have been as well. And so their thought was, I asked if I could use their names and they said yes, but their thought was, please rethink that. And so I know there are schools that like this program. I know there are teachers that like this program, and maybe possibly something we can consider is that we don't have a one size fits all plan. Someone I admire said this, and I think it's very true. It is, you cannot compromise principles to achieve unity. And where we have this curriculum, we're trying to teach skills, and yet reviewing the lesson plans, and parents have iterated it tonight. It seems that maybe in certain lesson plans, we're doing more than teaching skills, and that's where the concern lies. And so I'm sorry it was very lengthy. I've got a whole notebook full of notes, but hopefully I did a good enough job summarizing. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley? Please hold your applause.
Yeah, first off, I want to express my appreciation for Mont being here. He's actually on vacation in Hawaii, 3 hours ahead of us. So behind us. Oh, I thought he was ahead. I'm not feeling as bad, Mont. Okay, I thought he was ahead of us.
Yeah, Steve, it's actually 4 hours.
4 hours. Well, so you got all kinds of time left in the night. Thank you, but thank you for taking your time away on vacation to be with us. I do appreciate that. So anyway, so I've done a lot of thought on this. I've talked with a lot of people, and I've met with pretty much every constituent group in the area. I woke up last night, sort of interesting. I woke up for the first time not worrying about this. I was wondering what was wrong. It's every single night as I wake up, I've been thinking about this. And as I woke up last time, I'm going, that's weird. It's not in my head. It's a great feeling. Anyway, so where do we start on this? I've had the opportunity to meet with Parent United and several groups in there. I've also had talked with several parents that are very pro this and have been trying to come up with some solution that we don't have another no mask issue, or school day issue in school. I mean, we've gone through so many things to break parents apart. I've been trying to take a look at what's actually trying to unite parents together and how we can do that. Start off with, I agree, and that she's trying to look and yeah. Anyway, she's going to look around. Okay, that's fine. I agree that we need to move forward on moving Second Step out of the district. And it's been interesting as I've talked with several parents who've been very positive on Second Step. Once I've informed them of the reason that it wasn't just the insights that you guys came up with on the middle school, but it was just sort of their move over to transformative social emotional learning and some of the new concepts that they've done in the last couple of years that have made it where I didn't think it felt that would be supported currently on the current board. And so the bottom line, I think we need to move away from that. As I've talked with a lot of parents and talked with them, especially the parents that have had Second Step and feel very comfortable with it, they sort of said, okay, I agree. Maybe we need to move that direction. I'm okay with that. Can we have some time to transition? They're worried about dropping that off. So I've been trying to come up with a middle thing to that. I've had several people on both sides say, how can I support you? And I don't think they're telling me, how can I support you to support my way? But I think they're really saying, how can we come up with some kind of solution that we can meet the address? Because all the parents I've talked with, they care about their kids. They really worry about it either way. And they have strong arguments and strong stuff about that. And we have a lot of contention in the world right now. I'm trying to figure out how we not have contention here in the district. I'm trying to keep that out of our schools and try to vet our kids because they get enough of this watching this stuff. So to begin with, I want to be very clear that in 2018, when we implemented this, it was vetted by the SCCs and we had quite a process. But in 2018, the world was different. Okay. There wasn't all the things that have happened within the last couple of years. And over this last year, Castle came out and said this and Second Step came out. If this was happened when we did it, there was no way we would have taken them as a vendor in that particular side, because we're concerned about this is a pretty conservative board, I would guess, and say. So that being said, the program in the elementary school was actually produced, this copyright in 2011. That was a long time ago, before a lot of people started really putting in transformative social emotional lessons. I agree that on the elementary level, I've had a lot of people. I've talked with our school counselors. lot of what they're doing, and also the elementary and the middle school and the high school counselors are concerned, is involved with Second Step. Their lessons are involved around Second Step. It's adding on. So we're not just talking about the teachers. We're talking about a whole infrastructure that we need to actually move over into whatever else our program is going to be. It's the product itself may have some issues in there that we may need to take a look and say, hey, yeah, we need to pull that, but any structure is going to have that. No matter what we get, we're going to have to vet out something. The other thing I wanted to make clear in the community is I really appreciate that the Utah Parent United went through and vetted out Second Step and then in middle school. However, Canyon's Second Step program is very similar to the Common Core versus the Utah Common Core. And the Common Core has certain things that we don't want in there. The Utah Common Core tried to sanitized it and brought in some different things. So as we've implemented it, none of our middle schools, so I've met with almost all of our middle schools and talked with their principals. None of them have just turned over the keys to the car and said, okay, here's teachers, go ahead and take whatever you want out of there, teach whatever lesson you want. For example, Midvale Middle School, what they have done is they have an online Google Docs, and they have a person with the principal and a group of individuals that put together and vet out the program, decide what they're going to teach, what they're not going to teach, put it on a Google Docs, and that's the only thing that teachers have access to. In Midvale Middle, they don't even have access to Second Step. They also put in with that their IB program. And so they sort of tie in sort of the values and put that together. Over at Edgemont, that middle school program there, they put pretty much the same thing. They have a teacher that sits down and vets it with the principals and with the school counselors, and they come up with sort of a modified version that they put in a Google Doc, and they allow the kids to answer on Canvas. I want to make it clear that the concerns are real in regards to the program, but we've been providing a different Second Step than actually some parents may be concerned about. So as far as a trust issue, all of our schools have said to me, we're vetting this really well. One or two will allow them to go directly to the program. Butler, for example, allows them to go directly to that program, but they vet the lessons and what they're going to be teaching in the lessons. And they say, this is what's going on. If the teachers are allowed to go, it's because it gives them an opportunity to take a look at it. So I think in our middle schools, though this program has a lot of stuff in there that I don't support, and I think we need to move on because my worry is going to be that it'll just get worse. I think we have kept the kids safe in this district, and the teachers and the principals and our staff have been pretty diligent about making sure that we have not let out the concerns that they have within that. So I just wanted to make that clear as we go through, and in talking with a lot of people, and trying to draw people together in regards to that. My question is, as we move to part-time things, Leon, we have to put in an RFP for this. And since we already vetted these two in the original RFP, we're okay for part-time, or do we have to put out another RFP? Because these amounts of money is above what the state procurement would be without putting an RFP. Is that correct? I mean, we've got 200,000, 600,000.
Yeah, we'd have to.
So it would have to go
these out. Yes,
we'd have to go through the vetting process.
We've already gone through somewhat of the vetting process, getting these quotes. Doing this.
Yeah.
Now.
So whatever we move on that, and that would take quite a while probably to do, I would guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So as far as the other programs, so as far as my feelings on the middle elementary, I would like to see the elementary continue for the rest of the year with being vetted, and even more than what we've done. Because there's a couple of reasons. Now, as far as moving into the new schools, I think we don't need to do that. The schools that have not had Second Step, we don't need to move forward with that. The schools that do have Second Step, I think we need to allow those parents that time to transition over. It's sort of like they're saying, okay, we'll compromise. At least that's why I'm hearing from quite a few that I've talked with, is we really like it, but I understand where you're going. And if you get something to replace it, because we really want SEL. If you have something to replace it we feel comfortable with, it also gives us a longer time to pick something that's appropriate rather than just quickly putting something in. Because a lot of the teachers are saying, this is a real difficult year, and we don't need any more training things we need to do. We also don't need any more issues with on our children really need to have something at this point. And the other part. Now, Nearpod, I've looked at the Nearpod program. I don't know why the state bought a copy for every single teacher. It's just not the level that we usually do instruction within the district. It's pretty elementary, especially for the middle school. The positive action, I didn't see much of it. I pulled out some stuff. I passed it around to give everybody a little stuff. It's more hard copy. It comes from Boise State University. I Googled it and couldn't find any CRT references, which is sort of cool. First thing I did, it got on there and looked at that. So I didn't find any of that, but maybe I didn't spend enough time on it. It's pretty expensive. It would require, especially in our elementaries, a whole new training program to go on to finish off the rest of the year. And then we may turn off at the end of the year and say, oh, we don't like it. So now we have to retrain you again for the next year, which is pretty crazy. Then on the Leader in Me, I've been associated with this since the first time and spent a lot of different times on that and quite impressed with it. I think also with the elementary, we would have, in the long run, it may be nice, but I think we need to go through a committee and vet that and decide that's the case. For the elementary schools, for the short term, I think we'd have a lot of training. It's a possibility if we cannot come to a compromise on second step to go through. I think we're going to have a lot of concerned parents on the other side saying you're getting rid of something and doing it. And I think we'll have a lot of teachers coming back to us and saying, you just gave us 6 days, but you just took away 6 days. So what have we gained from that? I do think I have talked with the middle schools. Initially, I was pretty much to keep this in the middle schools for the rest of the year. The middle schools are saying it's pretty tainted. They really are concerned about having second steps in the middle school with so much stuff, even though if you were to take a look at their program, it's pretty sanitized. They've gone through and have vetted it pretty well. But yet in talking with the middle schools, it may be well to move forward on that. And if that was the case, we may want to look at Leader in Me for that to move quickly. I think their program, from what I've seen over the years and looking at it, is pretty impressive. And they have a really good, even better high school program. And right now I've talked with our high school teachers and our principals or whatever, and they basically need something too. We're seeing this stuff where kids are out. It'd be nice to have it where they have some associate with the school and they start feeling appropriate with the school. So at this point, I would basically encourage the board to move forward with a second step throughout the first of the year, notifying them that we intend to end this contract and maybe move towards Leader in Me on the schools that haven't that have second step. Maybe even asking the schools that don't have second steps, so we have the same thing. Most of the teachers are concerned on their own that they will teach something that people will not agree with. So it's much better if we have something at the district level that we agree on to make our teachers feel more comfortable and to make our parents feel more comfortable than rather every school having their own program and developing their own program, which then leaves us much more to criticism and the concerns that are being addressed. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
I'm going to first, do you mind if I read some of what Ms. Arnold asked me to share? Are you okay with that?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay. So I will go ahead and share that first. She says, for the reasons below, I wish to have more time to review and learn more about where we should go with the SEL program. I feel more harm than good will come of this if we rush into a decision. Students' lives have been and will be affected if we don't choose wisely. Teachers are already on overload, but I trust they have enough skills to manage their classrooms for a while longer while we find something that is easy to implement and focus more on social skills. Counselors have had years of experience and hours of clinical training that they should be able to help the students and the teachers. We have psychologists on hand to help everyone. She says, my many concerns start with a particular study that she shares where it talked about that the goals of education need to be reframed to prioritize not only academic learning, but also social, emotional, and ethical competencies. Surveying the current state of research in the fields of social emotional education, character education, and school-based mental health in the United States, Jonathan Cohen of Harvard University suggests that social emotional skills, knowledge, and dispositions provide the foundation for participation in a democracy and improved quality of life. She says there is a clear picture of an agenda about where social emotional education was to take schools, districts, states, and the nation, particularly with CASEL, with the change in transformative SEL. Defined by CASEL, it says SEL advances educational equity and excellence through authentic school, family, community partnerships to establish learning environments and experiences that feature trusting and collaborative relationships, rigorous and meaningful curriculum and instruction, and ongoing evaluation. SEL can help address various forms of inequity and empower young people to co-create thriving schools and contribute to safe, healthy, and just communities. So Clarine goes on to say, there is a clear picture of an agenda here also about how social emotional education should change or direct schools and communities. She says, let's be clear, social skills are character traits and social emotional education are not the same. However, I don't think that social emotional education is far from psychoeducation, and the line between psychoeducation and psychotherapy are so close that it is impossible sometimes to know the difference. Our educators are not trained to be psych educators, let alone psychotherapists. Many clinicians who have provided psychoeducational sessions know it is difficult to keep the lines clear. Often in psychoeducational settings, therapeutic material is brought up and difficult to avoid stepping into psychotherapy. As teachers, we may not have known we have even opened that door. Psychoeducation has to be provided in a way that does not lead to any confusion about what is being provided. Ask yourself if you have any reasonable doubt that the students or parents will clearly understand that you are not providing psychotherapy in any form. This means making it clear that you are an instructor teaching a course to students using a syllabus and lessons, and you are not providing emotional or mental health care to K through 8th graders. I do believe that with second steps in our SEL curriculum, we have stepped on and over that line. I do believe that the lessons taught were outside of the particular lesson taught was outside state law. I do believe that the lessons taught were not age appropriate. I do believe we did not, nor will we have control of those lessons. I do believe they are a part of a bigger agenda and that students see inappropriate materials in the lessons. If voted to continue the lessons tonight, I want to make sure HIPAA secure platforms are protecting confidentiality. Many of the skills that are learned when studying social and emotional health services have to do with providing safety, reducing risk, and providing the best service to our students. But what they say back to us needs to be protected. Are we using a HIPAA secure platform for conducting social emotional lessons that could be seen as psychoeducational sessions? I think she may mean psychotherapy there. Once again, I ask that we wait until we have our third discussion before taking action. Clarine Arnold.
Okay, thank you. Do you have your comment?
Can I take a break for a sec?
Yes. Yes.
After reading all that.
Okay, Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so this is a really hard decision, and I have a lot of similar thoughts as Holly and Steve have already stated, and I'm not going to go through them all. But I do think just from teachers that we've heard from and our school psychologists that we do need some kind of a program at all levels. I don't really want to move forward with something at the middle school level without it being properly vetted and us going through our regular process that we go through to adopt curriculum. I don't think that will be smart at all. So I don't know what to do at the middle school level. I'll just say that. Just for a lot of the reasons that have already been said about, I mean, our teachers are already overworked. They are stressed out. I don't think we can start a whole new program at the elementary level. And we haven't, heard a lot of problems at the elementary level. I think I would be in favor of keeping second step there just for the rest of this year. But I would want the district to vet every lesson. I mean, I think you said you would do that anyway. I want to make sure that parents are notified before the lesson goes out what that lesson will be. So instead of telling parents after the fact what it was taught, maybe the week before send out what is going to be taught. And that way parents know about that ahead of time. They can decide if they want to opt out of that or not. And I do like Holly's idea of surveying. I'm not sure if we survey SECs about this or we survey all parents to talk about what they want, but I think surveying is a good idea for the middle school level, especially. I wouldn't be opposed to it for elementaries too. For elementaries, they do it every day, but for the middle school, it's 1 day a week, right? For 15 minutes. So if we wait on this decision, that is not going to be too drastic, I don't think. So those are my thoughts at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Millerberg?
Yes, thank you. So many thoughts, so much to say, The decision was made about a month ago to suspend second steps in our schools. That was a pretty drastic move. Since that time, and I'm going to divide this into a couple types of comment. I'm going to say public comment, which to me are school district patrons, has been overwhelming against second step at all levels. Our educators or employees, their comments have been overwhelmingly in support of second step in the elementary level. Our social emotional curriculum provides a common language, which really helps in the school system to have communication between teachers and students improve. The district during this, couple of months ago, or whatever it's been, received 2 letters from Second Step apologizing for the content of Second Steps. And in there, they had a problem to fix the problem. My feelings are, where were you before this became an issue? I have been very disappointed in Second Steps, and just the fact that they are willing to flip-flop and change things around helps me better understand the nature of the beast. We asked our own responsive service department to vet Second Steps 4 years ago. We asked them again to vet it a couple of months ago, and shortly after they had assured us that they had vetted it again, then loveisrespect.org came up. I don't know how the rest of my fellow board members feel, but quite frankly, I was embarrassed to have our responsive service department say they had vetted that and then have that come up. It is my recommendation that Second Step be completely abandoned by Canyon School District. I do believe that social emotional learning is beneficial as a part of the ongoing curriculum. I don't care for Nearpod because I feel like our students already have enough time in front of iPads or screen time. My recommendation would be that we immediately move the entire district to a program such as Leader in Me. Leader in Me was a finalist when we made the decision before. Leader in Me has been very successful elsewhere. I've watched Leader in Me implemented in a Title I elementary school with great success, and it's based off of the 7 habits for successful people. The other thing is we talk about the cost of second steps. My position is the cost of second steps is way understated, because you know what? There is a social cost and there's an emotional cost associated with second steps. It is so tainted at this point in time, I don't believe that we could successfully keep it at any level. And if you want to look at the cost of what our social costs have been and what our emotional costs have been, I would say they would be more than what the dollar cost has been for second step. I had emailed Mr. Wilcox during the week and asked him how many man hours have been spent since the public has let us know how they feel about second step, and he estimated that those costs would be between $25,000 and $35,000. So that's kind of where I am on this. I'm just looking at my notes to see if I've forgotten anything. Yeah, I've got public trust and confidence in there. I feel like we've really suffered on that, and I think we need to move forward quickly and put something else in. And I am vehemently opposed to keeping second step even at the elementary level.
Please don't applaud. Mrs. Oaks.
I really appreciate a lot of the comments made by my fellow board members. These are good people. I hope you guys know that. You're really lucky to have such a good board. These people spend a lot of time, a lot of effort. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I couldn't even take a shower this last week without having all of these things running through my head. Hundreds of emails, so many conversations, going to schools, talking to counselors, talking to principals, talking to teachers, talking to parents. This is a lot. I apologize if this feels really scattered. There's a lot of thoughts that have been going on in my head. First of all, with regard to looking at a different Band-Aid program for this interim, I am deeply concerned about the teachers' work level and their stress at the elementary. I don't want to burden them with anything else that they have to do additional training on this year. We've just talked about that with letters, with everything else going on. We're doing virtual days to try and support them. I see a tipping point that at some point it's too much. Second, I feel that it's important for the community to understand certain things with regard to these decisions about why SEL is looked at so heavily by schools, why it's a part of the discussion nationwide, why it's a part of the discussion statewide, why it's all of that. For those of you who are not familiar with the term trauma-informed practice, you need to look it up and understand it. There is something called an ACE score for children. It stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. And the higher an ACE score is for a child, the more difficult any learning is at all. In fact, children with high ACE scores exhibit same kind of symptoms that are akin to an extreme disability. They can't read, they can't compute math, they can't function. And that is why the schools have over time developed a vested interest in figuring out how to be able to address children that have gone through trauma and how to help them. Because we can't do our job, we can't educate children, we can't educate the next generation when they're so traumatized that they can't go through the very basics of learning. So I think that's an important piece of context. I also think that standalone programs for SEL are an incomplete picture. It's not, when I ran as a school board member, one of the things that I ran on was the fact that I believe very strongly in whole child education. And when I say whole child education, I don't just mean that they have a 20-minute lesson once a week. That's not a whole child education. Whole child education, in my mind, is when a child is able to actually move in school. They have PE, they have music, they have art, they have opportunities to interact with their classmates. and actually develop themselves in a complete picture. I think sometimes there's a rush to curriculums, like set curriculums that are scripted, that we think that that's going to fix the problem. And I don't think it will. And I hope that we can address this in our strategic planning more effectively, because we need to look at it from a more holistic point of view. It's harder to do it the way I'm talking about, much more difficult. But over time, especially once the No Child Left Behind Act was passed, we've lost those pieces. And I think we need to pull them back again. Next, I actually think it's important for our staff, including our counselors at this in the district, because, man, we have a lot of people that are really angry with us about this move with Second Step, a lot. But I think it's important to recognize that the supports as a board that we've put towards mental health, our Second Step is not the only one. And actually, we're quite robust in this area. When Ms. Nybar and I met with the Indian Hills staff this past week, it was really fascinating because Principal Graham shared with me that he had run into a member of staff at Skyline High School, which has over 2,000 students, and Indian Hills has roughly 1,000 plus. And they had exactly the same number of mental health support staff. So for double the amount of students in a high school, they had every bit as much FTE, full-time equivalency, dedicated towards mental health than we did. So I think it's important to see this from a holistic picture. We are prioritizing this as a board. Having one SEL curriculum paused for a period of time doesn't mean that we don't care about this. We do. Very strongly, actually. I also think it's important to recognize that learning to behave in a school setting is different than what one learns at home. Schools have a vested interest, as stated in the state code that they shared with us in this presentation, for students to be non-disruptive and appropriate in class. I mean, over the years, I've had a lot of parents say to me, "Why? I don't understand why these kids are acting out. My kid can't learn anything." I mean, it's that issue that we're trying to address in part. And when you have a kindergartner who comes to a classroom of 20 students for the first time, that is a significantly different setting than what they've had growing up, even if they had a lot of siblings. And they have to learn systems, and they have to learn all sorts of different things that it's important that the schools work through that with them. And it's not that we want that to compete with parents at all. In fact, we hope it complements, and that is really the goal. One of the things I think is also important to consider is that Second Step, at least in the elementaries, in my experience with my children. And believe you me, I've watched what my kids walk in the door with regard to this program like a hawk. But last year, they didn't get much of it, in part because of our virtual Fridays. And in light of that, I don't think what the pause that we're experiencing right now is that significantly different from what we had last school year. So that's something to consider too. I don't feel comfortable, in addition to the issue with giving our elementary teachers more of a burden, I don't feel comfortable with any other program that has not been publicly vetted. I don't want us to be right back here a few minutes later, it'll feel like, with similar problems over something that we put in place temporarily. I feel like we have to go through this process appropriately. And I am also in favor, as Ms. Nybar and Michelle shared, about doing a survey with parents at the schools that have already had it. I would also agree with Mr. Wrigley that if a school hasn't had it so far, let's not give them an additional burden to learn this year. Let's let them do what they're doing, and let's survey the parents in those communities where they have had it. They've probably had some measure of experience, and they can actually speak to whether or not they want it. Because I will say, there is a silent group of parents that initially they were really blindsided by the abrupt change. And we've gotten a lot of angry emails, a lot of passionate outpouring, a lot of frustration. And I think this warrants getting an adequate pulse on where parents are at in their respective communities. Let's see, what were some of the other things I want to say? I want to make it clear The term CRT is brought up a lot in this venue on both sides of the aisle. And I am a law school graduate. I'm an attorney. I graduated in 2004. It makes me feel really old. And I first learned about critical race theory as a law student in 2001. I'm not a proponent of critical race theory. And I am a proponent of children learning how to be sensitive to other people's experiences and be kind and respectful and appropriate. I bristle every time I hear people accuse me or other teachers in this district of teaching critical race theory when they haven't bothered having a conversation with that teacher or with an assistant principal or with a principal. There is, as you know, in the medical community, a huge loss of morale right now amongst medical personnel. They are taking a huge hit. And I would say the hit that the teachers are feeling is right up there. The teacher morale is suffering, and it's going to have long-term implications for our kids. I don't even want to think about how many resignations we're going to have by the end of this year. And here's the problem with that. There's a nationwide teacher shortage. I have friends who live in other states that their kids quite often are sitting in the cafeteria because there are no substitutes and there are no teachers, and they're there for long stretches of time. I guarantee most of the parents in this district, all of the parents, do not want that for their kids. It's already been a very challenging year, but the negative accusatory rhetoric where we place behavior of a teacher in one other district or in other states or in other places, and we project that on our own teachers in Canyons and use a broad brushstroke, it's inappropriate and it's hurtful. And it's going to hurt all of our kids. We have got to think about how we're approaching things. Do exceptions exist? Absolutely. They absolutely exist. And when that happens, there's ways to respectfully address our concerns and work through that with our school leaders. I was just informed that some of you may be aware of some of the TikTok promotions of having kids destroy school property, bathroom property. I don't know if you know what it was last week. It horrifies me. Slap a teacher and get it on video. Slap a teacher. I mean, this is the kind of climate that our teachers are working in. Can you imagine how demoralizing that is? They need to know that we believe in them and that we appreciate what they do for our children. That's all I'm going to say about that. I also have major concerns about transformative SEL and what Castle has come out with that. And I am with Mont on this. I don't trust what Second Step's motivations are with regard to that. And as an aside, I really hope, well, let me back up a little bit. When we met with Draper Park Middle School and Indian Hills Middle School's staff, their counseling staff, Holly and I heard them share with us how many referrals they have received already this year in the first 35 days of school, that was at that point, of blue slips. Now, a blue slip is when a child, a student, demonstrates some sort of behavior that indicates suicide ideation. Draper Park Middle had over 25 already. Indian Hills was about the same. It's way more than what they're used to. Our kids are in significant distress, and I would like the state to take note and understand the distress our students are experiencing. We need more mental health support, and that's hard too because we have a mental health professionals shortage at large, which leads me to my next point. Like Ms. Nybauer, I've also spent a lot of time speaking with school psychologists, yes, but also clinical psychologists in the area, one of which I particularly respect, and he treats a lot of students in our district. And I asked him some very specific questions with regard to SEL curriculums. And he clarified some things for me that actually was a real watershed. He said there is, and similar to what Ms. Arnold talked about, there is a very large difference between psychotherapy and psychoeducation. He said psychoeducation is where you're going to have evidence-based principles for certain skill sets, like this is how you deal with anxiety. This is how to make friends. This is how to deal with bullying. If you need help, this is where to go. It's kind of a clear skill set. He said he gets really nervous when he hears about situations, kind of like what some of the parents have brought up as concerns, where there's a time where people are starting to share things. He said, a therapist is trained in the art of knowing how to establish rules of confidentiality, making sure that the kids aren't sharing beyond where they should, that they're not hanging out outside of their group therapy sessions. Like there's a lot of nuances to that. And he said his concern really is what happens when we go from psychoeducation into a place of psychotherapy. And that's actually dangerous for the teachers too, because, and that's not their role. That shouldn't be their role or their responsibility. And if I were a teacher, I think that would be a lot of pressure. For me, it's very important moving forward that whatever we do, whether that these communities come back and they say overwhelmingly that you have like one elementary school that absolutely wants second step, that in the vetting process, I want to make sure that any of these lessons do not go beyond psychoeducation. It cannot go into a place of psychotherapy. I have shared my concerns with state school board members on this and asked for us to have SEL standards. They haven't done that yet. Who knows what will happen with the state legislature this year. But for reasons like this, I feel inadequate as an attorney, a mother, and a board member to make judgment calls attached to psychology and making sure that we're not going into a place that we shouldn't. So those are the things I have to say at this point. I'm in support of waiting to make a vote on this until Corrine is back with us in a few weeks. And in the meantime, I would love to be able to see some surveys go out to the school communities.
Okay, thank you. I just want to share a few of my thoughts. I really appreciate the board members and all of the work, and I hope everyone here and everyone listening understands how very much we care about researching this, figuring it out, making a decision, because this really is an issue that is so important. And we have received a ton of input on all sides of the issue. And it might seem like there are just two sides, but there aren't. There are all sides. And it's a very important issue in a very complicated context. And I think, from the remarks that have been made already, I think maybe you understand that we understand how complicated it is. One thing that I know for sure, and through this whole exercise this last few months, I firmly believe in the importance and the value of a tier 1 support for social and emotional supports. And that is most commonly found in a curriculum or a social emotional learning part of the more comprehensive social and emotional supports that our system has, that has been referred to. And I also recognize that in this era of COVID, and I've started calling it an era because it has now impacted 3 school years. And when you're a young person, 3 years is a long time. Maybe for some of us, it's not that long, but it is a very long time. And it's been disruptive that entire time in one form or another of disruption. And so I I am very sensitive to that disruption, and that disruption has caused varying needs to be highlighted in our students as well as our teachers. And I know that there's concerns, and I've heard the concerns about second steps particularly, but I also know that there are benefits from social emotional learning, and there are benefits to second step. I have heard from many, many parents about those benefits and that they want to keep it. In fact, just even this evening, someone representing a group of, I would guess, 35 or 40 people spoke in favor. And those are all parents in favor of it. I recognize the concerns that have been brought up about second steps and the dynamic nature of second steps. However, I feel assurance from the presentation today, as well as my experience over the last couple of years, that the elementary curriculum is static. It's not dynamic, and I understand that the administration is very aware about vetting each lesson, and I am confident that they will vet things with a whole different lens than maybe prior because of all of this exercise that we've done. I agree that we need to have increased parent communication in whatever we do. I agree that opting out is a critical component of whatever we do. But I'd like to make the comment, and I think one of the patrons that addressed the board earlier, that if there would be an opt-out option, but if social emotional learning is discontinued, then that essentially says there's no option for the families that would like it and need it. And I have some concern about taking away and in a very real way limiting parental options. And a lot has been said about parental decision making on what's best for their families and their children. I also agree moving forward long term that we really do need to use our strategic planning process. And if the state board isn't going to set some standards for social and emotional standards, then I think it's worth it for Canyons District to tackle that. And along with the portrait of a graduate, I think, yes, that if we move forward to adopt a curriculum that really, I would hope we could get something that's K-12, that for that consistency, for that vertical alignment and scaffolding and all of those reasons. But that process, in order to do it right, takes a lot of time, and it needs to include a lot of stakeholders, include a lot of data, include a lot of research. And I think it would also include us on the board looking at our curriculum adoption policy. We've kind of started talking about that, but I think that would be something that we would need to do to help provide some provisions and direction regarding these dynamic curriculums and regarding the stakeholder input piece of the process. But that being said, when second step was adopted, we followed the process that was current at the time. And in thinking about the whole child, a lot of us been said about that. And really, when thinking about the whole child and educating the whole child, in my mind, it's about meeting needs, providing supports, and opening up opportunities for each student to not only succeed, but to thrive. those are just some of the thoughts that I put together, and I personally, I am comfortable continuing with second step at the elementary level and then having further discussion about the middle school level. But at the same time, I know it's those middle school kiddos, they need supports, they need help. And so I would be in favor of adopting one of the options. I realize Nearpod is not a great option, but it might be okay for a few months to finish out the school year. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. Anyway, so those are my comments. Any additional comments, board members? Mrs. Nybauer.
Thank you for your comments. I wanted to reaffirm that I do believe that social emotional learning and developing some good skills is very important for all of our children. And I also am a firm believer of whole child. One thing that was very reassuring for me was to talk and visit with the principals and the counselors of all the schools that had not yet implemented second steps, and to recognize that although second steps is a social emotional learning curricula, it is not the only type of social emotional learning we have in our schools. All of our schools are doing social emotional learning, even those who hadn't had the rollout yet. What they're doing is counselors at the middle school level are going in, they're teaching lessons on friendship, how to make a friend, kindness, respect. I know Oak Hollow was doing stuff from it was a public website, and it was involving everything they were doing for their awards for their kids. So every month there was a value such as honesty, such as respect, such as on time, on task. So I do think that definitely all of our students are getting social emotional learning in our schools, regardless of what we decide tonight. And I think that's important to highlight.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Wrigley?
Just really quickly, I think it's really late. We tend to have long meetings. And 11:30 at night's not a good time to make a decision. However, we put this off for already 2 weeks. Our next meeting is in 3 weeks. The schools are asking us to make a decision as to what we want to do. If we have a problem tonight, I suggest we maybe meet a short meeting next Tuesday. We really need to get this resolved. All we're going to have is more people upset and more comments coming in and more insurance that's going on with people. I guess the question comes in on the elementary is either we keep it as it is because we're overwhelmed, or we make a decision to not do anything, which is not a decision, or we put some other new program in there, and then we're fighting in regards to how much is going to impact the teachers, which we're trying to do. The middle schools, we probably need to have some decision. I think that the middle schools are basically what I'm hearing is they're saying that they need something together throughout the district, because they don't want one school doing one thing and then them doing second step and having people concerned and hounding them on second step. So we probably need to come up with a solution, but I think we need to come up with it pretty quickly. So my suggestion is I know I hate having other meetings, but I don't really want to see this go on for another 3 weeks, nor do I think any of our people do.
Any other comments? Mrs. Schill?
Well, does anyone want to make a motion so we don't have to meet next week so we can make a decision? I just want to know.
This is listed as possible action, so a motion would be in order. Mrs. Nybauer?
I'm just going to list one concern. We've talked a lot about process, and the concern I have, especially for determining anything at the middle school level, is, again, I don't know that we've done enough with process. We've talked about all of these interim programs. We've gone through all these different facets. I don't know that the parents and public have had enough input on middle school. And I actually, as a board member, did not believe we were determining anything for the middle school tonight. When I opened up the slides and saw that second steps was elementary only, and we were talking about elementary, I did not recognize that we were considering doing something temporary for the middle schools other than second steps. And I don't think the other programs have gone through that process that we've talked about that's so important at the school community council level with input and sample lesson plans, and a survey was mentioned. So I'm prepared to make one motion, which is to start off with, and that motion is to not move forward with I make a motion to not move forward with a decision at the middle school level, because I do not believe any of these temporary options have been properly vetted yet at this point. So I'll make that motion if I have a second. The motion is that we do not make a decision or a determination at the middle school level tonight. I want to start with that motion.
It's not forever.
No, just tonight, and my reasoning behind it is that the other options and the options that have been presented to us tonight are the Leader in Me, the Nearpod, and the Positive Action. I do not feel any of those programs have been properly vetted and follow the process as is outlined in our policy for curriculum adoption. So I make the motion to not determine that this evening. If I have a second.
That feels like a negative motion to me. We're making a motion to not do something. And if we don't do anything, we've kind of already accomplished that. And so I would much rather we address what we're going to do with the elementary level.
Okay, Mont, then go ahead.
I was going to say, okay, that motion did not receive a second. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we survey those schools that have had second step and the elementary level to get a pulse on which of their communities really want it. I feel like we need more accurate picture of what's going on. So my motion is for us to survey those elementary schools that have been using second step previous to the current school year.
I will second that, but can we clarify who we're surveying? Are we surveying all parents? Are we surveying SEC? Who are we surveying?
I think all parents.
Okay, let me just make sure we're on track. There's been a motion made and that motion has been seconded. So discussion to the motion.
So I was saying, I think all parents should be surveyed for those.
Okay, other discussion to the motion, Mr. Wrigley, then Mrs. Nybauer.
I guess I would ask for some clarification to that. How long do we wait in regards to that? Is it a week where we meet next week? We have that information, we can move forward. Is it 3 weeks? How long is this? Because I think our public needs to know what's going on. And I agree with them that to go ahead and to ask the parents that are in these schools that are actually receiving second step what their opinions are. Should they, would they? But I would say, I think we've agreed that we're not going to ask to continue it forever. I think the question would be in those particular schools, do you agree to continue it for the rest of the part of the year with us moving forward to find another program, vetted program? Or do you think we need to move from that now to another program? But we probably need to also survey the teachers, because I think the teachers have a real big portion, and maybe even our counselors, a real big portion in this, because our teachers may say, I don't have enough bandwidth for this. And I think we need to know that. We can't, I really like to do what the community says, but if I've got to walk out on teachers or the teachers are leaving us, as we said earlier, we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
Right. Well, maybe we can ask the administration, how long would it take in your estimation for us to be able to get results back for surveys like that?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Yeah, my hand was raised. Could you see that?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think that trying to get information back in 1 week is ridiculous. I think we also need to have somebody, whether it be board leadership or whether that be a poll of some sort, we need to see what the questions are, because we all know that the results of polling people can be very much affected by what questions are asked. And so, I would like to have at least somebody, whether it be the entire board or board leadership, vet the questions that are going out. And so I think that if we address this issue at our next board meeting that has been scheduled in 3 weeks, that's great.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nybauer and then Mrs. Schill.
Although I like the idea of a survey and hearing from parents, I would be remiss if I did not share my personal thoughts. My personal thoughts is the Second Steps curriculum has lost integrity with me. I've had correspondence with the Committee of Children as well as Second Steps. And like Mont, I feel, and like Dr. Robbins, I feel that this program that had such questionable material embedded in the middle school program and also has some other agenda, as has been published by Castle, to me, it has eroded my trust. And so as a leader, as an elected representative, my concern is that this program that perhaps started off as something different than what it is now, I don't know that I feel good about speaking up and saying, I think it's against my principles. And I think that when we find a company or a program that is doing something that all of us here can agree is not right, is it enough just for them to remove that material and then move forward? You've heard me speak up on defending teachers and providing supports for them. I love teachers. There's a reason why I went into it. And our teachers are very valuable. And I, like Nancy, I commiserate with the teachers that are saying this has been a good program. But I do feel that also it's important to remember where this is headed, what has been published, the response that we have been given. And if there's something, if there's a byproduct or a product that is not good and not wholesome, then why are we going to continue to have the Second Steps logo in our schools, in our handouts? I also would suggest that whatever we move forward with, and I am in favor of social emotional learning and supports and skills taught, I would love us to see a reverse classroom where it goes home to the parents first and they get the first conversation with their kids. Homework goes home first and then it's taught in the school. But I just wanted to share that.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley, to the motion.
Just quickly to that motion. I mean, I think we all agree that we want to get rid of Second Step. The question is, do we run out of the room in regards to and leave casualties in the process with our teachers and stuff and parents mad because they feel that they're invested in it? Or do we give them time to adjust with assurances that the curriculum is, there's really not much issue on that curriculum. I mean, there's a couple things that have come up, but that we've been able to go in and give some time to move forward in a fashion. I mean, I agree with everybody. I don't feel comfortable about that. But at the same time, I feel less comfortable about moving quickly to get rid of that and having the ramifications on so many other people. I think that that may hurt more people than actually being very careful with that. So, but we also do need to make a recommendation to do something moving forward with the middle schools, either have them present some more stuff, or we vet that, or we see that, or something goes on in the middle school, so we can make a decision then too. They are having major behavioral issues. I don't want every single school coming up with their own unvetted program because we have nothing else. I think that's more dangerous than us making a decision and moving forward, at least on a temporary basis.
Okay, Mrs. Schill, and then Mr. Millerberg.
So as our board has done multiple times, I think we could survey SECs and we could get that information back by next Tuesday, because they have a process where they can vote quickly. And the SECs have been involved in the social emotional curriculum and have knowledge about it. So they are the parents who are informed and know about it the most. So that is my idea. I don't know if I make another motion or what. Anyway, that's just an idea.
Mr. Millerberg?
Yeah, I would just like to call for the question. We have a motion on the table, and I think we need to address the motion.
Okay, so the question has been called, and that is a motion that is not debatable, but I will ask for a vote on whether or not to call the question. And if a vote in favor of calling the question, then means is essentially it ends all discussion on the primary motion. And I will just restate the primary motion.
Thank you.
Is that that the board gives direction to the administration to survey all elementary.
Survey those elementaries that have been using Second Step previous to this school year.
Conduct surveys in the school communities that have been using Second Step previous to this school year. Okay. And that motion has been seconded. Okay, so the question has been called. All in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
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 6 minutes. So
Okay.
others could be called.
Okay. Calling the, I thought I just explained it. So,
Aye.
okay. All right. And I'm going to vote no on call the question. But that 4-1. Thank you. Oh, Mont, did you vote? I'm sorry. He called the question. So,
And I did vote.
yes. So,
I voted in favor of calling it.
okay. 5-1. Thank you. So the question has been called. So again, I will restate the motion. The motion is to have the administration conduct surveys in the school communities that have been using Second Step previous to this school year. So all in favor of that motion, please indicate.
Aye.
Please say
Aye.
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 Okay, we're getting a little.
I'll go aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was.
And I'm going to be a no on that as well. And I would like a chance to explain why. I feel like I feel like it's going to be difficult to conduct a survey that would be really meaningful and effective. But I understand what the rest of the board is trying to accomplish with that. And so I anyway, but I understand. And I think that there has been suggestion that we take a look at the questions and try and make it as effective of a survey as possible. Mrs. Schill.
Okay, I would like to make another motion to clarify the previous motion. Yeah, it did pass, but I voted for it, so I can make another motion. So I move that we survey school community councils and we make it one question. Do you want to continue with second steps or not? It's one question, yes or no? Yes, till the end of the year. Yes or no question. That's my motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I would like to amend that motion. And my motion is that the survey goes to all parents with the one question.
Okay. I'm
there a
trying
second
to
to that?
think, because if the motion hadn't received a second, then it's not really a motion that can move forward to be amended.
I guess I can do a new
Seconded
motion.
it.
I will second that.
Okay. I amend that motion that just was seconded to go to all parents of students with one simple question. Would you like to continue second steps for the remainder of the school year only or no? Elementary only, and only the elementary schools that we have previously implemented second steps.
Okay, so let me just think. So the motion is that, please restate your motion. I'm sorry.
The motion was that all parents who children go to elementary schools where second steps has already been implemented receive one question. Would you like second steps to continue for the remainder of this school year only? Yes or no?
So,
no.
And that motion has been seconded. Any discussion to that motion? Yes.
Yeah.
Discussion to the motion? Was that
Do
you,
we-
Mr. Millerberg?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have a concern with the motion simply because it's a very binary type of a question. It's yes or no. It does not provide those taking the survey with any knowledge at all as to what would happen if they say no.
Okay, any other discussion to this motion?
So I just want to say that is why I specified school community councils, because I do think they have the knowledge. Those parents have the knowledge about school, about SEL. They know what it is. They've discussed it. They look at data. So they do know, which is why I said the one question. So, I mean, I think Mont has a good point.
I think Mont has a good point, but I think even all of us sitting up here tonight, we don't know the answer to that. We still haven't resolved what we're going to do with elementary schools who haven't had second steps. So I don't know I don't know how to qualify that question.
Mrs. Oakes?
I think one of the difficulties with doing it with the SECs is it puts a large burden on the SECs. And because if you have a community that's really divided or has strong opinions, and all of a sudden the SECs are getting a lot of the pressure. I don't necessarily want to do that to them. I think it would be, for me, I feel like it would be more accurate blueprint to understand whether or not the parents at large feel a certain way. So.
I would like to make a comment to the motion and then Mrs. Nybauer. So I mean, this is why I voted against doing a survey, because I feel like it's really not going to give us a good picture. It will give us people saying yes or no to something that is a very complicated contextual situation. And I that's why I'm opposed to a survey. And I don't mean that in any regard that I don't respect parent input or parent voice, because I do. I feel like we've received a lot of parent input and parent voice. And I feel like it's something that we that we as elected board members, it's our job to receive that input, to do the research, do the study, and to make a decision. So that's just my thoughts on it. I believe Mrs. Neubauer and then Mrs. Oakes.
I am thinking more about what Nancy said, and my concern is we have a divide. Steve's talked about this. We have a divide in our district right now, and we're only prolonging that without action. The other concern I have is what if all our SCCs in those schools are then lobbied by parents and getting emails? I don't know that I'd want any of them to have the burden that we've carried for the last few weeks. And so I'd like to withdraw my motion, actually, and I'd like to make a new motion. And the motion is I stand with Dr. Robbins, and I'd like to remove second steps from all our elementary schools.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion to this motion. Mrs. Oak?
Today, I reached out to all of the elementary principals, and I have several in my district, and asked them how they felt in this issue. Every single principal came back in the affirmative that they like Second Step. They feel like it's made a huge difference in their school community. I cannot, in good conscience, with so many teachers, counselors, and principals, make a decision on this when I don't feel like I have an accurate picture on numbers on where the parents actually are. And that's why I'm asking for it. I feel like we have petitions in both directions. We've received emails, but it still does not give me a clear picture of the amount of support or opposition to Second Step. So for me, it's a tool. It's not that they're the ones deciding. It's a tool for me to understand as a board member where to go on that.
Mr. Wrigley.
I guess I agree with that. I think we probably need to come up with a thing, but we cannot vote. It's 12:02.
We can vote.
Can we vote?
Mhm.
I thought that at 12 o'clock it went in the next day and the agenda put in the.
No, it's still one continual meeting.
Okay. I thought.
Mrs. Schill. And to the motion, because we do have a
Yeah, to the
motion
motion.
which has been seconded.
Well, no, I won't comment. I'll comment.
Any other comments to this motion? Okay. Mrs. Neubauer?
One quick comment. Mr. Wrigley has said we are going to discontinue Second Step. We're just doing it next year instead of this year because it's only for the interim, which is all that it's been proposed for is temporary. Just my one thought with that is will this continue this divisive nature? Is it better just to rip off the Band-Aid quickly instead of all through this year? And then are we going to be petitioned in the fall to keep it for longer? So I just want you to think about that.
Ripping off the Band-Aid, I think, has a real impact in that. I think we have as many parents on both sides or even more. So we discount the other parents on the other side. They've provided us input. So I really think we need to make a decision at the same time. Either we keep it for the end of the year or we replace it with something. But to say we're going to get rid of it and not replace it, we then cause more trouble with our constituents because they're saying, now you've taken away and you've given me nothing else. So I'm really concerned.
Mrs. Oakes and then Mrs. Schill.
I have an equal concern about giving something to a school that hasn't had anything yet. That they've been kind of like, I mean, Indian Hills really was quite impressive when we met with them this last week. And how they've managed and done some pretty innovative things. I don't want to project or insist on them having a program simply because we want to checklist that. We are in a situation where the schools are at different stages of implementing second step or implementing their SEL. And I don't feel like a one size fits all is appropriate necessarily. Especially when we've had a lot of people say, please don't take this away. It's a huge impact to our morale. We really need to know where the schools are at respectively. And I think the point is well taken. It is important to point out we are doing away with this program. This is a temporary question that we're addressing.
Mrs. Schill.
So I mean, I just have to point out that of the schools that I represent, and that's it actually is including Albion. I'll include Albion and Butler, even though I don't represent Albion. But all of the Brighton feeder, there's been 7 parents opt out. That's 0.3%. Those are the patrons I represent. So, I mean, and I have talked to principals and my area really supports it. So I'm just saying that because, yeah. Anyway, so that's my information. But also, I'm not comfortable getting rid of it until we know what the plan is going forward.
Okay, any other discussion to the motion?
Yeah.
Mr. Millerberg.
I think it's obvious that we are ill prepared to make a decision tonight. And I would very much be in favor of tabling it till next meeting. And that would give the administration time to get a survey out, bring us information, and make recommendations as to what we should be looking at. Because hopefully in 3 weeks, they are better prepared to make recommendations and we are better prepared to accept or reject their recommendation.
So we have a motion and a motion on the table and a second. And I believe you were the second to the motion. So I don't know that we can table discussion, but I don't know that we can table a motion that's active. So unless the motion is withdrawn, I think we need to take a vote on it.
I will withdraw my second.
Okay. So we have a motion with no second. Okay. Any other action or comments? So, well, let's just see if there's any other action that board members want to initiate. I think Mrs. Nybauer and then Mrs. Oaks.
I don't have an action, but you said for comment. Is it okay for with Mr. Millerberg talking about more information? If we're tabling this to a new meeting, I would really like some sample lesson plans to be able to review as a board member. Because I did not feel comfortable with moving forward with any without sample lesson plans. And I also think with their process that in the time for the next meeting, why not have sample lesson plans at the SCCs as well? If we're trying to, even though it's a temporary fix, if we're implementing a curriculum, I feel it does need to follow our established policy for process because it's still a new curriculum to our school district.
Okay, so that was a request for some additional information to come to the board prior to the next meeting. I will say that we have had, and the public has had access to the Nearpod and the second step lessons. Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
So do we technically need a motion to request a survey or is that?
I believe that motion passed.
Oh, it did pass. Okay, just kidding.
I believe the motion that passed was all parents. Mm-hmm.
We don't have clarification of what that survey consists of. So we
Well,
can't move.
there was some discussion that, that at least some board members get eyes on the questions prior to it. And I believe that we put our administration in a really tough spot if we start dictating the exact questions. They're professionals. They've done surveys before. They understand how that works. And then I think it's totally appropriate for the board to review the questions, but for us to initiate the questions, I think might be a little bit problematic. Mrs. Oakes.
My experience in working with Laura Tuesday Heathfield, particularly, she's excellent at this, and this is really her area of expertise. And I think she could come forward with some questions that she feels like will get the information that we're looking for. So.
Another comment or?
So I was just trying to clarify because Mrs. Schill had talked about a yes or no, and I had talked about a yes or no. So we're not doing the yes or no. We just discussed it. We hadn't really.
We're asking for the motion was to survey parents, and then we will ask the administration to create that survey.
Okay. So we are not, the administration could have it be yes or no, or it won't. It will just be survey questions. That was my question. It will be multiple questions because in the motion, we never defined that. And then after the motion, we talked about yes or no, and there were some of us in favor of it and some of us not. And I'm sorry, I know it's getting late, but.
I believe the board, and I guess, tell me if you object to it. I thought the understanding was that the administration would develop the survey.
Mm-hmm. And present it to us.
And that the board could review it before it goes out.
Present it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That was discussed after the motion was made and voted on, but okay. Sounds good.
Okay, and I will make one comment and then I think we will be moving on. But and I've, as you know, I voted against that motion, but I just want to throw it out there that if we're going to this effort, let's maybe try and make it so that the data that is received could be usable as we look forward to what a more permanent solution to this dilemma would be. That would just be a thought I'm sharing. So, okay. All right. That concludes discussion on that item. Approval, item D, approval of 2022-2023 school calendar and tentative approval for the 2023, 2024, and 2025 school calendars. This is a second reading, and Mr. Leon Wilcox will present. Dr. Stensrud has been excused.
Thank you, President Ting. We would like to excuse Dr. Stensrud. Again, last meeting, we did the first reading of the calendars. Just so you know, nothing substantially has changed from that last meeting. Again, we'll ask you to formally approve the next year's calendar at the next board meeting. Again, it will start on August 15th, first day, and end on May 26th of 2023. Only things that we have changed from the previous calendar are we talked about changing the colors so everyone could have access to them. The midterms were eliminated. We'll let the schools determine their own midterms. And the last thing, just that we put that the middle schools will have a late start every Friday. Again, nothing else has changed there. Nothing else has changed on the 2023 and 24 and the 25 calendars. I don't think I'll spend any more time talking about those. Again, just a big thank you to Mr. Wrigley, Mrs. Schill, who serve on the calendar committee, and all the other parents and employees who do that, put this together for us. So big job.
I'd like to make.
Thank you. Is there,
This is just second reading.
this is just second reading. So any questions, board, on this information? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
We'll try to bring that back for final approval next board meeting.
Okay.
And I'll do the next one too, President Tingy, if it's okay with you.
Yes. So next item is policy update, 500.24 student educational travel policy.
Oh, maybe
And-
Dan Harper may want to.
And policy 200.6 Teacher and Student Success Act, TSSA, and exhibit. This is a second reading, possible action. And who will be presenting?
I've already presented. I'm gonna let that-
All right, Mr. Dan Harper, legal counsel for the district.
Okay, we have two policies. This is for second reading and possible action. The first is probably the simplest and straightforward. It's policy 200.06, Teacher and Student Success Act. And it just kind of changes because the process was retitled to the school plan development and approval process. So it makes those changes there. So very minimal changes to that policy. So recommending that be approved. The other is to the student educational travel. As you're aware, we've been having issues because of labor shortages and other things. So what it does is expands the options for travel to include on a small basis, using as kind of a secondary option if school district buses, if it's out of state and they can't find a commercial carrier, that they could use rental vehicles on a limited basis, only 2 for smaller groups. So that would be changed in the policy and allow that option. And that is also for second reading and possible action. Any questions?
Questions? No, okay. See no questions. This is listed as possible action, so a motion would be in order.
I'd like to make a motion for us to approve policy update 500.24 student educational travel, policy 200.6 Teacher and Student Success Act, TSSA, and exhibit.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then I'd like to note for the record that Mr. Millerberg has left the meeting. Mhm. Thank you. Okay, thank you. That concludes the items under new business. Next on the agenda is staff comments. We'll start with superintendent and then business administrator, Mr. Wilcox. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilcox?
Just one of the things on the hire and terminations, you may have recognized one name there. That's Rick Conger. I'm sorry to see that he is going to be retiring. Well deserved with him. Excited for his future, but he will be greatly missed. He's been a pioneer in this district from day one. So he'll be retiring at the end of this calendar year, December 31st. So we'll be looking for his replacement to bring back to you for approval. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, I'll just ask if anyone has any additional comments they'd like to make this evening. No? Okay, seeing none, I will call the meeting adjourned and thank you all for a lot of work done today. So thank you.